In this tutorial, you will learn how to make a 2D game in Unity Game Engine or in Unity 6 with C# programming for complete beginners to intermediate peoples. Somehow, I'm not gonna cover few things, example for player tests, traps, and few other things. But don't leave this tutorial for those things right now. Firstly, watch this complete tutorial, and then after this you can watch them, because you're not gonna get those things if you don't watch this full tutorial. We'll have all of the necessary things in the description box, including those videos links. In this course, we are gonna have a look at how we can move our player left and right, how we can make player jump, fire arrows, kill enemies, collect diamonds and hearts to make our game much more cool and amazing. This tutorial will teach you what is a game object, how to work with UI, how to make animation in Unity Game Engine, animation transition, component scripting, and much more things in Unity Game Engine. And also, we're gonna take a look at C# programming such as variables, function or methods, loops, a start and update function, classes, callback functions, and many other things in C# coding. So this tutorial will be the best one for you on YouTube. Let's talk about the source code of the game and the game itself. If you want to get the source code, then you can get it with few dollars on my Patreon page, and the link will be available in the description. Also check out some amazing courses of mine on Udemy to learn Unity 6 and C# programming. If you want to do that, you can check that. It's up to you, and by this you can help me to keep continuing on what I'm doing. Credit goes to Sanesh, Kethmin, takes Roald City, Kneeth, and a special thanks to DumbClips on the internet for donating me on Patreon. Now without further delay, let's dive into this full tutorial. So open up Unity Hub. As you can see, I just open up Unity Hub. Let's click on this new project in the top right, you can see. So let's click on it, and you can choose the version in the top. So I'm using Unity 6.0.5 which is LTS version, long-term support. So I'm gonna click on it, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna choose 2D built-in render in the bottom, or you can go with this universal 2D core as well. So we're gonna select this, and let's click on this create project. But before we click on this create project in the bottom right, we basically need to name the project and where we want to save it. So I'm gonna call this project to something like new full full tutorial for YouTube, something like that. I'm gonna call and YouTube, and over here you can see the location where you just want to save your project. So click on this folder icon in the right side, and you can choose the location where you want to save it. So I'm gonna save it in my local disk E, as you can notice, and inside this I'm gonna move over to my this Unity folder. Let's double click on this, and we can see right over here. Let's create a new folder for my this project. So I'm gonna right click new in the bottom, and let's click on this folder, and we have to name the folder. I'm gonna call YouTube sorry YouTube YouTube projects, YouTube tutorial project. So let's call this tutorial projects, something like that. And I'm gonna hit enter in order to create the folder. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna choose this folder, and let's click on this select folder in the bottom right. And after doing that, we can just go ahead simply, and we can click on this create project in order to create the project. And I'm gonna see you once Unity just gonna load up. And Unity can take up to something around 2 to 5 minutes, but it's gonna depend upon your system. If you have a fast system, so in your case it's gonna do it right away. and if you have a slow system like me, it can take up to 5 minutes, something like that. And I'm gonna see you right there once Unity editor just loads up. As you can see, Unity editor just loaded up, as you can notice. And if your layout seems a little bit different, then you can just move over to top left, top right side. As you can see, it says layout, so just click on there and then click on this default, so it's gonna set it to default. I just like this way, so that's why I have done it like this way. And you can select any tab and you can drag it anywhere you want. And let's suppose you just lost any tab. Let's suppose if I right click on this console and then click on this close tab right over here, as you can notice, it's gone. So how we can restore that? In order to restore it, we basically need to head over to window. In the top bar you can see right over here, and we're gonna scroll down to general, and over here we can see all of the tabs that we can restore. So in my case, I lost the console tab, so I'm gonna click on this console to just bring up, and we can just hit this, we can click over this white bar in order to move anywhere. And if we want to set the tab anywhere, then we're gonna select right over here in the top right, you can see, sorry, top left, and we can just drag the tab wherever we want. So I'm gonna drag it somewhere over here, and I want to change the color of this main camera. To do so, basically the background, to do that we need to move over to hierarchy, then select your main camera, then go over to inspector, camera component, and over here you can see, so I'm gonna move over to my projection. Basically we need to move over to this rendering. So rendering, or sorry, we have done some mistake, environment, or I really apologize. Basically we need to move over to this environment. As you can notice, it says background and it says solid color, so we're gonna click on this background and we can choose the color that we want. So I'm gonna choose dark gray, something like that. So now let's create our player game object first. To do so, and we can delete the global light 2D as well. We can select that and we can delete, but I'm gonna leave that, so let's leave it. And let's create our player game object first. To do so, we're gonna move over to our hierarchy. Let's right click or hit this plus icon, then create an empty game object, or you can simply just move over to this 2D object sprites and we can choose a square. So for now we're gonna choose a square, and let's rename this square to something like player. So let's call it player. To do so, we can select the game object and we can right click on it, and we can just click on this rename in the top, or we can simply select the game object and we can move over to inspector and we can just name that over here as well. So I'm gonna call this one something like player, like that. And let's go over to transform, and this transform has position, rotation, and in scale, as you can notice. So I just want to reset all of the things, so we can simply right click on this transform and we can click on this reset in order to reset the position in the X, Y, and in the Z axis to 0 0 0, as you can notice in the inspector. And what we're gonna do now, and we have three buttons in the top bar. First button is to play button, to play our game, and the next button is the pause, to pause our game, and the third button is skip one frame. To play our game, we basically need to click on this play button, and we can just see the game in our game view tab right over here, next to right next to sorry in the left side I have my game view, as you can notice. So the game just gonna look like over here, how we gonna look at it. So in the game view we can see, and we have done it, we have done nothing. So this player game object, what we're gonna do, we basically want to add up a gravity to this game object. So for gravity we need to attach a rigid body 2D. So let's get out of play mode. Basically click on this play button in the top in order to play it out of play mode. Then select your game object. So in my case player, then go over to inspector. In the bottom you can see add component. So just click on that add component, and we're gonna add a rigid body 2D. So we can find the component by typing name of the component, which is rigid body 2D, and we can just click on that enter in order to attach that. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, as soon as our game just gonna start, you will able to notice this player game object just gonna fall down. Why? Because we added a rigid body 2D, and this rigid body 2D is responsible for adding gravity to game object. As you can notice, as soon as our game started, our player game object just gets fall down, and we're gonna get out of play mode. And you can play around with this body type. If you set this body type to kinematic, it's not gonna fall down, or static, it's not gonna fall down at all. And you can play around with this gravity scale to something like you can increase up the gravity. So I'm gonna increase a little bit, so I'm gonna make it something like 3. So make sure you just increase the gravity, so it's gonna be a little bit fine. And collision detection, we're gonna choose continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. So let's create a ground in the bottom of from this player game object. Basically we just want to create a ground, and this player game object need to stand on that ground. So let's do that. To do it, let's move over to hierarchy one more time. Let's right click or hit this plus icon, then go over to 2D objects, sprites, and then we're gonna choose square one more time, and we're gonna name this square to something like crown. So let's name it to crown, and we need to stretch it. Firstly, we just want to reset the position, so I'm gonna move over to my inspector, transform, let's right click and then reset, and let's select the move tool in the scene view. So you're gonna have this anywhere in the scene view, so make sure you just find it. So I have in the top right side, as you can notice in the scene view. So I'm gonna select this move tool and then select the player game object or the ground in the hierarchy, and we're gonna move it down a little bit somewhere around here, and we want to stretch in the x-axis. To do that, what you can do, you can select your crown, then go over to inspector, transform, and scale. In the x, you can just increase the value. So I'm gonna make it something around 20, and we can just play around in the y as well, but I'm gonna leave it to 1 for now. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button, you will able to notice this player game object just gonna passes through this ground. Why? Because we also need to attach a component, and it's called collider 2D. So it's gonna detect the collision, so it's just gonna our player just gonna land top of this ground. As you can notice, as soon as our game started, our player game object easily passes through this ground. So what we need to do, so in order to prevent that, we need to add a collider 2D component. So let's get out of play mode. What we need to do, we're gonna select our ground, let's go over to inspector, click on add component, and we need to add a component. You can add any component. So I'm gonna click on this cut button in the right side, and to add the component, you basically navigate to this physics 2D, and you can select the component that you would like to add with. So I'm gonna add a box collider 2D, so I'm gonna find that over here. I can see on the top I have it, so I'm gonna click on it in order to attach that. And as soon as we add it, and if I scroll my mouse in the scene view to zoom in, we're gonna able to notice a green outline just added as soon as we attach this box collider 2D. And you can notice that by just increasing the value. So if I just increasing the size, as you can notice the green outline, basically this green outline or this line is the collider, you can simply say. And I just want to set back to 1 because the player should able to stand top of this ground, not in the air, so that's why. And we also need to attach the component, same component, or basically a collider 2D to this player game object as well, else it's not gonna work. Basically player just gonna passes through our this ground easily. So also we need to attach the component to this player as well, so we need to make sure that. So we're gonna select our player, let's go over to inspector, and let's click on this add component, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D. So we can simply find the component by typing name of the component, which is box collider 2D, and let's attach that. And now if we go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice as soon as our game just gonna start, this player game object just gonna land top of this ground, because we attach the box collider 2D, which is responsible for collision detection. So that's why it's gonna land top of this ground, because it's gonna detect the collision, or basically it's gonna collide with this ground. As you can notice, indeed it's basically working. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make it, and we're gonna get out of play mode. And what we want to do, we're gonna make it prefab. Prefab basically means copy of this game object, and if we lost the game object in the scene view, then we cannot restore it until we makes it prefab, basically a copy of it. To do that, firstly we're gonna create a folder to keep our project clean. So what we basically need to do, we need to move over to this project tab, that assets, right click on assets, then create in the top, and then click on this folder in the top, and you can name that folder whatever you like. So I'm gonna call this folder to something like prefabs. And now what we can do, we can select the game object, so in my case player in the hierarchy, so I'm gonna select that and then drag it over to this prefabs folder in your asset, inside your prefabs folder in project tab. And as soon as we just drag it, we can notice that it just turned it out blue, basically means we just made a prefab of this player game object, or you can simply say the copy of that game object. And if we select our player game object in the hierarchy and let's delete that, as you can see, as soon as we press down delete, it's gone. But we do know that we just made a copy of it, basically a prefab, so we can simply restore the game object in our scene view right away. To do that, we basically need to head over to project tab, assets, and then prefab folder, basically in which folder you drag it. So in my case, inside my prefabs folder, so I'm gonna take my player game object, we can simply drag it into this scene view or into this hierarchy right away. And as soon as we drag it, we can notice in the inspector in the top right, basically in the right section, we have the rigid body 2D, box collider 2D. So we don't need to attach once again. So basically we have the shape option, so it's fine. So that's why you just need to turn it into a prefab, so you're gonna have the copy of it and you can just restore it directly. And let's suppose you just want to save your project, so what you can do, you can simply move over to top left file, then click on this save button right over here, and you can simply press down Ctrl S as well to save your project in the right size, as you can notice. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project, our player left and right. For that, we need to create a script in order to move this player game object left and right and making jump. To do so, we're gonna move over to our project tab, assets. Let's right click on it, let's create in the top, and then click on this folder and name that folder to something like script. I already created, as you can notice. So I'm gonna double click on that folder to open that up, and we're gonna create a player script. And you can notice I already created, and if you want to create that, then right click on that folder, then go to create in the top, then click on this mono behavior script, or you can simply scroll down a bit and move over to this scripting, and you click on this mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like player, or you can name it to something like player movement as well. So once you create that, make sure you attach your script to your player game object in order to move your player left and right. So we will select our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's click on add component, and we can attach the component by typing name of the component, which is player. So as soon as we type, it's pop up, as you can notice, and we can simply click on it in order to attach, or simply you can do that, basically you can select your player game object in the hierarchy, then select the script from that folder and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector, and we're gonna open up our player script by double clicking on it. So as you can notice, by default we have start function and this update function. So this start function get called in the start of the game, and it just called one time, and this update function calls over again and again and again, something like in 1 second 60 times, or 60 frame you can simply say. So to move our player left and right, we're going to use input.getAxis function. So we will move over to this update function since we want to move this player every single frame left and right. So that's why we're going to move over to this update function. And over here, what we're going to do, we're going to use this input.getAxis get axis function, and this function in brackets inside quotation, it's gonna take the axis name in which axis you want to move your player. So if we move over to Unity and select this player in the hierarchy, then select this move tool in the scene view, we want to move this player left and right, as you can notice. So basically we want to move our player horizontally or in the x-axis. So we need to pass the axis name. So the axis name gonna be horizontal, since we want to move our player game object horizontally. So I'm gonna type this horizontal and then close that up with semicolon. So this input.getAxis horizontal, it's gonna take the basically this function right over here. Basically this right over here is a function, and this function just gonna check on our keyboard. Let's suppose we press down A key on our keyboard, or we hold down A key, then this function over here, it's gonna give us -1. And if we hold down D key, then it's gonna give us +1. And if we, let's suppose, don't hold down both of those keys, then this function over here, it's gonna give us 0. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store the result into a parameter. So we will go to top of our class and we're gonna make a private field. And if we just made it private, we're not gonna able to notice underneath our player script in inspector in Unity editor, as you can see. So it doesn't need to public, so we're gonna make it private. And this will be float basically are those numbers which comes with decimal places, like 0.1, 1.1, 1.2, even whole numbers like 0, 1, 2, 3. It's a float number, and we have to name the parameter, or you can simply say the container where we want to store the result. So we're gonna call it something like movement. Let's call this one movement, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store the result into this movement. So we will basically set movement movement equal to this. So let's suppose we hold down A key. So this input.getAxis horizontal function gonna be -1, and we're storing that -1 into this movement. As you can notice, we just set movement equal to input.getAxis horizontal. We directly set it, or you can simply say whatever this input.get function just gonna give us, we're storing into this movement. And let's assume that we hold down D key, then this input.getAxis horizontal function, it's gonna give us 1. So this movement over here gonna be 1 because we directly setting it, as you can notice. So this will be 1, -1, or 0, depending upon which key we holding down, and we're gonna use this to in order to move that. So I'm gonna move over to Unity, and if I select my player and then go over to inspector, then so firstly select your player game object in a hierarchy, then move over to inspector transform, and if we move over to position in the x-axis and play around with this x-axis, as you can notice, we can see that our player is moving left and right. So basically what we need to do, we basically need to move over to transform of this player, and we need to access this x-axis of this player, and we're gonna replace this x with our movement. And we do know that that movement can be -1, +1, or 0, depending upon which key we holding down. So let's suppose we hold down D key, so that movement just gonna be 1. So if we replace this x right over here with movement, which is 1, so if we put 1 right over here, as you can see, as soon as we put 1, it just move it to the right direction. and let's suppose if we hold down a key, then that movement just gonna be -1, and if we replace this x with that movement, which will be -1. So if we put -1, as you can notice, this player started moving to the left direction. So basically we need to access this sorry, we need to move over to this player transform, and then we need to access the x axis of this player, and we're gonna replace this with our movement, which can be -1, +1, or 0, depending upon which key we holding down. So let's move over to our script, and after that we're gonna use this, let's use this fixed update function. So basically we're gonna type fixed update. So just type as I did over here, else it's not gonna work. So this right over here fixed update call like this update function, but it's fixed. Let's suppose in 1 second it's run 60 frames. So this fixed update in the next time it's still gonna run in 1 second 60 frames. So the frame rate is fixed, so that's why it's called fixed update. But this update function can depend upon in 1 second it can run up to something like 50 frames, sometimes it can run up to 60 frames, 62 frames. So it's not fixed at all. So that's why we're using this fixed update to basically the frame rate are fixed. So what we need to do right over here, firstly we're gonna go over to our transform, and then we're gonna access the position, and we do know this position is the current position, and top of that we're gonna add plus equal, plus equal. So this transform dot position, basically we just going over to this player transform, as you can notice in the inspector. So we just going over to this transform, then position, and we can notice this position has x axis, y axis, and the z axis. So that's why we need to set equal to, so top of our position we're gonna use this new vector 3, which gonna have x axis, y axis, and the z axis, and then close that up with semicolon. So what we need to do, we're gonna replace this x with our movement, and we do know that movement can be -1 or +1, depending upon which key we holding down. So we're gonna replace this x with our movement, which can be -1, +1, or 0, we do know. And we don't want this player to move in the y axis, something like this, or in the z axis. So that's why in the y axis we're gonna put 0f. 0f basically over here referencing float, and we're gonna do the same things with our z axis, which is 0f. And make sure you just multiply this whole thing with time dot fixed delta time, else it's gonna be some weird. Basically time dot multiplying with time dot fixed delta time, it just makes our frame rate independence. If you just don't multiply it with this time dot fixed delta time, it's gonna you will see your basically player just gonna move left and right with too much fast. And multiplying with time dot fixed delta time, no matter what computer you gonna use, the game just gonna run as in the same frame rate, with same frame rate or with a constant frame rate. So that's why we need to multiply with fixed dot delta time. So this we just set it equal to new vector 3, which has x axis, y axis, and the z axis. We just only replace this x with our movement, as you can notice. So we replace this x right over here in Unity editor. In the inspector we can notice we just replace this with our movement, and we do know that movement can be -1, 0, or +1, depending upon which key we holding down. Basically means this player just gonna start moving to the left or right, or just gonna stop depending upon which key we holding down. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, else it's not gonna work. So make sure you press down Ctrl S to save your script, or your what is simply you can do, you can just move over to top left file in your Visual Studio or code editor. Then you can just click on this save assets script, and then player.cs. So you can just click over here as well, or you can simply press down Ctrl S on your keyboard in order to save your script. And once you're done, you can just move over to Unity, and Unity just gonna take few seconds to compile our script. Basically whatever changes we made inside our script, it's just gonna execute. So once it's done, we can just go ahead and we can test our game right away. So just wait a moment and you will notice. So just wait a moment, and now the script compilation is done, and if I just click on this play button in the top, you will notice this player will start moving to the left or right direction depending upon which key we holding down on our keyboard. If we hold down a key, then this player just gonna start move to the left direction, and if we press down D key, then it's gonna move to the right direction. So if I hold down A key, as you can notice, it's started moving to the left direction. And if I just lift up my finger from that key, we can see this player stops moving. And if I press down D key, we can notice it started moving to the right direction. But the problem is that it's moving to the left or right direction with less speed. So we just want to adjust the speed of this player to move to the left or right direction. To do that, we're gonna get out of play mode and we're gonna open up our player scape. So let's double click on that, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna multiply this whole thing with our sum number, so we can just move a little bit faster. So we can simply multiply this movement right over here with some number, something like 10f. But instead of hard coding that, we're gonna move over to top of our class and we're gonna make a public field. So if we make a public field, then we will able to notice underneath our player script right over here in the inspector, and we can adjust it right over here, and we don't need to move over to this script and then change this value over again and again right over here, as you can notice. So we want to adjust the speed in underneath our player script in Unity editor. To do so, over here we basically need to type this public, and this will be also float, and we can call this one something like, let's call it move speed. A move speed, and by default you can set equal to some numbers. So I'm gonna set something like 5f, and let's close that up with semicolon. And instead of hard coding, basically multiplying with 10f, I'm gonna multiply with move speed. Move speed, and move speed by default we set 5. So this right over here movement is -1 or 0 or 1. Let's suppose this movement is 1. So 1 into move speed, which is 5. So 1 into 5 gonna be 5, means our player will move to the right direction with 5 speed, and it's gonna do the same thing in the left direction with minus. So we just made it public, so we can adjust underneath our player script we do know. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and now let's move over to Unity. So if we started to press down or hold down A or D key, we will able to notice our player to move left or right direction with our move speed unit. But we do know that we just made it public, so we can able to notice that field underneath our player script in the inspector. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can notice that. So just wait a moment, and we can notice as soon as our player script compiles, we can see in underneath our player script, we can see the move speed, and we can increase the value. We can set it to 10, we can set it to 7. So we don't need to move over to this script and change this value over again and again. So that's why parameter just came too much useful. So I'm gonna leave with 5, and let's click on this play button in the top, and you will able to notice our player by now it's gonna move to the left or right direction with our move speed, or you can simply assume with a little bit faster speed. So just wait a moment, and if I start hold down, or basically hold down AD key, as you can notice it's moving a little bit faster, and we can increase the value. Let's suppose if I set it to 16, we can notice it's moving too much fast. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. But one thing we can notice that Once we attach our player skip to this player game object in the inspector, we can notice a plus icon just became. So if I move over to my project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder and select this player and then go over to inspector, we not able to notice underneath basically inside this player scape inside this player game object our player scape. Basically the player scape is has an haven't attached to this player game object yet. So what we basically need to do for that, we need to select our player game object and then we need to move over to inspector, and in the top we can notice override. So just click on it and then click on apply all. So the changes over here you made, it's gonna be saved into this player game object prefab as well. Basically if I now move over to my project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder and then select this player, then go over to inspector, by now we can notice the player skip is attached to this player game object. So and if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, we can see by now the plus icon just gone by now. So basically that is the thing. So make sure you just move over to overrides and then apply all. So the changes you gonna make inside this player game object in the hierarchy, it will be saved this player game object prefab as well, or a copy of this game object. Now we want our player to jump. To do that, we're gonna open up our player skip one more time. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector and let's double click on this player skip in order to open that up quickly. So let's double click on it. So to make our player jump, we're gonna move over to this update function, because update function runs every single frame, and every single frame we just want to check if we press down space key or not. So we're gonna use this if condition. So basically we have to type this if, then make first bracket and some curly brackets, and you need to put a condition inside this bracket. So we want to check if we press down space key or not. For that we're gonna use this input dot get key down dot get key down, and then you need to make this bracket, and inside this bracket you need to pass the key for which key you just want to check with. So since I want to check with space key, so I'm going to pass this key code dot space. You can pass something like key code dot a, key code dot b, key code dot c. It's basically after you. So what basically this means, so if input dot get key down key code dot space, it basically means that if we press down space key, so whatever we're gonna do inside these curly brackets, it's just gonna execute. Or what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a function for our jump. To make a function, we basically need to type this void and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like jump. So let's call this jump and let's make brackets and then curly brackets. So to make the function, we need to make this first bracket and some curly brackets, and inside this quotation you can just put whatever you just want to do. For now I just want to print out a message in my console tab. So if I move over to my Unity and select this console tab, I want to print out a message if we press down space key or not. For printing out message, we need to type this debug.log, and we need to type this debug.log, and inside this bracket in quotation, basically we need to pass a string or the message that you just want to see. So I'm gonna say something like jump and make sure you close that up with semicolon. So whenever I'm gonna press down space key on my keyboard, I just want to call this jump function, and what jump function just gonna do, it's gonna print out this message says player jump in our console tab. So we need to call the function. So let's move over to this if condition and we're gonna call the function over here, which is jump, and let's make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity. So whenever we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, you will able to notice that message just gonna pop up says player jump as we pass the string. You can just put any sentences you would like to see, then you can just put inside those quotation, in between those quotation you can just pass the string that you just want to see in your console tab. So just wait a moment, and when we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, the message should be pop up right away after we press down space key on our keyboard. So just wait a moment. So now the moment is done. Basically the compilation is done now, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So just wait a moment. Just wait a moment and it's gonna do that thing. I really apologize that it's taking a little bit longer time since my system is little bit slow, so that's why. And now we can see, so if I press down space key on my keyboard, as you can notice, as soon as we press down space key, we can notice that the message just getting pop up in our console tab, jump, as you can notice, and we can see in our console tab in the top right, already 5 times just call it, and if I press down one more time, it's called 6 times. So instead of printing out message, we just want to make this player jump. So let's get out of play mode, and you can just double click on that message in order to move over to that line of code. So I'm gonna double click on it. So instead of printing out message, we just want our player to jump. To jump, we need to move over to this rigid body 2D of this player. So if I select my player, then go over to inspector, we can notice that we already attach a rigid body 2D component to this player game object, and this rigid body 2D right over here is a responsible for gravity and all of those things like velocity of this player and all of these things. So we do know that we already have the reference of this rigid body 2D. If we not, then we need to grab it. So firstly we need a reference of this rigid body 2D, then we can make this player jump. To do that, let's open up our player script and let's go to top of our class, and we need to grab the reference. We want to grab the reference of that rigid body 2D. So we're gonna make it public so we can notice underneath our player script, and the component we're looking for is a rigid body 2D. So we're gonna type this rigid body 2D, and we have to name the container or the parameter. So I'm gonna call it RB, short for rigid body 2D, and I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script. And now let's move over to Unity. So underneath our player script, you will able to notice a RB field, basically rigid body, just gonna pop up, and by default it's gonna be empty. So what we need to take our rigid body and then we need to drag it over there, so we can basically have the reference of this rigid body, and after that we can just make our player jump. So now the compilation is almost done, so just wait a few seconds, and now we can see underneath our player scape RB, and it says non rigid body 2D. So we're gonna take our rigid body 2D and drag it over to that field, and now we can notice we have the player rigid body 2D, as you can notice right over here. Basically reference we have. Now we are ready to make our player jump. So let's open up our player scape and let's move over to, so instead of printing out message, we want to make our player jump. To make our player jump, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a vector2 parameter. So we're gonna create a vector2, and we can call this one something like velocity. So let's call it velocity, and I'm gonna set equal to RB dot linear velocity. We need to set equal to this. So vector2, basically it has x-axis, y-axis, we do know. So this velocity just gonna have x-axis and y-axis, and we just go setting equal to RB dot linear velocity. Basically means we just taking this rigid body 2D velocity of this player game object, and we storing this rigid body linear velocity of this player into this vector2 velocity parameter, which gonna have x-axis and y-axis, and we want this player to jump in the y-axis only. So that's why we're gonna modify the y-axis. To do so, we're gonna move over to velocity. So we will go to velocity, and now we're gonna access the y-axis. So we're gonna type this dot y, and we can set equal to some unit. So let's say equal to something around 7f or let's create a parameter for that as we created for our move speed. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a parameter for our jump. So let's make a public float, so we making it public so we can just adjust underneath our player skip. And we're gonna call this one something like jump height, and by default I'm gonna set equal to something like 7f, and let's close that up with semicolon. And instead of hard coding this, basically setting equal to 7f, we're gonna set equal to jump height. And we do know that jump height we set by default 7, means we're gonna jump in the y-axis with 7 unit. And after modifying the y-axis basically with velocity, we basically access the velocity in the y-axis and we set equal to jump height. After doing that, we're gonna move we're gonna set now we're gonna set basically we will go to our linear velocity. So we're gonna access rb dot linear velocity and we're gonna set equal to velocity, and let's close that up with semicolon. So firstly what we did, we basically created a vector2 velocity parameter which gonna have x-axis and y-axis, and we set equal to rb dot linear velocity. Basically we just taking this player game object linear velocity of this rigid body 2D and we storing into this velocity parameter as you can notice. And after doing that, we just only accessing the y as you can notice, and we setting equal to jump height. So we only doing in the y axis. So y axis like this, we're not doing at all in the x axis, means our player just gonna jump in the y axis only. And after modifying the y, we again going over to linear velocity of this rigid body, a rigid body 2D of this player game object, and we're setting equal to velocity as you can notice. So after modifying the y only as with our jump height, we can notice so we just only modifying the y. So we will able to notice this player just gonna jump in the y axis with jump height parameter as we created inside our code. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our code, and let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna press down the space key, as you can see we calling the jump function, and jump function basically doing these things. Firstly we just going over to player rigid body linear velocity, and then we modifying the y, and then we just setting equal to once again after modifying the y axis with our jump height. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done we can just check that out. So just wait, and now the compilation is almost done. So now done, and we can notice underneath our player scape we are able to see our jump height parameter, and by default we set equal to 7 unit, but we can adjust it over here. So that's why we just made it public, so we don't need to move over to that scape and change the jump height over again and again. So I'm gonna set equal to something like 10 instead of 7. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, this player will jump in the y axis only with our jump height parameter, and we set 10. So in the y axis we will able to jump with 10 unit. So let's have a look on this. So if I press down space key on my keyboard, as you can see we jumping in the y axis with 7 unit. So basically it's working fine. So firstly we just going over to this player rigid body linear velocity, and then we modifying the y with jump height, and then we setting after modifying we just setting again rb dot linear velocity equal to velocity after modifying the y only, as you can notice inside our code. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna get out of play mode by clicking on that play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. And make sure you just move over. If you just turn it your player game object into a prefab, then make sure you select your player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector overrides, and then click on this apply all. Get that we can jump as many times we want. So if I let me show you, let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So if we press down on our keyboard space key, we do know that we jumping, and we jumping even in the air. Even if we not standing on this ground, we still able to jump in the air. So we need to stop doing that. So if I jump, as you can notice, we can jump as many times we want even in the air. So we need to stop doing that. To do so, I'm gonna get out of play mode and we will open up our script. To do that, let's select our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's click on this player script in the inspector, double click on it in order to open that up in Visual Studio. So I am using 2019. You can use the latest one, which is 2022 or 2023, 4 or 5. So you can just use that. I'm pretty much comfortable with the old one, so that's why I'm just using 2019 version. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna drag it here, and Unity just gonna take a few seconds to load up our scripts, and once we have it, we can just do that. So we're gonna create a parameter which just gonna keep track of if we jumping or not. Basically, we're gonna keep track of we want to jump or not. So we're gonna create a bool parameter which can be true or false. So let's move over to our script. So just wait a minute. So just wait a minute. I really apologize for the inconvenience. It's taking little bit a longer time than as usual. I'm really sorry for that since I have slow system, so that's why. So I'm gonna move over to my scripts and let's do that. So we're gonna create a parameter for double jump, or single jump we can do. Let's do with single jump, and in the next tutorial or in the next lecture or in the series, you can simply say we're gonna work with double jump. So for now we're gonna work with single jump. So as you can see, we have the script by now, and we're going to create a bool parameter which can be true or false. So let's go to top of our class, and that parameter doesn't need to be public, so we can make it instead private instead. So we're going to make this private, and this will be bool, and we can call this one something like is ground. So let's call it is ground, and I'm gonna close that up with semicolon, and I'm gonna move over to this start function. So this is ground parameter that we created. This is a bool parameter which can be true or false, and we're gonna move over to this start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game, and it just called one time. So in the start of the game, we're gonna set the is ground to true because this player just gonna be standing on top of this ground in the start of the game. So that's why. So we can select our player, and we can select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it down somewhere around here on top of this ground. So in this start of the game, this player just gonna be standing on this ground. So that's why I'm gonna move over to my start function, and I'm gonna set is ground equal to true because we're gonna stand on that ground in the start of the game, and we're making our player jump right over here, as you can notice. So we're making the player jump over here. So firstly, we just created a velocity parameter, and we just added up or basically modified the y-axis, and then again set that velocity. So before we jump, what we want to check, if this is ground parameter is true or not. Basically means we just created that parameter to just keep track of if this player game object is standing top of this ground or not. So in the start of the game, as you can notice, it's gonna be true. So as you can see, we did it over here. So before we jump, we're gonna check. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if is equals to true. Basically means we standing on this ground. That means we need to make jump. So that's why we're gonna put this line of code, basically adding the force or the velocity in the y inside these curly brackets. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl X for cut, and we're gonna press down Ctrl V for paste. So we're doing inside this if condition. So before we making our player jump, as you can notice, we checking if is ground is parameter is equals to true. Basically means we standing on that ground. But once we make the jump, so we're gonna be in the air. So what we need to do at that moment, we need to set that is ground to false. Why? As you can notice, once we're gonna make the jump, this player no longer able to standing on top of this ground. So that's why after jumping, we're gonna set the is ground parameter to false. So after jumping, so we're gonna set is ground equal to false. Basically means we're not standing on that ground at all. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our escape. And now let's move over to Unity, and you will able to notice that we will able to jump for the first time, but we're not gonna able to jump for the next time. Why? Because we just set it to its ground to false, and we do know that if we press down space key and if our is ground parameter is true, but in the next time it's gonna be false, so that's why we will not able to jump for the next time. And I'm gonna bump up the jump height parameter a little bit up. So just wait a moment. Once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and increase the jump height parameter. So just wait a moment, and once it's done, we can just go ahead and change the value. So just wait a moment. So let's jump height, let's make this one 15, or I'm gonna do with 15, and let's check that out. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and let's take a look on this. So if I press down space key, as you can see, we jump it. But if I press down next time space key multiple times, we're not jumping at all. Why? So if I move over to my script, as you can see, after jumping for the first time, we just set is ground to false. And if we press down space key, then we calling the jump function, and this is ground parameter is not longer true, because after jumping we just set this to false, as you can notice. So that's why we're not able to jump, because before we jumping we just checking if is ground is equals to true. Basically means if we standing on that ground, then we can making jump, and after jumping we just set it to false. So this condition over here is now false. This is ground parameter is not equals to true, it's basically false. So that's why we need to set back this is ground parameter to true once again. And if it's true, then as you can notice, this condition just gonna be true, is ground is equals to true, means we will able to jump for the next time as well. So we need to set back this is ground parameter to true once again. But when we need to do, when once this player game object just gonna collide with this ground one more time, or this player just gonna stand on this ground. So we're gonna create a circle bottom of this player game object somewhere around here, and if that circle collide with this ground, then we're gonna jump, and if that circle is not collide with this ground, then we're not gonna jump. So basically that is the thing. So let's get out of play mode, and to do that we're gonna create a circle underneath our player game object somewhere around here. To do that, we're gonna open up our script, and to create the circle we need to use a function called physics2d dot overlap. So basically we're gonna move over to this update function, and we do know that update function runs every single frame. So every single frame we just want to draw that circle, and to draw, or basically to create that, we need to use this physics2d dot overlap circle. So make sure you using this same function, and then make this first bracket, and this function as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where you want to create the circle. So we're gonna create somewhere around here. So we're gonna create a empty child game object inside this player game object, and we're gonna drag it somewhere around here or bottom of this player game object, and from that we're gonna create the circle. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius so we just gonna specify. And the third argument, it's gonna take the layer, basically with which game object we want to check with. Since we're gonna check with this ground, so we need to assign this ground as a ground layer. But before we do, we need to create those variable, or we need to need those variables, basically the position as well as the radius and the layer mask. So we're gonna move over to our function, sorry, we're gonna move over to our code, and let's make this one comment by double forward slash, and comment basically don't interrupt our code, so that's why. And we will move over to top of our class, and let's create those variable. So I'm gonna move it, I'm gonna take my private parameter right over here, and let's assign those. So the first thing, we need a point from where we want to create the circle. So we're gonna make a public transform, and transform right over here is a responsible for position, rotation and scale as you seen. So if I select my player game object in the hierarchy, move over to inspector transform, as you can notice this transform is responsible for position, rotation and scale. So basically you can simply say we're just taking the position, and we can call this one something like ground checkpoint. So let's call it ground checkpoint, or position we can simply call it. And let's close that up with semicolon. And the second thing, we need the radius. So let's make a public, and that will be float, and we can call this one ground check radius. So let's call it ground check radius. And by default I'm gonna set it to something around a smaller number, something like 0.3f or 0.2f. So I'm gonna set 0.2f, something like that. And the third argument, we need the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So we're gonna target our ground, so we need to assign our ground as a ground layer. But before we do, we need the layer mask. So let's make another parameter, which is we're gonna make it public, so we can notice underneath our player scape, and that will be layer mask. And we can call this one target layer, or we can simply call this one what is ground. So let's call it what is ground, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we can press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So we need to assign those variable one by one. So just wait a moment, and underneath our player script we will able to notice those will just gonna pop up once our compilation is done. So we can just assign one by one. So first thing, we need a position from where we want to create the circle. So just wait a moment, and you will see as soon as our script just gonna compile, those variable just gonna pop up. So just wait a moment, and we can see as soon as our player script compile, we can notice we have the ground checkpoint, and it says none transform, basically empty. So let's create a empty child game object inside this player game object. So what we basically need to do, we need to select our player game object in the hierarchy. Let's right click on it, then let's create an empty game object, basically empty child game object. And we can call this game object to something like ground checkpoint, something like that. And let's move it bottom of this player game object, or 2 feet of this player game object. And if you want to choose an gizmos or icon for it, then go over to inspector and then click over here, and we can choose this one, or you can just go ahead with any. So now if I select my player and then move it anywhere in the scene view, as you can notice the ground checkpoint, or the child game object that we created bottom of this player game object is also moving with it, because that is a child game object, so that's why. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our ground checkpoint underneath our player and drag it over to that field ground checkpoint. And the second thing, we can notice the radius span by default is 0.2 that we set. So I'm gonna leave with 0.2. And what is ground? It says nothing. So we're gonna choose our ground. So we're gonna click on this nothing, and we will choose our ground. But the problem is that we're not able to notice our ground. Basically we need to assign our ground as a ground layer. Basically you need to select your ground game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, and the top right you can see layer, and it says default. So just click there and then click on this add layer, and you have to name the layer what you want. So I'm gonna call it ground. So let's call ground, and let's hit enter to save it. and we need to select that game object once again. So in my case this ground, and we're gonna assign with the layer that we created recently. So we will move over to inspector in the top right layer default. So we're gonna choose our ground, and now as you can notice we assigned this ground as a ground layer in the inspector. You can notice, so I'm gonna select my player skip one more time, and what is ground, as you can notice it says nothing. So we're gonna choose our ground. So now it's done, and so we will go to overrides and then apply all. And now let's move over to our player skip, because we have all of this reference. We have this ground checkpoint, we have the radius and the layer mask, as you can notice, and we are ready to create the circle. To do so, let's move over to our script, and let's remove these two forward slashes from here. And this physics2d dot overlap circle, we do know that as a first argument it's gonna take the point from where we want to draw the circle or want to create. So we're gonna pass our ground checkpoint, and we need to access the point. So we're gonna type this dot position because we need the position. And the second thing, comma, it's gonna take the radius. So we're gonna pass our ground check radius. And the third argument, comma, it's gonna take the layer mask, and we're gonna pass our what is ground, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we do know that what is ground, we have chosen that ground or that ground layer. So the circle just only gonna target this ground. And so this physics2d dot overlap circle, it's gonna create the circle from this position with this much of radius and with the layer mask or this target layer. So what we're gonna do now, so it's gonna create, and it's gonna give us a true value or a false value depending upon if the circle is really colliding with this ground or not. If it's colliding with this ground, then this function over here, it's gonna give a true value, else it will give us a false value. So what we will do, we're gonna store the result or the result whatever we get. So we're gonna store it into another parameter or in a bool parameter. So this physics2d dot overlap circle just gonna work as a collider. So we need to type this collider2d type variable, and we have to name the variable. So we can call it something like call info, or you can simply call it call information. So I'm gonna call it call info, sorry, call info equal to this. So this call info right over here, it can be true or false depending upon if the circle is really colliding with this ground or not. So if I move over to Unity editor, let's suppose the circle collide with this ground right over here, then this function over here, it's gonna give us a true value, and we storing the value or the result into this call info parameter, or you can say collider2d call info container. So this call info can be true false depending upon the circle is really colliding or not. So what we're gonna do now, so if the circle is colliding with that ground, so we're gonna use this if condition. So let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, so just wait a moment. So we want to check over here if call info is equals to true. So we're gonna pass if call info is equals to true. Basically means the circle is really colliding with this ground. So what we need to do now, we need to set that is ground parameter to true once again, so this player will able to jump one more time. For now we're gonna print out a message if it's working fine or not. So for printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna type this debug. So this debug.log, and we can say something like inside quotation player is on ground, something like that, ground, and let's close that up with semicolon. So this physics2d dot overlap circle will be true or false depending upon the circle is really colliding with that ground or not. Let's suppose this physics2d overlap circle give us a true value, so this one is right over here is true, so that's why this call info just gonna be true. And we checking over here after it that if call info is equals to true, basically means the circle colliding with this ground. So what we're doing in that moment, we just printing out the message. As you can notice in our console tab, player is on ground. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move over to Unity. And we will see as soon as we're gonna collide with this ground, or that circle just gonna collide with our ground, the message just gonna pop up says player is on ground. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done we can check that out. But we're gonna get a problem. Let me show you first. So just wait a moment to compile our script for compiling. The problem is that we're not able to notice our circle, as you can see that we created underneath our player game object or bottom of this player game object. So it would be nice if we able to see our circle. To see the circle or to draw the circle we need to use another function. So we're gonna open up our player script one more time and we will go to bottom. You can make it anywhere you like, it's totally up to you, it doesn't need to be in order. So we're gonna use this on draw gizmo selected function. So on draw gizmo selected function, and make sure you just type as I did over here, else it's not gonna work. So this function on draw gizmo selected, this function just gonna draw what we want to draw. So to draw that we need to use this gizmos dot draw draw where sphere function. So we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function, and this function as a first argument it's gonna take the position from where we want to draw. So we're gonna draw from this ground checkpoint. So as a first argument we're gonna pass this ground checkpoint dot position, and the second thing it's gonna take the radius. So we will pass our ground check radius, and let's close that up with semicolon. But we're gonna get a problem if we don't assign the ground checkpoint, because this function calls by Unity automatically. Basically it's gonna draw the circle from this point, ground checkpoint. And let's suppose if I move over to Unity, and if you haven't dragged this ground checkpoint to this ground checkpoint field, basically this ground checkpoint is empty or none. So we don't have the position, but as you can notice we still finding that position which is ground checkpoint, and we trying to draw that. So that's why we're gonna get an error if we don't assign it. So it will not able to find this ground checkpoint, so that's why it's gonna give us error. So before we draw the circle we just want to check if we assign it or not. So we're gonna check if ground checkpoint. So let's check with if ground checkpoint is equals to null, basically means empty. Then what we're gonna do, let's make some curly brackets, then we're gonna type this return. So if ground checkpoint is equals to none, basically means that this one is empty. If you haven't dragged this ground checkpoint to this ground checkpoint field, basically means it's none. So then what we're doing, we just typing return. Basically after return whatever you're gonna do, it's not gonna be execute at all. Basically means if ground checkpoint is null, basically means empty. So in that moment what we're doing, we just typing return. Basically we stop drawing our circle, as you can notice. So basically that is the thing. So make sure before you draw the circle you need to check the or you need to check if you assign it your ground checkpoint or not. And if you want to choose a color as well, you can do that. So to choose a color we need to use this gizmos dot color, and you can set the color equal to that you would like to go with or that you like. So we need to set this color dot and you can choose the color. I'm gonna choose yellow, so I'm gonna type this color dot yellow, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity and let's have a look. So the circle will be drawn from this ground checkpoint with yellow color with this much of radius that we set with ground check radius. So just wait a moment and you will see. So just wait a moment, and as soon as this circle just gonna collide with this ground, that message just gonna pop up in our console tab, says the player is on ground. So just wait a moment. As you can notice, as soon as our script just gets compiled, we can notice the circle just drawn from this ground checkpoint. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and you will able to notice that as soon as this circle just gonna collide with this ground, the message just gonna pop up in our console tab, says player is on ground. So just wait a moment. as you can notice, as soon as we this circle just collide with this ground, we can see in our console tab the message just getting pop up says player is on ground. But once we jump, we can notice that the message just gets stopped. Sorry, gets stopped. So if I just drag my player game object up, and you can notice, so I'm gonna pause my game. Sorry, I'm gonna pause my game. So as soon as I drag it up, basically the circle is not colliding. We can notice in our console tab the message just not getting pop up. But if I leave and then collide with this ground, we can notice in our console tab the message just getting pop up say player is on ground. So instead of doing this, we need to set back his ground parameter to true, so this player will able to jump for the next time as well. So let's get out of play mode and let's double click on this message in order to move over to that line of code, or we can simply move over to our player escape. So instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna set is ground equals to true. Why? Because we colliding with this ground, so that's why. Sorry, is ground. So called info true basically means we just colliding with this ground, then what we doing, we just setting this is ground to true. And now if we press down the space key, then we calling the jump function, and now once again this is ground becoming true, equals to true. Then what we doing, we just making our player jump, and once we jump it, we then setting it false. But as soon as we colliding with that ground, then we again setting back this is ground parameter to true. So this condition right over here getting true, so that's why we will able to jump for the next time as well. Or you can simply remove this true equals to true. Basically if you type like this, it's also basically means true, means the circle really colliding with that ground. Or you can do the same thing over here as well, but I'm gonna leave with that. You can just remove this equals to true, and it's gonna the meaning will be same. So now I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project, and I'm gonna move over to Unity, and we will able to notice as soon as we're gonna collide with this ground, we will able to jump for the next time as well. But when we in the air, we not able to jump, but as soon as our player just gonna collide with this ground, then we will able to jump for the next time as well. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and we can play our game to check that out. So just wait a moment, and now it's done. And let's so just wait a moment, few seconds. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So just wait a moment. So I hope you getting idea that how you can make your player jump, basically one time jump. So now if I press down space key on my keyboard, sorry, space key, as you can see we able to jump, but we able to jump two times. So basically we need to make this ground checkpoint a little bit low number, but we not able to jump in the air. As you can notice, we able to jump two times only, or you can simply say second time, but we're not jumping at all more than that, because as you can notice, we're not able to jump in the air, but as soon as we colliding with this ground, we will able to jump, because that is ground parameter is getting true, basically this one true. Then what we doing, we just making jump, and after jumping we setting its ground to false. But as soon as we colliding with this ground, basically this circle colliding with this ground, then we setting back this is ground to true. So this condition over here once again it's getting true, so that's why we able to jump, and after jumping we just setting is ground to false, basically it's looping. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And you can just play around with the radius, basically ground check radius. If you want, you can just go with smaller number, it's basically up to you. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure if you turn it your player into a prefab, then go over to inspector overrides and then click on apply all if you change anything inside your player game object in the inspector. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project. Now we will replace this white square to with our player sprite. To do that, we need to drag our player sprite or player assets inside our project tab. So basically move over to your project tab, assets, then right click on assets, then create, then folder, and you can name that folder to something like sprites folder. So we just creating this folder to just keep our project in organized way. So as you can notice, I already created a sprites folder, and you can create a subfolder inside this sprite folder by right clicking, then create in the top and folder, and you can name that folder to something like player. So and also I already created my player player folder, as you can notice. So what you can simply do after creating that, then of course I will have a link in the description. So firstly you need to extract this file by right clicking, then extract all, you're gonna see. So I hope you getting the idea. And after extracting, you can select all of the sprite by holding down shift and then drag it over inside this folder in Unity editor. Since I already done it, so I'm not gonna do it again, so I'm gonna cut this step now, and we're gonna replace our player white square with our player sprite. So before we do, what we basically need to do, we need to slice. So basically what we have to do, we're gonna select our player sprite. So let's select that, then go over to inspector in the right, and then click on this open sprite editor tab. So as you can notice, as soon as we clicked on it, we get a tab called sprite editor, and we have it over here in the top left side. You're gonna have it anywhere in Unity editor. So in Unity editor, you can just toggle it that tab by selecting like this, and you can toggle it anywhere you like. So I'm gonna leave with over here. So I'm gonna leave it over here. So as you can notice, we have more than one sprite. So we need to choose a sprite mode to multiple in the inspector. As you can see, sprite mode already selected multiple, so I'm gonna leave it with multiple. And pixel per unit, we're gonna make it less pixel size basically means this sprite just gonna be large in size, so we're gonna make it something around 16. And if we take a closer look by scrolling our mouse, we can notice that this sprite seems little bit blurry. So to get rid of that, we need to choose this filter mode to point of filter in the inspector in our in the inspector by selecting that sprite. And after doing all of these things in the bottom, you can see apply button in the bottom right. So just click on it and it's gonna slice individually. Sorry, it's not gonna do that. And after clicking that apply button, we're gonna slice it individually, so it's selected automatic. So if we move over to sprite editor tab, as you can notice, it's selected individually. So what we're gonna do, instead of selecting automatic, we're gonna select read by cell count. Basically we want to split this sprite individually with perfect rows and columns. Basically we need to count how many columns and rows we have. To do that, in the sprite editor tab in the top left, you can see slice. So just click there and then click on this automatic to create by cell count and count how many columns and rows we have. So we're gonna first we're gonna count the column first. So 3 6 9 10 11. So we have 11 columns, so I'm gonna put 11 columns, and we need to count the rows. So 1 2 3 4 5. So we have 5 rows, so we're gonna put 5 rows and 11 columns. And after doing that, click on this slice button in the bottom, you can see. And after doing that, click on this apply button in the top right, you can see in your sprite editor tab. And once you're done, you can select your game view. So I'm going to select my game view, and now what we can do, we can simply move over to that sprite sheet. So I have it inside my player folder, as you can notice, inside my sprite folder and inside my player in subfolder, players sprite subfolder. and we're gonna select the sprite sheet, and we can click on this arrow icon to see the individual sprite. As you can notice, as soon as we clicked on it, we can see individual sprite. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, then select the first sprite. Basically you can select that sprite and then right click on it or click on this properties, you're gonna see. Or what else you can do, you can select that, then go over to inspector and click on this open sprite editor, and as soon as we click, we can see. So the first 5 frames or these 5 sprites, individual sprite, we can notice these are idle. It just standing at one point, and it's gonna play the breathing animation, basically the idle one, so you can simply assume. So we're gonna select the first sprite, and we're gonna replace this with our player square, basically this one. So we're gonna click on that arrow, and we will select the first one. But before we select, make sure you select your player game object in the hierarchy first. Then I'm going to select my game view over here, and if we move over to inspector, then transform, then sprite editor, we can see sprite and it says square. So we need to replace right over here. So what we can simply do, we can select the first sprite, and we can simply drag it over to this field like this, and as soon as we drag it, we can see by now. So now what we need to do, we need to resize this box collider 2D, and also this circle collider, which should be bottom of our player game object. So we need to adjust our box collider 2D as the size of our player, as well as this ground checkpoint. So let's do that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my player game object. So let's select that, let's go over to inspector, then we're going to move over to box collider 2D component, and we can simply right click on it and then click on this reset. So it's gonna reset the position, and let's select the move tool in the scene view. Firstly we're gonna select our player in the hierarchy, then select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here, so it's gonna be fine. And now let's resize the box collider 2D as the size of our player sprite. So I'm gonna select that, let's go over to box collider 2D, let's click on this edit collider, or you can simply click over here as well in this scene view. So we're gonna edit the collider as the size of our player sprite, and make sure you just make as the size of your player sprite, and it's gonna be fine. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our ground checkpoint, basically this one, and let's move it fit of this player game object. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. And now as you can notice, this seems pretty much cool, and we can just play around with this, and this seems pretty much fine. And once you are done, then you can simply move over to inspector, then overrides, and then click on this apply all if you turn it your player into a prefab. So whatever changes you gonna make over here, it's gonna be fine. So now if we go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice our player just gonna stand at one point. So we also need to play those animation clip which will be ideal running, and all of those animation clips. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, basically we're just playing our game. So as you can notice, it's just standing at one point, and it's not doing at all, basically it's not playing the animation clip, ideal animation clip. So we need to create those animation. To do that, we're gonna get out of play mode, and before we create those animation, we're gonna create a animation folder to keep our project clean. To do so, we will head over to project tab, assets, let's right click on these assets, then create in the top and folder, and we're gonna call this folder to something like animations or animation, let's call it animation. And we're gonna open that folder by double clicking on it, and we're gonna create a subfolder for this player animation. Why? Because we're gonna have animation as well, other animation clips. So that's why we're gonna create subfolder to keep our project clean. So let's do that. So I'm gonna select my animation folder, let's right click on it, then create in the top, then folder, and let's call this folder to something like player underscore animation. So let's call it player underscore animation. And after doing that, we can just go ahead and we can create the animation. To create the animation, you need this animation tab as well as the animator tab. You can skip the animator tab for now, you need the animation tab. And if you're not able to find it, then go over to window. In the top bar you can notice in the top, then scroll down to animation, and you can see the animation tab, or simply you can press down controls +6 on your keyboard in order to bring up the animation tab right away. Since I already have it, or you can simply click on it to bring that up. So since I already have it, so I'm going to drag it somewhere around here to make the animation. And to make the animation, what we need to do, we need to select our player game object first in the hierarchy, and then go over to animation tab, and then click on this create button. Make sure you select your player game object in the hierarchy, else it's not gonna do that. So make sure you just do it. So select your player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to animation tab, and then click on this create button. And in order to create the animation, so firstly what we will do, we will go over to top left assets, as you can see. So just click on this assets in the top left, and inside that asset, as you can notice, we created a folder called animation, as you can notice right over here. So we're gonna open that folder by double clicking on it. And we also can notice that we have the subfolder which we recently created, player underscore animation. So we're gonna open that up. And if you don't have it with the animation folder or player animation, then you can simply right click and then new in the bottom, and then click on this folder, and you can name that folder to something like player underscore animation or animation folder. Since I already have it, so I'm gonna open that up subfolder by double clicking on it. And now what we need to do, we need to make name the animation what we want to call it. So since this just gonna be our ideal animation clip, so we're gonna call this animation clip to something like player underscore ideal. So instead of calling new animation, so let's remove that. We're gonna call it something like player underscore ideal. So let's call that. And after doing that, make sure you click on this save button in the bottom right button, in the bottom right. And as soon as we clicked on it, we can see now we have the player ideal. And now what we have to do, we need to drag all of the individual sprite of those basically individual sprites of ideal right over here. So what we need to do, so for that we're gonna move over to our project tab, assets, and then we will head over to our sprites folder, and we will head over to our player folder. And we can see we have the all of the sprites right over here. And we do know that from the first one, this was 5 sprites, individual sprites is ideal. So we're gonna select all of them, and we need to drag it over here. But before we do it, we need to click on this red button in animation tab in the left side, we can notice. So make sure you click on it, so it's gonna record your animation, else it's not gonna do at all. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select all of this basically these five sprites, these 5 sprites from the start, because these are idle, so that's why. So I'm gonna select 1 2 3 4 5. So we're gonna hold down shift on our keyboard to select all of them, and let's drag it over to this animation for animation tab. And now if we click on this play button, we can see indeed it's playing the ideal animation clip over again and again. But the problem it's that it's playing pretty much worse way, so we need to make it a little bit less. So I'm gonna click on this play button in order to stop playing, and we're gonna select like this. Make sure you select your player game object in the hierarchy, so make sure you do that. Then go over to animation tab, and also make sure you click on this red button to capture or record your animation, else it's not gonna do at all. So we're gonna select individual sprite, and let's move it over to something like 30 frames like that. And we can click on this play button. By now we can see it's pretty much fine. So animation is now playing pretty much fine, but we need to adjust perfectly. So I'm gonna move it over to 10, and I'm gonna move it 40. This should be over here. Basically we need to adjust it. So I'm gonna move it 10, and I'm gonna move this one 20, and this will be 30, and then this one just gonna be 40. And if we click on this play button, we can see by now it seems pretty much perfect. Or what we can simply do, we can select individual sprites, and we can move it in timeline like 5. I guess moving over to 5 seems basically the time between these frames or individual sprites. So we basically need to adjust them. and if we click on this play button, so this seems pretty much cool than that we created earlier. So once you are satisfied, you can click on this red button to capture the animation, or you can just leave it like that. It's automatically gonna create the animation right away. And to create our second animation, which will be the running, or you can simply call the walk one. So what we can simply do, we can select our player game object, then we can just move over to animation tab, and we can click on this player idle. In the left side, we can see in our animation tab, and then click on this create new clip, and you can name the clip whatever you want, something like player underscore run. But instead of doing this, we have a pretty fast way in order to make the animation. To do that, we're gonna cut this tab, and let's bring this animation tab right over here. So in order to make it in a fast way, basically we can approach a second way. To do that, we're gonna move over to our project tab, assets, and then a sprites folder, and then player folder. So we need to find our work sprite. So I'm gonna select my sprites, basically the sprite sheet. Let's go over to inspector. Let's click on this open sprite editor. So we can see in the right over here, basically the third row, we can see it's playing the running basically these sprites right over here, individual sprites are work or the running one, as you can notice. So from the third, I guess we need to find, so this is basically from the 16 one, from here to our here, I guess this just gonna be 23. So we can simply click on this arrow. So in order to make it in a first way, basically we're gonna choose those sprites. So let's find our walk or the running one. So from here, from 16, I guess we have it. So this is 115 from 16 to 23. So 23, I guess this is 24. So from 16, so from 16 to 23. So make sure you just hold down shift on your keyboard in order to select them, or you can simply hold down control on your keyboard in order to choose the specific one as well. So I'm gonna select hold down shift key on my keyboard to select all of these individual sprites of walking or running. And what we can simply we can simply drag it over to top of this player game object in the hierarchy to make the animation right away. So make sure you drag top of this player game object, not a child of this game object. So you basically need to drag all of those individual sprite top of this player game object in the hierarchy, so it's gonna make the animation right away. And as you can see, indeed it's just making, and we have to name the animation what we want to call it. So we're gonna place this animation inside our player underscore animation folder. So we're gonna move over to that. So to move over to that, firstly we need to head over to assets. So in the top left we can see assets, or if you're not able to see that, then you can click on this double back arrow in the top left side. You can see, and then you can just you're gonna see a assets folder somewhere in the bottom. So just choose that. So I'm gonna click on this assets in the top left, and then we're gonna move over to animation folder that we created recently. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's open up this player underscore animation sub animation folder as well by double clicking on it. And now we need to name the animation what we want to call it. So this one be the walk one, or you can simply call this one player underscore move, or you can simply call it player underscore run, but I'm gonna call it something like player underscore walk. So let's call it player underscore work, something like that. And after doing that, let's click on this save button, and if we select our player and then move over to animation tab, and then click right over here in our animation tab in the left side, basically click on this player idle, and we're gonna choose this player underscore work, and then click on this play button. As you can notice, it's playing the work animation clip, or you can simply say the running animation clip over again and again, and we can create those animation clip right away. So as you can notice, this is a pretty much fast way in order to make the animation right away, instead of dragging all of the individuals sprites one by one inside this animation tab, or by holding down shift. So that is a pretty good way in order to make our animation. So we're gonna make all of the animation by now. So we have done with the player idle, player walk. We need player attack, player heart, as well as the player death. We're gonna take a look on player death later. We're not gonna work at all for now. So let's create those animation clip. So I'm gonna move over to my project tab once again. Let's move over to assets, then sprites, then player, and let's select this sprite sheet of this player sprite, and let's find the attack. So from here we have the attack one. So from 6, I guess 6 14. Okay, so from 6, from here to here we have the attack. So we're gonna hold down shift, or you can simply hold down control and you can select one by one. So we selected all of the attack sprites, individual attack sprite, and we're gonna drag it top of this player game object in the hierarchy in order to make the animation right away. So let's go to assets in the top left, then animation, player animation, and we need to name the animation. So this animation will be the shooting one, or you can say fire one, arrow fire, something like that we can call it. So let's call this animation clip to something like fire arrow, player underscore fire arrow, something like that, in order to make it sensible. And after doing it, let's click on the save button in the bottom right. We can see now it's done, and we can play that animation clip too. So if I select my player game object and then move over to my animation tab and then select this, let's click over here in order to choose those animation clip. So I'm gonna select my player underscore fire arrow and then click on this play button. As you can notice, as soon as we started our game, it's playing the fire animation clip, as you can notice. So now let's create the heart animation clip. So let's do that. So to do that, let's find out our heart. So from here, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so from I guess from 24 to 29, this our heart animation clip. Sorry, 28. From 24 to 28. So this was basically 3 to from here. So we're gonna select the heart. Now we selected individual sprites. Let's drag it to over top of this player game object in the hierarchy, and make sure you drag it top of this player game object, not inside this style game object of this player. So we're gonna drag it top of it. So now let's move over to assets and then animation folder, player animation, and this will be the heart one. So we can simply call this animation clip to be something like player underscore heart. And after doing that, let's click on the save button in order to save it, or to create the animation right away. And now if we select our player, then move over to animation tab and then choose the heart animation clip. Sorry, we have done some mistake. Basically we need to create inside this player. We done the mistakes right here. So we need to say, we're gonna select one more time and let's drag it top of this player game object. Let's go to assets, animation, player animation, and this will be the hard one. So let's click on this, yes. And now if I select my player, I don't know why we not able to do it. So basically if you get some error, then make sure you just go over to your project tab, assets, and then animation folder, player animation. We can see we have the player one. So if I double clicking on it, we can see. So I'm gonna replace with this player. Basically you need to select your player game object in the hierarchy, then select your player animator controller, basically this one called animator controller, and we created a second one. So we're gonna choose the second one and we're gonna delete that. So let's press down delete and let's click on this delete. And after doing that, we're gonna select our player and make sure you go over to inspector, then animator component, and we're gonna select this player animator and we're gonna drag it over to this field says controller. And now if we select our player, then move over to animation tab and then choose the heart. So we don't have it, so we need to create that. So let's create that. So we're gonna we're gonna select our heart sprites. So from here to here we have, so let's drag it top of this player game object let's go to assets, animation, player animation, and we're gonna call this one player underscore heart. So let's call that, and now it's done. And if we select our player, then move over to animation tab and then choose the player heart and then click on this play button. As you can notice, this player it just playing the heart animation clip over again and again. So some animation clip we want to play in looping, we want to loop, and some animation and some other animation we don't want to loop. So this heart animation we don't want to loop, as well as we don't want to loop the attack animation clip. So what we need to do in order to prevent that, basically in order to do that, we basically need to move over to project tab, then assets, and then animation folder, and then player underscore animation folder. So basically you need to move over to that folder in which folder you just created your animation clip. Since I created inside my player underscore animation folder, as you can notice, we have all of the animation clip. We have the player underscore fire arrow, we have the player underscore heart, we have the player underscore idle, and we also have the player underscore bug. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select the player underscore fire arrow and the heart one by holding down shift, or you can simply hold down control as well by holding down control and then click on it, and then go over to inspector. As you can notice, it says loop time. So what we will do, we're gonna uncheck that. So now our player heart and the player fire arrow animation not gonna be loop at all. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select our player. We can see when we created all of this animation clip, basically the hard work run sorry hard work and the hard work idle animation clip, we can notice an animator component just added right away once we created all of those animation clip. So what we need to do now, we can see a plus icon in this animator component. So basically we need to move over to this overrides of this player game object, and let's click on this apply all. So as soon as we done, now it's gone. Basically this animator component is now added inside this player game object prefab as well. And I want this animator component to be top side. So how we can move that, we can simply right click on it and we can click on this move up, but we cannot do it inside this prefab. So we just turned this player into a prefab, so that's why we need to open this player game object in prefab mode. To do that, you can select your player, then go over to inspector and then click on this open button right over here in the top right, you can see. Or you, what else you can do, you can simply move over to your project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and from that prefabs folder you can select your player and you can just double click on it in order to open that up in prefab mode. So once we done it, so what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select our player. As you can notice, we just open it our player in prefab mode, and we want this animator component to be to the top side, and I want this player script to the bottom side. So what we can do, we can simply right click on this animator and we can click on this move up, and as soon as we clicked on move up, we can notice by now this animator component just goes into the top and this player script gets in the bottom. And let's suppose you just want to go back in scene view. So in order to go back in hierarchy tab, you can notice a back arrow. So just go over to your hierarchy tab and then click on this back arrow in order to move over to your scene view. So now we have done all of those animation clip. Basically we created all of those animation clip, and we need to make transition by now. So I hope you get the idea that how you can create the animation clip in a fast way. I have showed you both of those steps that you can just take, and you can make or you can just follow those steps in order to make your animation. We created all of those animation clip, as you can as you know. So we need to make transition between those animation clip. So how we can do that? For it we need animator tab, and I have it over here. If you're not able to find your animator tab, then go over to window in the top, then scroll down to bottom, says animation, and over here you can notice animator tab. So just click on it in order to bring that up. I'm not gonna do it since I already have it over here. So now what we need to do, we need to make transition between this animation clip. But before we do, if we click on this play button in the top, you will notice as soon as our game just gonna start, player underscore idle animation just gonna play, player underscore animation, player underscore idle animation just gonna play right after the game start. So just wait a moment and you will see. So just wait a moment, and as you can notice, as soon as our game started, this player underscore idle animation is playing. That's why it's set it this color. Let's suppose you want this work animation clip as the default one. Then how you can do it? You can just select that animation clip, then right click on it, and then click on this set as layer default state. And as soon as we click on it, we can notice player underscore work or the run animation clip is now playing over again and again. So we need to make transition between this animation clip, and I don't want this player underscore work animation clip as the default one, so I'm gonna leave with my player underscore idle. So let's select that, let's right click on it, and let's click on this set as layer default state. And now this is fine, as you can see. So now what we need to do, we need to make transition between this animation clip. So let's go, let's get out of play mode. Basically click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. And now we're gonna make transition between this animation clip. So how we can do that? Firstly, make sure you just arrange them like this. So we want to make transition from this idle to work whenever this player start moving to the left or right direction. So we're gonna right click on this player underscore idle, and let's click on this make transition, and we're gonna make transition to player underscore work, and we will select this transition or this arrow, then go over to inspector in the right, and we're gonna untick this as exit time. Why? Because as soon as we're gonna start moving to the left or right direction, we want to play the player underscore work animation clip right away. So that's why we just untick the has exit time, and as well we're gonna set the transition duration to 0. And now if we scroll down, it says in the bottom, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play, else the player underscore work animation clip just gonna play right away. So and which we don't want. So we're gonna choose a condition for it. To do that, just move over to your animator tab. You will see layer and these parameters. So just click on this parameter and then click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose a float. And we do know the float basically are those number which comes with decimal places as well as whole numbers like 1.1, 1.2, like that. So we have to name it the parameter. Let's call it something like run, or we can simply call this one work as well, but I'm gonna call it run, something like that. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the transition or basically the arrow, then go over to inspector, scroll down, and we're gonna click on this plus icon in the bottom. And as you can see, we're gonna click on this plus icon in order to choose the parameter, and we're gonna choose if run parameter is greater than, and we will check with some smaller number. You can check with something like 0.5, you can check with 0.6, but I'm gonna check with 0.1, or you can check with 0.01 as well. Basically a small number, so I'm gonna check with 0.1. So if run parameter is greater than 0.1, so let's suppose if we set this run parameter manually to 1, so let's set this run parameter to 1. So this run over here is 1, and we do know that 1 is greater than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why this player underscore work or the run animation is just gonna play right away as soon as we're gonna set this run parameter to 1. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and you will notice as soon as we're gonna set this run parameter to 1 manually, you will able to notice player underscore work or the run animation just animation clip just gonna play right away. So just wait a moment, and if I move over to my animator tab and then set this run parameter to 1, as you can notice it's playing the work animation clip. Why? Because we set this run parameter to 1, and if we select this transition then go over to inspector, scroll down to the condition, we can notice that if run is greater than zero point 0.1, so run we set 1 is greater than zero point 0.1, we definitely know that 1 is greater than zero point 0.1 or 0.1, so the condition over here getting true, so that's why it's playing the work animation clip. But we will be forever stuck in work animation clip or run animation clip, so we also need to make transition back to our ideal. Once this player just gonna stop moving left and right and it's gonna stand at one point or one position. So let's get out of play mode and let's make transition back to our player idle. So we're gonna select our player underscore work animation clip in our animator tab, and let's right click on it, let's click on this make transition, and we're gonna make transition back to our player underscore idle, and we will select the back transition and we will go over to inspector and we're gonna uncheck this has exit time. Why? Because as soon as this player just gonna start moving stops moving to the right or left side, we want to play the ideal animation clip right away, so that's why we just uncheck the has exit time, as well as we will set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we're gonna choose a condition for it, and if we don't choose any condition, then it's automatically just gonna move over to this player underscore idle. So we want to choose a condition, so for to choose that we're gonna click on this plus icon, and now we're gonna choose if run is, so we're gonna choose this layer, so just click on this greater and we're gonna choose less, and we will check with a smaller number as we have done with from this player ideal to our player underscore one work. So we're gonna choose a smaller number, something like point. So now if we set this run parameter to 0, and if we set this run parameter to 0, so run over here is 0 and 0 will be lesser than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true, so that's why it's gonna play the player underscore idle animation clip right after this player underscore work as soon as we set this run parameter to 0. If we set this run parameter to 0, so run over here is 0, and we do know that 0 is lesser than zero point 0.1, and definitely 0 is lesser than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true, so that's why this player underscore idle animation clip just gonna play right after player underscore work as soon as we're gonna set this run parameter to 0. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So you will able to notice as soon as we're gonna basically as soon as we set this run parameter to 0, it will play the ideal animation clip. So now if I select my player, then move over to animator tab and set this run parameter to 1, as you can see as soon as we have chosen 1, it's now playing the work animation clip over again and again. And if I set this run parameter back to 0 manually, we can notice now it's playing the player underscore idle. Why? Because if we select the back transition, then move over to inspector, we can notice that if we set this run parameter to 0, so 0 will be lesser than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true, so that's why it's playing the player underscore idle animation clip, and we need to set it through our code instead of doing manually, and we're gonna do with step, and we will take a look on it later. So now let's make transition to our we also need to make our player jump animation clip, so I guess we forgot to do it. So what we will do, we're gonna get out of play mode and we're gonna make the jump animation clip, and I really apologize, we just forgot to do that. So for it I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then a sprites folder, and let's move over to this player folder. Let's select this sprite sheet and let's click on this arrow, and we need to choose the jump. So I'm gonna select that. Let's click on this open sprite editor in the inspector. So we need to find out the jump. So I guess we have the jump or not. So we're not able to notice our jump. So what we're gonna do now, for that we're gonna choose a specific sprite for our jump. Basically we're gonna select our animation tab. Let's drag it somewhere over here. Basically toggle it anywhere you want. So I'm gonna toggle it something over here. Let's toggle it here instead of doing that. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the jump. To do that, I'm gonna select my player. So make sure you select your player, then go over to animation tab and then click right over here, and let's click on this create new clip in the bottom, and we have to name this clip. But before we do, let's go over to assets, animation, player underscore animation subfolder, and we have to name the animation. So since this just gonna be the jump one, so we will call it player underscore jump. So let's call it player underscore jump, and let's click on that save button. And once we're done, we can just click on this red button to record our animation, and we can drag any sprite for our jump. For that I'm gonna choose let's choose this one. So this is this one, and we can see the number of it is 19. So let's find that out. So this one is 19, so I'm gonna select that individual sprite, and let's drag it over to this animation tab. And as soon as we drag it, as you can see, we have the jump, and I'm gonna click on this red button to capture the animation, or you can just leave it like that. It's automatically just gonna capture the animation. And after doing that, I'm gonna move my animation tab right over here, and I'm gonna select my game view, and let's move over to our project tab, and we will move over to assets, animation folder, player animation. We can see we have the player jump. So let's find out. So we can notice the clip is over here, which is player underscore jump. So we're gonna select that clip. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the loop time, since I don't want the jump animation clip to be looped, so that's why. And now we're gonna select our player and then move over to animator tab. We can notice we have the player jump animation clip by now, so this is fine. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this player jump from any state. Basically, let's suppose this player is running left and right or just shooting, but as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, no matter what direction we're going, basically playing the walk, attack or anything like that, we want to play the player jump animation clip right away from any state, no matter what we're doing. Let's suppose we just moving left and right, and suddenly we press down space key on our keyboard, then we want to play the jump animation clip right away from any state. So that's why we're gonna make transition from this any state. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna right click on this any state. Let's right click on it and make transition to player jump, and we're gonna select this transition, and we will go over to inspector. Firstly we will uncheck the has exit time, as well as we gonna set the transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition for it. So for that we're gonna choose a separate condition or a separate parameter. To do that, we're gonna move over to our animator tab, and let's click on this plus icon. Now we're gonna choose a bool parameter which can be true or false, and let's call it something like jump, and we will choose this parameter. So we're gonna select this. Let's go over to inspector, scroll down to this condition, and let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose our jump parameter, so or the jump condition. So we're gonna choose if jump is true. So if we set this jump parameter to true, basically means check, you will notice this player just gonna play the you can simply say jump animation clip. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look. So we're gonna set this jump parameter manually to true, basically means check, and if we set that, you will able to notice But before I do, I'm gonna set my run parameter to 1, so it's gonna play the running animation clip. So just wait a little moment, and once it's done we can just go ahead and check that out. So now if I select my player, then move over to animator tab and set this run parameter to 1, as you can notice it's playing the run animation clip over again and again, or the walk 1. But if I set this jump parameter to true, basically this manually, or we just check it, as you can see, as soon as we just check that, basically set this jump parameter to true, we can notice it's just played the jump animation clip. So even it's just playing the walk animation clip. So that's why we just we just made the transition from any state, no matter what this player is doing. If we set this jump parameter to true, means state, it's gonna play the jump animation clip. But the problem is that we stuck in jump animation clip, so we also need to make transition from this player jump to player idle or player walk, depending upon what player is doing. Let's suppose player is moving left and right, then after playing the jump animation clip, as soon as this player touches this ground, then we're gonna play the walk animation clip. And let's suppose player is not moving at all and then touch this ground, in that moment we're gonna play the player underscore idle animation clip. So we need to make transition from this player jump to player idle as well as player walk. So let's get out of play mode. So now what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select under player underscore jump. Let's right click on it, make transition to player idle, and we also gonna make transition to this player walk. So let's choose our player underscore jump animation clip one more time. Let's right click on it and let's make transition to player underscore walk, and we're gonna choose that condition from this player jump to player idle. So let's choose that. Let's go over to inspector in the right, and we're gonna untick this has exit time, because as soon as this player just gonna touch this ground, we want to play the jump idle animation clip. If the player is not moving at all, we want directly, so that's why. And also we're gonna set the transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down we can choose a condition, or we can just leave it like that. It's automatically just gonna move over to player underscore idle as soon as this player just gonna collide with this ground, or just gonna land top of this ground. But I want to choose a condition for it. So to do that, we're gonna move over to inspector. Let's click on this plus icon. For idle, from this player jump to idle, we're gonna choose if run parameter is lesser than zero point 0.1, as we have done from this player underscore idle to our player underscore walk. So we're gonna do the same thing. So we're gonna check if run parameter is lesser than is with zero point 0.1 or with a smaller number. If that is the case, then we want to play the player idle. And we also need to set this jump parameter to false, else we just gonna stack in this jump animation clip forever. For a second condition, we're gonna click on this plus icon, and now we're gonna choose if jump parameter is false. If we set it jump parameter to false, basically means uncheck, you will able to notice this player just gonna play the player underscore idle animation clip right away. So we also need to set this jump parameter to false. If we set that jump parameter to false, then it's gonna play the player idle. And we also checking if the run parameter is lesser than zero point 0.1. It basically means this player is not moving at all. And now we're gonna choose the transition from this player jump to player walk. So let's choose this condition, or basically the arrow. Let's go over to inspector. Let's uncheck the has exit time and transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose the condition. So let's click on this plus icon. First thing, we're gonna check if jump is false. Basically, if we uncheck that, then it's gonna play the player underscore walk. But we want to choose a second condition, which will be the run. If run is greater than zero point 0.1, basically run is 1. If that is the case, then it means we need to play the player underscore walk instead of the player underscore idle right over here, as you can notice. So I hope you get the idea. And what I'm gonna do, sorry, it's a little bit laggy. So I'm gonna click on this plus icon one more time, and now we're gonna choose a second condition, and we will check if run is greater than 0.1. If that is the case, then we do know that we're gonna play this player underscore work or the player underscore run animation clip. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will notice as soon as we're gonna check this jump parameter to true, basically check it, you will notice this player underscore jump animation just gonna play right away. But as soon as we're gonna uncheck this basically this jump parameter to false or uncheck it, you will able to notice this player idle or player underscore work animation just gonna play depending upon what if the player is moving or not. So if I set this jump parameter to true, basically check, as you can notice it's played touch player underscore jump. And if I just uncheck this basically this jump parameter, if I uncheck that, as you can see it's playing the ideal animation clip. Uncheck basically means we just setting it to false, and we need to set it through our code instead of doing manually. But before we're gonna have a look on it later. For now we're gonna do it manually for testing purposes. And now we're gonna get out of play mode, and we also need to make transition to this fire arrow as well as this fire player heart. So we need to make transition fire arrow, and we only want to do when we standing at one point. So let's suppose this player is moving, and if we click the left mouse button, then we don't want to shoot out the arrow or we don't want to fire our arrow. We only want this player to fire arrow once it's just standing at one point or one position, or it's basically playing the ideal animation clip, basically means the player standing at one point. So that's why we're gonna make transition from this player underscore idle. So let's select this basically let's select this animation clip which is player underscore idle. Let's right click on it and let's make transition to player underscore fire arrow, and we're gonna choose the transition from this player idle to fire arrow. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck this has exit time, because as soon as if we click the left mouse button, we just want to fire our arrow right away. So that's why we just uncheck the has exit time. And also we're gonna set the transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down we're gonna choose a condition for it or a parameter. So for now we're gonna choose a trigger. So to do that, we're gonna move over to our animator tab, then click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose this trigger in the bottom, and we can call this one to something like fire or attack. Let's call it fire instead. Fire, and we're gonna choose this condition. So let's click on this plus icon in our inspector, and we're gonna choose this fire. So if fire is true, basically means if we trigger this parameter fire parameter manually, you will able to notice this fire arrow animation just gonna play. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and you will able to notice that as soon as we're gonna trigger this fire arrow manually in our animator tab, you will able to notice this player game object just gonna play player underscore a fire arrow animation clip right away. So just wait a moment, and if I trigger this fire arrow manually, so as you can see as soon as we trigger it, we just played the fire arrow animation clip. But the problem is that we stuck in this fire arrow animation clip forever, so we also need to make transition back to our idle. So let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna choose our player underscore fire arrow animation clip. Let's right click on it and let's make transition back to our player underscore idle, and we're gonna choose our transition or basically this arrow. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna leave this as exit time, because we want to play the fire arrow animation clip 100%. Basically we want to play the complete animation clip, so that's why we're gonna leave the has exit time as take, and the exit time we're gonna choose 1 basically means that you just playing 100% animation clip of your player underscore fire arrow animation clip of this player game object. So basically that is the thing. And transition duration I'm gonna set to 0, So after playing the 100% animation clip of this player fire arrow, I want to move over to this player underscore idle. So that's why we just set the transition duration to 0. As well, we just leave the has exit time as check, and exit time we have chosen 1. It's basically means 100%. And if we scroll down, and if we choose if we don't choose any condition in the bottom, you will able to notice after playing 100% player underscore fire arrow animation clip of this player game object, you will able to notice it just gonna move over to player underscore idle animation clip automatically. So let me show you. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And if we just trigger this fire parameter manually, you will able to notice it's gonna play the fire arrow animation clip of this player game object, and once it's played 100%, it's automatically just gonna move over to this player underscore idle animation clip. So let's check that out. So if I move over to animator tab and then try to trigger this parameter or this condition, as you can notice, as soon as we just triggering manually, it's playing the fire arrow animation clip, as you can notice. And as soon as it's done, we can notice it's just playing after it the player underscore idle, because we haven't chosen any condition. So that's why it's just moving over to this player underscore idle animation clip automatically after playing the player underscore fire arrow animation clip completely or 100%. And now what we have to do, we need to make transition to this player heart. So let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna make transition to player heart no matter what we doing. Let's suppose this player game object is just jumping left and right, or if this player game object just moving left and right and it's jumping, but as soon as this player takes damage from our enemy game object, we want to play the player hard no matter what this player is doing. If this player is running like that or standing at one point, so that's why we're gonna make transition from this any state as we have done with this player jump. So we're gonna do that. So let's select this any state, let's right click on it and make transition to our player heart, and let's select this transition. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna set transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition for it, and we're going to choose a trigger condition for this heart animation clip as well. To do that, let's click on this plus icon, and we're going to choose a trigger for it, and let's call this trigger to something like heart, and we're going to choose this trigger condition. So let's choose that. Let's go over to inspector, let's click on this plus icon, and we're going to choose our heart. So as soon as we're going to trigger this heart parameter, you will able to notice this player just gonna play the player heart animation clip right away. And we also need to make transition from this heart to our player jump, player walk, as well as player idle, as well as player fire arrow, or else we just gonna stack forever inside this player underscore heart animation clip forever. So we also need to make transition from this player underscore heart to our walk, idle, and this fire arrow. So let's right click on this player underscore heart. Let's make transition to player walk. Let's right click, then we're gonna make transition to player fire arrow. We also want to make transition to our player jump, as well as we're gonna make transition to our player heart, from this player heart to our player idle. So let's right click on it and let's make transition to player underscore heart. And now we need to choose the back transition, so from this player heart to our jump. So let's choose this condition. Let's choose this transition, then go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this as exit time, because as soon as we just gonna jump, we just want to play the jump animation clip right away, even we are playing the heart animation clip of this player game object. So that's why we just uncheck has exit time. and transition duration I'm gonna set it to 0, and I'm gonna scroll down and we need to choose a condition for it. So let's click on this plus icon, and for this we're gonna choose the player basically the jump parameter as we have done it. So we're gonna choose our jump, and if jump is true, we do know that we're gonna play this player underscore jump animation clip. So that's why I have chosen this jump parameter condition, and we're gonna do the same thing. So let's choose from this player heart to our player walk. So let's choose this transition. Let's go over to inspector. Let's uncheck this as exit time, and transition duration we're gonna set it to 0, and if we scroll down we need to choose the condition. So we're gonna click on this plus icon, and we will choose from this player heart to our player walk if run parameter is greater than with a smaller number, with a smaller number. So I'm gonna check with point 1 as I have done with all of these animation clips. So that's why I'm gonna choose a point 1 number, or you can simply say 0.1, a smaller number. So now we need to make transition from this player heart to player fire arrow. So we're gonna select our transition, and we're gonna uncheck this as exit time, transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down we're gonna choose a condition for it from this player heart to our player fire arrow. So I'm gonna click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose our fire, and we do know that if, as soon as we're gonna trigger this fire condition or this parameter, it's gonna play the fire arrow animation clip. So that's why I have chosen this fire condition or this parameter. And we only now we one thing one basically one transition left, which is from this player heart to our player idle. So we're gonna choose our transition, and then go over to inspector, and now we're gonna leave the has exit time as checked, because we want to play the 100% animation clip of this heart. And if this player just standing at one point and it takes damage from this from any enemy game object, then we want to play the 100% animation clip. Why? Because it's just gonna stand at one point and it's gonna play the ideal animation clip of this player game object over again and again. So that's why I want to play the player heart animation clip 100%, and after that I want to play the player underscore idle. So that's why I'm gonna leave has exit time as take, and exit time I'm gonna choose 1, basically means 100%. We will play the player underscore heart animation clip, and we're gonna choose the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, if we don't choose any condition for it, then it's gonna play from this player heart to our player idle automatically after playing the player underscore heart animation clip of this player game object 100%. So I hope you get the idea, and let's check that out. So I'm going to click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and let's check that out. So if we trigger this heart parameter, you will notice as soon as we're going to trigger it manually, you will able to notice it's going to play the heart animation clip, and after playing that it's going to play the ideal walk or fire arrow depending upon what player is doing. So if I trigger this heart parameter manually in our animator tab, as you can notice, as soon as we triggering, it's played the heart animation clip, and after playing it just playing the player underscore idle, since this player is just standing at one point or just playing the ideal animation clip over again and again. And if we set this run parameter to 1, we can notice it's just playing the running animation clip, and if we set back to 0, we can notice it's playing the player underscore idle. Why? Because if we move over to our work, because we have chosen that condition. So if I choose the transition, then go over to inspector, we can notice we have chosen that condition. And if I set this jump parameter to true, basically this jump condition to true, we can notice it's playing the jump. And as soon as we're gonna uncheck, basically set this jump parameter to false, we can notice it's playing the ideal animation clip. And if I trigger my fire parameter or this condition, we can notice it's playing the fire arrow animation clip. So instead of doing or setting these parameters manually, we need to set it through our code. depending upon what player is doing. If the player is moving left and right, as you can notice, we need to play the we need to play this we need to set this run parameter to 1, because as soon as we're gonna choose it, we can notice it's playing the run animation clip or the walk one over again and again. So we need to set it through our code. So I'm gonna set back to 0, and let's get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make transition between this animation clip. So I hope you get the idea of it. And to save our project, we're gonna simply press down Ctrl S on our keyboard in order to save our project, or you can simply move over to top left file, then click on this save in order to save your project. So I hope you get the idea then how you can make transition between this animation clip. And we need to set this parameter through our code, through our code instead of setting it manually. So we need to do inside our code, and we're gonna take a look on it. So before we make transition, we got an bug. So we're gonna do it inside our player script, which is the animation transition. But before we do that, we need to take a look that if we start moving to the left direction, we want this player flip to the left direction. Let me show you and you will see that. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look. As soon as we're gonna start moving to the left direction, you will notice this player not gonna able to look to the left direction. You will able to notice that. So just wait a minute and you will see. So if I just start moving to the left direction, as you can notice, player is not flipping at all. So we need to flip this player to the left direction. So how we can do that? We're gonna do inside our code. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and if I select my player, then go over to inspector transform, and then go over to rotation, and in the Y, if I set it to something like 180 or minus 180, as you can see, as soon as we put minus 180, it just flips to the left direction. And if we set back to 0, this Y, basically we just moving over to transform and then rotation, and in the Y axis, if we set it to minus 180, it's just looking to the left direction. And if we set back to 0, it's looking to the right direction. So what we basically need to do, we basically need to move over to this transform in order to flip this player. So let's do that. For to do that, we're gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it in the inspector. So what we're gonna do to flip that, we're gonna make a function for it. So we're gonna make it somewhere over here, and let's make that function private. It doesn't need to be public. So for function, we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. Let's call it something like flip, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we're gonna do inside this function, we basically want to flip our player. So we will go to top of our class, and we gonna make a variable, a private variable, to just keep track of which direction this player is looking. As you can notice, it's looking to the right direction. So we're gonna create a bool parameter which can be true or false depending upon what this player is doing. Basically, we're gonna use that parameter to just keep track of which direction this player is facing. So let's go to our script, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make it over here. And that function also doesn't need to be public, so we can make it instead private. So let's make a private, and that will be bool, bool, which can be true or false. And we can call this one to something like facing right. So let's call it facing right, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna move over to this start function. So in this start of the game, what we will do, we will set our facing right equals to true. Why we set in the start of the game? If we move over to Unity, as you can notice, it's looking to the right direction. So in the start of the game, it's gonna look to the right direction. So that's why in the start function, I just set facing right to true. But once we flip this player to the left direction, then we're gonna set our facing right to false, because after flipping that, it will no longer able to look to the right direction. So that's why we're gonna set facing right to false. So now we're gonna move over to our our flip function, and over here we're going to use this movement parameter. So as you can notice, we already created a movement parameter which is responsible for moving our player left and right, as you can notice. So this input dot get axis can be -1, +1 or 0 depending upon which key we holding down. So this movement can be -1, +1 or 0. So if this movement is -1, basically means we started moving to the left direction, then we need to flip to the left direction. So that's why we're gonna use this movement parameter to just keep track of which direction we going. So now we're gonna move over to this flip function, and over here what we will do, we will check. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check which direction we moving. So if this player is moving to the left direction, we do know that this movement right over here, it's gonna be -1, -1. So we do know that -1 is lesser than 0, so we will check it over here. So we will check if our movement is lesser than 0f or 0f. So we do know that if we start moving to the left direction, so this movement right over here, it's gonna be -1. So this over here is -1, and -1 we do know it's lesser than 0f. So the condition it's getting true. Means we just moving to the left direction, and in the same time we want to check if we looking to the right direction. So if we moving to the left direction, and if this player is looking to the right direction, then we need to flip this player. So we also gonna check. So in order to check, you need to use this NN. So you can check with second condition, and we want to check if our player is looking to the right direction. So we're gonna check if facing facing right equals to true. Basically means we just looking to the right direction. Now what we need to do, we need to flip this player to the left direction. To flip that, we do know that we can set this y rotation to -180, basically the Euler angles. So what we will do, we will go to our transform, then we're gonna access the Euler angles, which gonna have x, y, and z. So that's why we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3, which gonna have x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, and let's close that up with semicolon. So basically we just going over to our angles of our player. So firstly we just going over to this transform, and we just accessing the Euler angles, and Euler angles just gonna have x, y, and z. So that's why we just set equal to a new vector 3, which is also has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. And we do know that if we set the y -180, as you saw earlier, it just, as you seen earlier, it's just looking to the left direction. So we're gonna put in the y -180f, 180f, and we don't want to mess around with the x-axis as well as the z-axis. So we're gonna put in the x0, as well in the z we're gonna put 0. And after flipping this player to the left direction, we do know that this player will no longer able to look to the right direction. So after flipping this player to the left direction, we're gonna set facing right parameter to false. So we're gonna set facing right equals to false, and then close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. You will notice as soon as we're gonna start moving to the left direction, this player just gonna move just gonna look to the left direction, but it's not gonna do at all. Why? Because we just created this function and we never calling it in our update function. So we just made the custom function which is don't get called by Unity automatically, so we need to call it. But before we do, let's have a look, and I'm gonna show you why it's not gonna work at all. So just wait a moment. So once our compilation of our script is done, we can check that out. So just wait a moment, and now if I just wait a minute, let's go to Unity, and if I click on this play button in the top, in order to play our game, you will notice as soon as we're gonna press down A or hold down A key, it's gonna move to the left direction, but our player not gonna flip at all, because we also need to call that flip function. So just wait a minute. So if I hold down A key, As you can notice, it's started moving to the left direction, but it's not flipping at all because we need to call the function. So let's get out of play mode and let's go over to our script and let's call this flip function, and we're gonna call it inside this update function because update function runs every single frame, and every single frame we need to keep track of which direction we're moving, and we can call it anywhere inside this update function. I'm gonna call it in the bottom. It doesn't need to be in order. Make sure you just do underneath your movement parameter, that's all. So I'm gonna do it over here. Basically we're gonna call the function which is flip, and let's make first bracket and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So let's have a look on this. So now as soon as we're gonna start moving to the left direction, this player will flip to the left direction because we just setting the y to minus 180, and we do know as soon as we're gonna put minus 180, it's gonna look to the right direction, and that facing parameter just gonna be false. So just wait a moment now, and if I just go ahead and then click on this play button, you will notice that. So just wait a moment and you will see that. So just wait a moment and we will able to notice that. So now if I press down A key on my keyboard, as you can see, as soon as we press down A key, now this player flips to the left direction. But the problem is that if we now just move once again to the right direction, this player is not flipping to the right direction. It just always looking to the left direction. So we also need to flip. Basically what we need to do, we need to set the Y to 0. So if I select my player, then go over to inspector, transform and rotation, and set back this 180 to 0. As you can notice, as soon as we put, it just looks to the right direction. So we also need to set back this y to 0. And after doing that, we need to set the facing right parameter to true. Why? Because as you can notice, as soon as we're gonna look to the right direction, so we need to set the facing right parameter to true because this player will no longer able to look to the left direction. So we need to set the facing right parameter to true once again. So let's get out of play mode and let's move over to our script and let's move over to our flip function. So right over here we're gonna check. So else if so we're gonna use that a movement parameter in order to check, and let's make a first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, first we want to check which direction we're going. So we do know that if we're going to the right direction, so the movement just gonna be 1. Basically it's gonna be greater than 0. So we will check if our movement is greater than 0f, and let's suppose we're moving to the right direction. So this movement right over here, it's gonna be 1. So we do know that 1 is greater than 0f. So the condition getting true basically means we just moving to the right direction. At the same time we want to check, so we're gonna use this nn, and what we want to check, if we not looking to the right direction, basically means the facing right is false, means our player is looking to the left direction. So what we need to do, so we're gonna check, we basically want to check if our facing right equals to false, basically means our player is now basically looking to the left direction. So now what we need to do, we need to set the Euler angles in the y to 0, so it's gonna look to the right direction. And after flipping our player, we're gonna set back this facing right parameter to true once again. So I'm gonna simply copy this line of code by Ctrl C, and I'm gonna paste it inside this else if by Ctrl V. So firstly what we will do, we will go to transform, then Euler angles, and the in the y we're gonna set back to 0. And after flipping this player to the right direction, as you can notice, it's gonna look to the right direction. So that's why after flipping our player to the right direction, we're gonna set this facing right parameter to true once again. And now it's done. So let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. And then if we move over to Unity, you will notice, so as soon as we're gonna start moving to the right direction, this player will flip to the right direction. And if we start moving to the left direction, then this player just gonna flip to the left direction. So just wait a minute and you will able to notice that. So now just wait a minute, and once our compilation is done we can check that out. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So just wait a moment, just wait a moment and you will see. So now if I start move to the left direction, so as you can see, as soon as we started moving to the left direction, this player flips to the left direction, and if we start moving to the right direction we can notice this player is now looking to the right direction, and if we again start moving to the left direction we can see it's flipped to the left and right. Basically the direction in which direction we going, this player just flipping in that direction. So I hope you get the idea. And let's suppose you just want to see that private parameter that we created, basically this spacing right over here, as you can notice. So we made it private, so that's why we're not able to notice underneath our player escape in the inspector. And let's suppose you still want to see that, then what you basically need to do, you just need to move over to debug mode. To do that, you need to select your player game object, or in which game object the script is setting on or attached. Make sure you select that, then go over to inspector. In the top right you can see three buttons, so just click there and then click on this debug mode. And as soon as we have chosen debug mode, we can see underneath our player script we can see the private parameters. We have the ground and facing right. And now if I move to the left direction, as you can notice underneath our player scape, this facing right parameters gets unchecked, basically means false. But if we start moving to the right direction, we can see this facing right parameter gets checked, basically means it gets true. But once we move to the left direction, it gets unchecked, means false. And if we move to the right direction, this facing parameter just gets checked, basically means true. And if we jump we can notice this is ground parameter. So I don't know, it's okay, so it's working. Basically this is ground getting false once we making double jump, as you can notice getting false, or you can simply say unchecked, means false. So I hope you get the idea. And I'm gonna get out of play mode. To do that, let's go over to in the top and let's click on this play button in order to get out of play mode. And let's suppose you just move over to your inspector mode. You just want to hide these private parameters. Then what you can do, say, select the game object and go over to inspector, and it's gonna say debug, as you can notice. So we can just go over to top right three dots, so just click there and then click on this normal. So you just gonna move over to your normal mode or inspector mode. In the top right you can see the three dots, so just click there. And if you want to see that private parameters, then click on this debug. And if you just want to go back, then click on this normal. So you just gonna move over to your normal mode or inspector mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard to save my project. And also we need to make animation transition once we start moving to the left or right direction. Now we need to make transition through our code. So what we basically need to do, if I select my player and then go over to animator tab, we can see we have this animation clips, and we need to trigger these parameters, or we need to set these parameters inside our code. Let me show you first. So let's click on this play button in the top. So once we start moving to the left or right direction, we need to set this run parameter to 1, and we do know once we set, it's gonna play the work or the run animation clip right away. So we need to set this parameter through our code instead of doing manually. So let me show you first. So if we start moving to the left or right direction, we can see this player just playing the idle animation clip over again and again. But once we set this run parameter to 1, we can notice it's playing the running animation clip over again and again. And once we set back this run parameter to 0, we can notice it's playing the idle animation clip once again. So let's get out of play mode, and instead of setting it manually, we're gonna do inside our code. Basically, we want to do whatever this player is doing. If the player is moving to the left or right direction, then we need to set this run parameter to 1. And if this player stops moving and just standing at one point, then we need to set this run parameter to 0. And we do know that once we set it to 0, it's gonna play that idle animation clip. So firstly, what we need a reference of this animator component. As you can notice in inspector, if I select my player, then go over to inspector, we can notice an animator component is attached to this a player game object, and this component right over here is responsible for playing those animation clips. So we need a reference of this animator component, then we can set this parameter through our code. So firstly, we need to grab the reference. To grab that, we're gonna open up our playerscape, and to grab it, I'm gonna go to top of my class right over here, and you can do anywhere you like. It doesn't need to be in order. And I'm not gonna make this field public, so I'm gonna make it private, so we're not gonna able to notice underneath our playerscape. And we want to grab the reference in the start of the game. I'm gonna show you that. So let's move over to our C# class of our player C# class. So let's make this private parameter, and the component that we're looking for is a animator. So we're gonna type this animator, and we have, sorry, this will be animator, and we need to name the parameter. So let's call it an animator with non a capitalized letter. And now we're gonna get move over to start function. Since we made this parameter private, we're not gonna able to notice underneath our playerscape, but we still need to grab the reference of this animator component. So how we can do that? In order to do it, we're gonna move over to this start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, we just want to grab the reference of that animator component. To grab the reference, we're gonna use this dot game object, and this dot game object basically means the game object referencing itself. So in our case, the player itself, and we're going to use this dot get component, and you need to make these arrows, and inside these arrows you need to pass the component that you're looking for. So we're looking for our player animator. So we're gonna type this animator, and then make this first bracket, and then close that up with semicolon. So this dot game object basically means it just referencing itself, and then we just take getting the animator component. Now we have the animator component of our player, and now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this animator component into this animator variable we created up over here. As you can see, private animator. So we're gonna take our animator. Now we're gonna store it into this animator, and let's set equal to this. Basically what we're doing, we just going over to this player game object itself, and we just getting this animator component, or simply we just taking that and we storing into this animator variable that we created up over here, as you can notice. So basically we just taking this animator component and we storing inside this animator variable component, as you can notice. So now we have the reference in the start of the game, basically this animator component, and now we are ready to switch our animation. To do that, we're gonna open up our playerscape, and we're gonna create another function for playing run animation clip, to just keep our project in organized way, or to just keep our code clean. You can do inside update function as well if you do one, but I prefer another function for it. So let's make it somewhere over here, and that function doesn't need to be public. Basically for function we're gonna type it void, and if you don't assign this like this private or something like public, something like this public void, and if you just type void, it's basically means it just automatically just gonna assign as a private parameter. But let's suppose you just want to access this sorry, not parameter, this function, and if you want to access this function from another class, then you need to mark this function as public. But if we type just void, it's basically mean this function just automatically just gonna be private function, and we have to name the function. So let's call it something like play run animation. So let's call it play run animation, something like that, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to do inside this function, we basically want to play the running animation clip. So to play the run animation clip, we're gonna use this movement parameter once again. Why? Because this movement, we do know it's responsible for moving our player to left and right. So that's why we're gonna take this movement parameter. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do it over here. So we will check. So before we play our animation clip, so we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check basically want to check if our movement is greater than 0f. Basically means this player is just moving start or left direction. So we will check if our movement is greater than 0f, and we do know that if we start moving to the left or right direction, this movement right over here just gonna be 1 or -1 or 0. And we do know, let's suppose we hold down D key, so this player will start moving to the right direction. Basically means this movement right over here, sorry, this movement right over here, it's gonna be 1, and we do know that 1 is greater than 0f. So the condition over here getting true. So what we can do, we simply go to move animator, and then we can set this run parameter to 1. But before we do that, let's suppose we start moving to the left direction. So if we start moving to the left direction, so this movement right over here, it's gonna be -1, and -1 is not greater than 0f. It's basically lesser than 0f. So if even if we start moving to the left direction, then we will stack in run animation clip forever. So what we basically need to do, we basically need to turn our -1 into a +1. Even if we move to the left direction, we just want to convert that -1 to +1. And if we convert that, and we do know that +1 or 1 gonna be greater than 0f, it's basically means that even we start moving to the left direction, we will play the run animation clip. And in order to convert this -1 into a +1, we basically need to use this function. It's called mathf basically means absolute, and make this first bracket, and inside this brackets first bracket, you have to take your movement parameter and just paste inside this first brackets. And now even if we start moving to the left direction, so that movement will be -1, but this mathf.apps, it's gonna convert that -1 into a +1, and now this one is greater than 0f. Basically means we just moving to the left or right direction, so that's why this movement is just gonna be 0f. If we move to the left or right direction, so this movement gonna be 1, and 1 is greater than 0f, means we just moving to the left and right direction. So in that moment, what we need to do, we need to set this run parameter to 1. So firstly, we need to move over to this animator component that we have the reference, and we just grab it inside this start function, as you can notice right over here. So what we will do, we will go to our animator, and then we're gonna use this dot set float function, and then make this first bracket. Why we using this set float function? Because if we move to Unity editor and then take a look on this run parameter, and run parameter right over here is a float parameter that we created earlier. So that's why we need to use this set float function. And this set float function, as a first argument, it's going to take the name of the parameter inside quotation. So you need to make this quotation, and you have to pass the parameter name. So in our case, run, and make sure you spell it correct, else it's not gonna work. So we can see the parameter name is run, and the second thing, it's gonna take the value that you want to set, comma. So if we set it to 1, we do know if we set this run parameter to 1, it's gonna play the running animation clip. So let's set it to 1f, and let's close that up with semicolon. So what we simply doing, we just going over to this animator component, and by this animator component, we just setting this run parameter, as you can notice inside our script right over here. And we also need to call this play run animation function inside our update function, or else it's not gonna work as like we have done inside our flip function. So we're gonna do the same thing. So I'm gonna call the function right over here underneath my flip function. You can call it anywhere you want. It's basically after you, and make sure you call it inside your update function. So the function name is play run animation. Let's make first bracket, let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna start moving to the left or right direction, you will able to notice this play just gonna play the run animation clip, because we're setting the run parameter to 1, and we do know that as soon as we're gonna set this run parameter to 1, it's gonna play the run animation clip over again and again. But we will stack forever in run animation clip, because we also need to set back this run parameter to 0 once again once we not moving. So just wait a minute. And now if we go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice as soon as we gonna start moving to the left or right direction, this player just gonna play the run animation clip, because we do know that if the movement is greater than 0f, basically means we moving, then we setting this run parameter to 1. So now if I start move to the left or right direction, as you can notice, it just playing the run animation clip over again and again. But the problem is that we stuck in run animation clip forever. So we also need to go back into idle animation clip once this player just stops moving or standing at one position or at one point. So basically what we need to do, we need to set back this run parameter to 0. And if I set this run parameter to 0, we can notice it's now playing the idle animation clip over again and again. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. To do that, we're gonna use the movement parameter, which is responsible for moving our player left and right, or just checking our movement. So we're gonna use the same parameter. So now we're gonna move over to this play run animation function, and over here we're gonna check. So we will check else if movement, if this movement is lesser than 0f. But before we do, we're gonna make some curly brackets, and we're gonna check if our movement is 0f, lesser than 0f. Means that if we start moving to the if we stops moving to the right or left direction, we do know that the movement just gonna be 0. So and we checking right over here, so we can check with some smaller number. Instead of checking with 0, we're gonna check with smaller number, something like 0.1f, 0.1f, something like that. And we do know that if we stops moving to the left or right direction, then this movement right over here, it's gonna be 0f. And we checking right over here if movement is lesser than sorry, I'm really sorry, I'm gonna put it inside over here. We do know that if this movement is lesser than 0.1f, so once we stop moving, this movement over here, it's gonna be 0. And we do know that 0 is lesser than 0.1. Basically with a smaller number we checking with. So in that moment, what we need to do, we need to set back this run parameter to 0f. And we do know that once we set back, it's gonna play the idle animation clip once again. So we will go to animator, and we're gonna use this set float function. And this function, we do know it's gonna take the inside quotation as a first argument the parameter name, so in our case run. And the second thing, it's gonna take the value, so we're gonna set it to 0f, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we do know that as soon as we're gonna set it to 0f, it's gonna play the idle animation clip. So what we're doing, firstly we're checking if our movement is lesser than 0.1f, basically with a smaller number we're checking. And we do know that once we stops moving to the left or right direction, so this movement right over here, it's gonna be 0f or 0. And we do know that 0 is lesser than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. Then what we're doing, we just going over to animator, basically this animator. Then we just setting this run parameter back to 0. And we do know that once we set this run parameter to 0, we have seen that this player playing the idle animation clip over again and again. Now I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard to save my script. And now let's move over to Unity. and you will able to notice as soon as beginner stops moving to the left or right direction, this player just gonna play the idle animation clip. But once we start moving to the left or right direction, then it's gonna play the running animation clip or the walk one. So just wait a moment. So we're gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And now let's take a look on this. So as soon as we're gonna start moving to the left or right direction, this player just gonna play the run animation clip, and once we stop, it's gonna play the idle animation clip. So now if I start moving to the left or right direction, we can notice it's playing the run animation clip. But once we stop moving to the left or right direction, we can notice it's just playing this idle animation clip over again and again. And we can notice inside our animator tab. So once we moving, we setting this run parameter to 1, but once we stops moving, we just setting this run parameter to 0, as you can notice inside our script, as you can see right over here. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. And we also need to make transition to jump as well as hard, then fire arrow. We also need to make transition between them inside our code. When we are jumping, we want to play the jump animation clip. To do so, we need to set this jump parameter to true. Basically, if I select my player in the hierarchy, then move over to my animator tab, we can see we just created a jump parameter, which is a bool parameter. So we need to set this through our code when we are jumping. Basically, when we press down space key, we do know that we jumping. So we need to set this jump parameter to true. So it's gonna play the jump animation clip. To do so, let's open up our player scape. So I'm gonna select my player in the hierarchy, and let's double click on this player scape in the inspector in order to open it up in Visual Studio. So I'm gonna move over to my jump function. So right over here, as you can notice, we jumping. So we making our jump, and after jumping, we just setting is ground to false. Basically, we not touching our ground. So as soon as we jumping, we also need to play that animation clip. So we need to set that jump parameter to true. So what we will do, we will go to our animator, and we're gonna use this dot set bool function. Sorry, we're gonna use this set bool function, and let's make brackets, first bracket, and then close that up with semicolon. So why we using this animator dot set bool function instead of set float or set trigger? Because if we move over to Unity, we can notice this jump parameter is a bool parameter. So that's why we need to use this animator dot set bool function in order to set that parameter. And this set bool function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the parameter name in quotation. So make sure you type quotation, and inside this quotation you need to pass the parameter name, and make sure you spell it correct. So in my case, jump, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the value that you want to set. So we're gonna set it to true. Basically means we just setting that jump parameter to true. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So you will see as soon as we're gonna start jumping in the y-axis, you will able to notice this player just gonna play the jump animation clip right away, because we just setting this jump parameter to true, or setting it to true through our code. So just wait a moment, and you will notice that. So wait a little moment, and if I press down space key, as you can notice, as soon as I press down space key, it just played the jump animation clip. But the problem is that it's still playing that jump animation clip. Basically, we stack forever in jump animation clip. So we also need to set back this jump parameter to false, and we do know that as soon as we're gonna set it to false, it's gonna play the running or idle animation clip depending upon what this player is doing. If the player is moving, then it's gonna play the right away the walk or running animation clip. And if our play is not walking or running, not standing at one point, basically it's not moving, then it's gonna play the idle animation clip. So we need to set this parameter to false. So if I just uncheck this parameter jump, as you can notice, it's playing the idle animation clip. So we need to set it through our code. But when we should, once our this player game object collide with this ground, so for that we're gonna use a function called on collision enter 2D. So let's get out of play mode and we need to move over to our script and we're gonna do it in the bottom. So let's do it over here. You can do it anywhere you want. It doesn't need to be in order like I am doing in this way. You don't need to follow the same path. You can just go ahead and you can just put your function anywhere you want in your player script. So I'm gonna do it in the bottom and the function is on collision enter 2D, and make sure you just typing as I did over here, else it's not gonna call, because this is a unity callback function. Basically means this function right over here on collision enter 2D, it's gonna call out by unity automatically once we just gonna collide with this ground. So if this player game object collide with this ground and we do know that we attach a collider 2D, a box collider 2D to this ground as well as our player game object. So as soon as this player just gonna collide with this ground, then this function right over here on collision enter 2D by unity, it's just gonna call automatically when we collide with something. And we can extract information about what we collided by going over to this collision parameter. We can extract information like name of the big game object that we collided with, anything like that. So we can just extract right over here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. But before we do, let's move over to our unity. Basically what you need to do, you need to make sure that you assign your ground as a ground tag. So if we move to unity and select this ground in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, as you can notice we just it's untagged. Basically in the inspector we can notice in the top says tag and it says untagged. So we want to tag this ground as a ground tag. So how we can do that, we basically need to click on this untag, then click on this add tag in the bottom and click on this plus icon in order to create a new tag, and we have to name the tag what we want to name it. So since this is our ground, so I'm going to create a ground tag or something like that. It's basically up to you, whatever you just want to name it. So I'm going to name it ground, and after doing that, let's click on this save button, and we're gonna select our ground once again in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector and we're gonna click on this untag. And in the bottom, as you can notice, we created a ground tag, and we can notice right over here in the bottom. So we're gonna assign with the tag, and now as you can notice, we assigned this ground as a ground tag in the inspector, as you can notice. So I hope you get the idea. And now what we need to do, we're gonna move over to our script, and over here we're gonna check. So make a first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check the game object that collided with, if that game object has a tag called ground tag or not. So we're gonna use this collision parameter, and by this collision basically we can extract any information about what we collided with. We can extract information about the game object that we collided with, the tag of it, any component that we're looking for, anything like that. So over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna access the tag of that game object that we collided with. So we're gonna use this collision parameter. So we're gonna type collision dot game object dot tag, and we will check if the tag is equals to our ground. If that is the case, make sure you do inside quotation and you spell it correct. So collision dot game object basically means the game object we collided with. So this player game object gonna collide with this ground. So this collision dot game object over here basically means that ground game object, and after that what we're doing, we accessing the tag of it. And we can notice if we select our ground, then go over to inspector, we can notice that this ground has a ground tag, and we can notice in the inspector, so this ground has a tag called ground tag. What we doing, we accessing the tag of it, and we checking if it's equals to ground, and we definitely know that the game object we're gonna collide with, that collide, it has a tag called ground. So basically means we just colliding with our ground. So now what we need to do, we need to set that jump parameter to false, and we do know once we set back that jump parameter to false in our animator tab, it's gonna play the idle animation clip. But before we check that out, we just want to print out a message in our console tab if we collided with that ground or not. So for printing out, we're gonna type this debug, debug.log, and we're gonna say something like player collided with ground. So let's say like player collided collided sorry collided with, and top of this I'm gonna add a custom message. So if you want to add a custom message, basically another message or another thing, then you can use this plus icon, and after plus icon you can just put whatever you want. You can do inside quotation, or you can simply type this collision dot game object dot name, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. So what we're doing, so whenever we're gonna collide with that ground, this message just gonna pop up. So player collided with, and we just using this collision dot game object, and collision dot game object, we know the game object that we collided with. So we're gonna collide with this ground game object, and then what we're doing, we extracting the name of that. So the name, we can notice this ground as a name, a ground, so this will be ground. So the name over here, it's gonna be ground. So the message should be pop up player collided with ground, because we extracting the name of the game object, as you can notice. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna collide with this ground, underneath our console tab, a message just gonna pop up says collided with ground. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and check that out. So just wait a moment. Just wait a moment. I'm really sorry, it's taking a little bit longer time since I have a slow system, so that's why. So now it's done. So I'm gonna select my console tab in order to see my message, and I'm gonna select my player. Let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it up somewhere around here. So this player just gonna collide with this ground. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on it. So just wait. So just wait. And now if we press down space key, that as you can notice, as soon as this player just collided with this ground, we can see underneath our console tab a message says a message just gets pop up says player collided with ground, as you can notice. So if I press down space key and then collide with second time, we can notice it's still printing out the message. So as soon as we colliding with this ground, the message just getting pop up in our console tab says player collided with ground, as you can notice, and it's already called over 10 times, as you can see. So instead of printing out message, what we want to do, if I select my player then move over to my animator tab, we just want to set back this jump parameter to false, basically uncheck. To do so, let's get out of play mode and let's do that. So I'm gonna move over to my scripts. So let's move over to script. So instead of printing out message, we're gonna set that jump parameter to false. So what we will do, we will firstly move over to our animator component, and we're gonna use this set bool function, and this function as a first argument, it's in quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name. So the parameter name is jump, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the value. So we're gonna pass false, basically means unchecked, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna collide with this ground, by now the jump parameter just gonna get just gonna be false right away. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is totally complete, we can check our game, and we can notice that as soon as we're gonna collide with this ground, this a player game object right over here, it's gonna play the idle or running animation clip, depending upon if this player is moving to the left direction or right direction or not, something like that. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So just wait a moment. I'm knuckling my. So as you can notice, we can see as soon as this player just colliding with this ground, it just playing the running or idle animation clip depending upon this player is moving to the left or right direction or not, as you can notice. So as soon as we colliding with this ground, we can notice this player just playing the idle or move depending upon if the player is moving at all or not. And we can notice in our animator tab as well, but make sure you select your player in the hierarchy, then move over to animator tab, and we can notice as soon as we colliding with this ground, this dump parameter just gets unchecked, basically means false. And what we want to do now, if I click my left mouse button, I want to trigger this fire parameter, and if we trigger this fire parameter manually, we can notice it's playing the fire arrow animation clip. So we're gonna do that. So let's get out of play mode, and I'm gonna do once we're gonna click the left mouse button. So to do that, let's open up our playerscape and let's move over to our update function. Because we're going to check for some input, so that's why we need to move over to this update function, and I'm going to do it in the bottom somewhere over here. So we're going to use this if condition for checking input. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if we click the left mouse button or not. For that we need to use this input dot get mouse button down function, and then make this first bracket, and inside these brackets you need to pass you need to pass sorry you need to pass the left or right. So if we pass one basically means the right mouse button. Since we want to check with left mouse button, basically once we click the left mouse button, I just want to trigger that fire parameter, so that's why we're gonna pass this 0. So this right over here, if input dot get mouse button down 0, basically means that we just clicking the left mouse button. Then what we want to do, we want to trigger this fire parameter, and we do know that as soon as we're gonna trigger it, it's gonna play the fire animation clip. So let's do that. So for it, what we will do, we will go over to our animator. So let's go to animator, and now we're gonna use this dot set trigger function and then make these brackets, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. So why we using this animator dot set trigger function? Because this right over here we can notice in animator tab this fire parameter is a trigger parameter, so that's why we need to use this animator dot set trigger function. And this set trigger function inside quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name, and make sure you spell it correct, else it's not gonna work at all. So this is our fire, so we're gonna type this fire. We need to take a look on it, and we just did it correct. Basically you need to spell it correct, or else you're gonna get some errors. So you shouldn't mess or misspell that. So I guess we done the same thing, and this is our parameter. So firstly we just going over to animator, and then we using this set trigger function in order to trigger that parameter. Basically we just moving over to this player animator component, and by this animator component we triggering this fire parameter, as you can notice inside our code, but we doing only once we click the left mouse button, as you can notice. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity, and you will notice that. So just wait a moment, and as soon as we're gonna click the left mouse button, we will able to notice this player right over here, it's gonna play the fire animation clip right away. So just wait a moment, and also we need to take a look on heart animation clip, but we're gonna take a look on it later. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and you can do the same thing as we have done with our fire. So basically this gonna be a little bit task for you, this heart and animation, you can say how you can trigger that. So it's gonna be a little bit task for you. So now if I just go ahead and then click the left mouse button, we can see indeed it's playing the fire animation clip. As soon as we click the left mouse button, fire arrow animation, and if we can see we can move around. Basically we just playing the running animation clip, and if we jump we playing the jump animation clip, and if we click the left mouse button then we playing the fire arrow animation clip of this player game object. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make the transition through your code, through basically how you can set this parameter inside your code depending upon what this player is really doing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Now let's make our arrow. So to do that we need to find our arrow sprite. For that I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then sprites folder, and I have the arrow right over here as you can notice, and you're gonna find it in a source code. I will have it in Patreon, so you can go and check that out. So I'm gonna select this arrow. Let's select that and drag it over to this scene view or into this hierarchy. So as soon as we drag it, as you can notice, we barely able to notice our basically we barely have a look on this arrow, and it seems pretty much small, so we need to make it bigger. To do so we're gonna select the sprite, then go over to inspector. So since this is a single you can say single arrow or single sprite, so that's why sprite mode we're gonna choose single in the inspector, and after that we're gonna make this pixel per unit number less, and we do know that less pixel size bigger, it's basically means that our sprite just gonna be larger in size. So we're gonna make it something around 16 or 13 too, and to get rid of blurry we will choose filter mode to point no filter. And after doing all of these things, let's click on this apply button in the bottom right, and as soon as we clicked on apply, so now we're not able to see. So basically we're gonna select our arrow in the hierarchy, and then if we move over to inspector, then sprite renderer component, we can see sprite and it says missing sprite. Basically what we need to do, we basically need to select this arrow sprite and then drag it over to this slot says sprite. So make sure you just do that, and as soon as we drag it we can notice by now our arrow as you can see. So this is fine, and let's call it something like arrow, and I'm gonna put down my player to the ground. So let's select this player in the hierarchy, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it in the bottom somewhere over here, and we will select our arrow and let's call it arrow instead of calling it arrow underscore 0. So we're gonna call it arrow, and we also as want to assign this arrow as a arrow tag, and we do know that how we can do it. So let's click on this untag, let's click on add tag, then plus icon, and we're gonna call this one arrow, sorry, arrow, and let's click on that save button, and we will select our arrow in the hierarchy once again, and we're gonna assign with the tag which we recently created, and I'm gonna attach some component to this arrow. So the first thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body to this arrow. So let's click on this add component. Make sure you select your arrow in the hierarchy, then click on this add component in the inspector, and we're gonna add a rigid body 2D, and let's attach that, and we will set the gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection we're gonna choose continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision, and we can choose interpolate to making out is smooth, or you can just skip this part as well, but I'm gonna choose interpolate. And after doing that we will add one more components to this arrow game object. We're gonna add a collider 2D, so it's gonna detect collision. So let's click on this add component, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D, so let's attach that, and let's click on this edit collider in the inspector in order to edit the collider as the size of our arrow sprite, something like this. As you can see by now it's fine, and we're gonna check this is triggered to true. Why? Because if we don't check this one, it's gonna register any game object to pass through. So if we just check this is trigger, then it's not gonna register any game object to pass through. Basically it will pass through any game object easily. easily, but it's gonna check with trigger. So that's why we just set this is triggered to true. So make sure you just check this box, and after doing that we're gonna make this arrow a prefab. So we will have the copy, and once we're gonna click the left mouse button, it's gonna shoot out the arrow. So before we do, let's create a arrow script in order to move this arrow. To do so, we're gonna select our arrow. We can select the arrow and then go over to inspector, click on add component. In the bottom you can see new script, so just click there and you can name the script what you want, and then click on this create and add button in the bottom. But instead of doing that, doing this, just move over to your project tab, assets, and then script folder, and create the script right over here instead of doing there. So it's gonna be organized, but it's basically up to you which way you just want to prefer yourself. It's totally up to you, but I'm gonna do inside my script folder to keep my project in organized way. So let's move over to this script folder. Let's right click, then create in the top, then go click on this mono behavior script, or you can simply scroll down a bit, says scripting, and then click on this mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like arrow. So as you can notice, I already created a arrow script. So I'm gonna select my arrow game object in the hierarchy, and let's select that script and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector. And now we're gonna open up our arrow script by double clicking on it. So we have the, by default we have our start and update function. So what we will do, we need a reference of this rigid body 2D or rigid body 2D of this arrow game object, or we can use a separate thing for it. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open up my arrow script by double clicking on it, and I'm gonna remove this start function from a start function we don't need, and we're gonna use this update function. And we do know that update function runs every single frame. So every single frame we want to move this arrow in the direction this arrow is facing. So what we will do, we will move over to our script, and inside this update function we're going to use this transform dot translate function. So we're going to use this translate function, and this function in brackets, it's going to take vector 3, basically the direction you can say. So we want to move this arrow in the direction this arrow is facing. So we're going to use transform dot right for it. So for that we're going to use this transform dot right, and transform dot right basically means the direction this arrow is facing. As you can notice, right now it's facing right direction. So this transform dot right basically means this right direction, and we will multiply that right direction with our time dot delta time to make frame rate independence, because we're doing update function. So to make our speed independence over time, it shouldn't be up. So that's why we need to multiply with this time dot delta time. So make sure you just do that whenever you just want to move a game object. So you need to do it, and close that up with semicolon in order to save in order to close that line of code. And we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our script, and then we're gonna move over to Unity. And you will notice, as soon as we're gonna start our game, this arrow will move to the right direction with every single frame with 1 unit. Since we didn't pass any value, so this transform dot right, you can assume like something like a vector to 1 in the 1 in the x-axis and 0 in the y. So we don't want to move in the y-axis, so that's why we just put transform dot right. It basically means in the right direction 1 unit every single frame. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look. So as soon as our game just gonna start, you will able to notice this arrow just gonna move towards to the right direction with every single frame 1 unit. So just wait a moment and you will see. So as you can notice, indeed it's moving to the right direction every single frame with 1 unit. But it's gonna be much better if we able to speed up our arrow. Basically we just want to speed up our arrow speed. So let's get out of play mode. For that, we're gonna multiply with something, with some number. So we will simply move over to our script, and we can multiply this whole thing with some unit, something like 5 if. So it's gonna move to the right direction with 5 unit of speed. So instead of hard coding that, we will go to top of our class right over here, and we're gonna create a variable for it, and we will make this one public, so we don't need to come to the script and change the value over again and again, and that will be float, and we can call this one something like arrow speed. So let's call it arrow speed, and by default I'm gonna set equal to something like 5f, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now let's multiply this whole thing, basically the direction, with our arrow speed. So let's multiply with our arrow speed. Now our arrow just gonna move to the right direction with 5 unit, but we do know that we just made this field public right over here, basically this parameter, so we can adjust underneath our arrow script, so we don't need to come to this script and change this value over again and again. So it's basically much helpful. So that's why variable is too much useful when it comes to speeding up any game object. And now I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script, and let's move over to Unity. And you will notice as soon as we're gonna start our game, this arrow just gonna move in the right direction with our arrow speed, but we can adjust the speed underneath our arrow script. So that's why we just made that field public. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can notice underneath our arrow script, we can see the arrow speed. So let's click on this play button in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So the arrow just gonna move to the right direction with our arrow speed that we created, and we can just adjust the value as well. So just wait a moment, and we can notice it's moving to the right direction, so basically working fine. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's suppose we just want to flip this arrow to the left direction. So if I select my arrow, then go over to inspector, transform, and then rotation, and in the Y, if I put -180, as you can see, arrow is now facing a left direction, but the facing right over there just gonna be the direction this arrow is facing. Now the arrow is facing to the left direction, means this arrow just gonna move towards to the left direction. And let's have a look. And also we do know that if we select our arrow, then go over to inspector, box collider 2D, we just said this is triggered to true, basically checks, means it's not gonna register our player. Basically this player this arrow just easily just gonna pass through this player, and you will see that it's not gonna push our player. Instead it will pass through our player game object easily. So that's why we just check that is triggered. And now let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and you're gonna notice that as soon as our game just gonna start. So just let's take a look on this, and basically have a look on this, and we will see. So just wait a moment. So we can see it's moving to the sorry, it's moving to the wrong direction. It should move towards to the left, basically left direction. So basically we have done a mistake, and we're gonna take a look on later. And if you want to fix it, basically once we're gonna spawn this arrow, the error just gonna go out, basically the bug. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna set back y to 0. Now it's pretty much fine. And the bug, we're gonna take a look on it later. And if you so when we're gonna shoot out the array, basically when we gonna click our left mouse button, then we're gonna shoot out this array, and you will see in that it's just gonna work fine. For now, let's leave that. If you just want to fix yourself, then you can do it, and it's a small task for you to do that. If you want to do it, just play around and you're gonna get that. And now let's take a look that after some period of time we want to destroy this arrow to keep our hierarchy clean, or as well as the game, or else our game just gonna hold too many game objects, so there will be effect or shutting down our frame rate. So after some period of time we also need to destroy this arrow. To do that, we're gonna open up our arrow script by double clicking on it, and let's move over to top of our class, and for that we're gonna use this start function. So don't remove the start function, leave it as it is. So to destroy our arrow we need to use this destroy function. So this start function, we do know that it's called in the start of the game, so it's gonna call out, and in order to destroy we need to use this destroy function, and this destroy function in brackets is gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. So we want to destroy this arrow game object itself, so we're gonna pass this dot game object, this dot game object, or you can simply pass game object as well instead of typing this dot game object. And the second thing, comma, you can specify the time after which amount of time you just want to destroy. So I want to destroy after something like 5 seconds, so I'm gonna put 5f. Or you can create a variable for this as well by going over to top of your class, and you can create a variable something like public float destroy time. I'm not gonna do it, so I'm gonna leave it as it is, and let's close that up with semicolon. So our arrow after 5 seconds it's just gonna destroy itself automatically. And now I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my script. And now let's move over to Unity, and you will notice, so just wait a moment, and as soon as we're gonna start our game the arrow just gonna move, and after 5 seconds our arrow just gonna destroy itself because we just passed this dot game object, basically means the game object itself. So the arrow script is sitting on this arrow game object, so this dot game object basically referencing this arrow game object itself. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and we can notice it's moving to the right direction. And after 5 seconds we should notice, as you can see, indeed after 5 seconds our arrow just destroyed itself. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And we're gonna get out of play mode, and we need to make this arrow a prefab. Why? Because we just gonna have the arrow whenever we're gonna click the left mouse button, we just want to spawn our arrow. So we're gonna have multiple arrows, so that's why we're gonna make this arrow a prefab, so we will have the copy, and whenever we need we can spawn it. So I'm gonna select my arrow game object in the hierarchy, and let's turn it into a prefab. So I'm gonna select my arrow, and let's drag it over to inside this prefabs folder in order to turn it into a prefab, basically means copy of that game object. And we can just get rid of this arrow in the scene view now. Simply we can select our arrow, and we can press down delete key in order to delete that. And I'm gonna press down Ctrl S in order to save my project. And whenever we need we can spawn our arrow, but make sure you just turn it into a prefab, so you will have the copy of it. We need to spawn our arrow, so we need to spawn our arrow. In order to do that we're gonna make a function, and we will make that function public because we're going to call that function through animation. Basically, if I select my player game object in the hierarchy and then move over to my animation tab and then click over here and choose this player underscore fire arrow animation, so I want to call the function somewhere over here, and we can call the function by clicking in the left side. We can see in our animation tab right over here it says add event, so we can call the function over here. So that's why we're gonna make that function public, so we can call the function in perfect timing. And we also need a point from where we want to shoot out the arrow. So before we do that, let's open up our script. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's click on this player script in the inspector. Let's double click on it in order to open that up in Visual Studio. So to spawn our arrow we're gonna make the function over here, so let's make it here. And you doesn't need to make it here, you can just make it anywhere you like, it's basically up to you. And we're gonna make this function public because we're gonna call this function through animation event. And for function we need to type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like spawn arrow or fire arrow. Let's call it fire arrow, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets for our function. So in this function, what we're gonna do, we're gonna spawn our arrow, and in order to spawn our arrow or to fire our arrow, we basically need to use this instantiate function. And this instantiate function, as a first argument, it's going to take the game object that you want to spawn. So in our case, if we move over to Unity and then move over to project tab, then prefabs, and then assets, and then prefabs folder. So we want to spawn this arrow, as you can notice inside my prefab folder. So we want to spawn this arrow, so we need a reference of this arrow game object, and also we need a position from where we want to shoot out. So we're gonna shoot out something from here. So we're gonna create a child game object inside this player game object, and we can call that game object to something like arrow position or spawn position. And the third argument, it's gonna take the rotation, and we're gonna pass quaternion dot identity. It basically means no rotation. So before we spawn our arrow, we need to get those things. Basically, we need first our arrow and we need a position. So let's make this one comment by double forward slash, and we do know that comment don't interrupt our codes. So what we will do, we will go to top of our class and we're gonna grab the reference. So first thing what we need that arrow prefab, and that arrow prefab itself a whole game object. So we need to type a game object. So we're gonna make a public, and that arrow itself a whole game object. So we're gonna type this game object, and we can call this one to something like arrow prefab. So let's call it arrow prefab, or we can simply call arrow as well. And let's close that up with semicolon. And the second thing, we need a position from where we want to spawn our arrow. So we're gonna make another public, and this will be transform, basically means position, you can simply say, and we're gonna call it spawn position. So let's call it spawn position or spawn point. And now let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move over to Unity. So we need to assign those variable one by one. So underneath our player skip, we will able to notice those will just gonna pop up, and we need to assign one by one. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and we can just assign one by one. So just wait a moment and you will see. As I'm really apologize for my system, it just taking a little bit longer time, but I don't have any other option to do, so that's why. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, and now if I select my player in the hierarchy, then go over to my player skip in the inspector. As you can notice, arrow prefab will just pop up, and it says none game object. So what we need to do over here, we basically need to take our arrow and we need to drag it into this slot. So we will move over to our project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and I have already turned this arrow into a prefab, as you can notice. So before you drag, make sure you just turn it into a prefab. So I'm gonna take my arrow prefab from that prefabs folder, and let's drag it over to this arrow prefab slot. As you can see inside our player skip, we now have the arrow prefab, as you can notice. And the second thing we can notice, we have the position, and it says none transform, basically empty. So we need to create a point from where we want to spawn. To create that, firstly I'm gonna select my player, and then I'm gonna head over to my animation tab, and I'm gonna choose my player fire arrow animation clip. So we're gonna create a point somewhere over here. So let's select our player game object. So make sure you select your player game object in the hierarchy, then right click on it, and then create an empty child game object. And we can call this game object to something like spawn position or arrow spawn position. So let's call it a spawn position simply. So I'm gonna call this spawn position, position. And then what we will do, we will select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here. And if you want to choose an icon or gizmos, then go over to inspector and then click on this box, and you can choose an icon. I'm gonna choose this one, something like that, and let's move it somewhere around here. And now it's done. So we will select our player, and now select our spawn position and let's drag it over to this spawn position slot. And now we can notice we have the arrow as well as the spawn position, and we are ready to spawn it. And make sure you select your player, then go over to inspector overrides and then click on apply all if you turn it your player into a prefab. So make sure if you do any changes inside your player script or any component inside this player game object, then make sure you go over to inspector, then overrides and then click on that apply all. So the changes you made in a hierarchy, it's gonna be safe. And now we are ready to spawn it. So let's go over to script and we will move over to our function, spawn function. So we have it over here as you can notice. So let's remove these two forward slashes. So as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object that we want to spawn. So we're gonna pass our arrow prefab, and we do know in arrow prefab we drag it our arrow game object as you seen earlier. And the second thing, it's gonna take the position. So we will pass our spawn position and we need to access the position. So we're gonna type this dot position. And the third argument, it's gonna take the rotation. So we will pass quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation. And let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. So what we're doing, we just spawning this arrow prefab at this position, and we do know that this arrow prefab we basically drag it that arrow, basically this arrow we can see underneath our player script, and we're spawning from this spawn position. So basically we just going over to this spawn position and we accessing the position of it, or you can simply say we just going over to transform and then we accessing the position. So let me show you. So now if I go select my player game object, then select this spawn position, basically we just going to this spawn position transform and then we accessing the position of it. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top and then click left mouse button, we will able to notice that we're gonna spawn our arrow, but it's not gonna happen. Why? Because we just made the function and we never calling it, and we're gonna call it when once this player game object gonna play the fire arrow animation clip. So if I just go ahead and then click left mouse button, as you notice that it's not spawning our arrow. So what we need to do, we need to call the function. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and if I move over to my script, as you can see we just created this function and we never calling it. So we also need to call this function in order to execute this line of code which just gonna spawn. So we're gonna call it through our animation event. So basically we need to select our player game object, then we need to move over to animation tab, and then we're gonna choose our fire arrow animation clip. So basically click over here inside your animation tab and choose the animation, and we're gonna we're gonna move over to this frame, something right over here. So this is perfect time in order to call the function. So we're gonna call the function over here, and in order to call it in animation tab over here, you can notice add says add event. So just click there and then select this event, then go over to inspector, and as you can notice it says no function selected. So we're gonna call that function. To call that, we're gonna click on this no function selected, then we will move over to our player script, then methods basically means function, and over there as you can notice we created this fire arrow function. So we're gonna choose that. So what we simply doing, we're basically going over to this player script and then we just calling this fire arrow function right there over here, and now it's gonna shoot out the fire arrow as you can notice. And let's check that out. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look. So as soon as we're gonna click left mouse button, that arrow just gonna spawn from our spawn position, and it's gonna move over to the right direction, or which direction our arrow is facing. And if I just click left mouse button, as you can notice indeed it's doing. But the thing is that we can notice that our arrow just going the direction in the right direction only. It's not going over to the direction that facing. So basically that is a bug, and we're gonna take a look on that as well. But the problem is that I think it seems kind of bit weird. Basically we need to change the spawn position. It's kind of bit seems weird. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. To do so, what we will do, we will select our player, and we're gonna call the function. So let's select this fire arrow animation, and we're gonna call the function over here. So let's call it here. And now if we click on this play button, it should be fine, and we can play around with the speed of our, you can say a speed of our arrow. So we're gonna take a look on that as well. So just wait a moment. And now if we click left mouse button, we shooting the arrow perfectly, as you can notice. And we need to shoot out, we basically need to drag our spawn position a little bit up. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's select this player in the hierarchy. Let's move over to this animation tab, and we're gonna choose our fire arrow. So I guess we need to move a little bit up. So let's select our spawn position underneath our player game object by clicking over here in the hierarchy, and let's move it up a little bit, something over here. And now that seems fine. And once you are done, make sure you select your game object, then go over to inspector overrides and then apply all, and it's gonna be fine. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, it should work fine. But the problem is that arrow is not going in the direction we are firing our arrow. So we need to rotate our arrow in the direction, basically our player just firing arrow. So as you can notice, it seems pretty much cool by now. So we can notice that arrow is always going to the right direction, and it's not going to the left direction, or the direction this player just firing our arrow. So let's get out of play mode. To do that, we're gonna open up our arrow script. Basically we just gonna move over to that script, in which script we just moving our arrow. So we do know we're doing inside our arrow script. For that, we're gonna move over to our project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and we will select this arrow from that folder. Let's go over to inspector, and we can see we have the arrow script attached to this arrow game object. So we're gonna open that up quickly by double clicking on it. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna remove this function right over here, and this line of code is responsible for moving our arrow, we do know. So I'm gonna remove this whole update function. And now if we press down Ctrl S, then move over to Unity, you will see our arrow just gonna spawn, but it's gonna not gonna move at all in the direction our arrow is facing. So we need to move it. But where we gonna do it, we're gonna do inside our player script. So just wait a moment and you will see. So just wait a moment. And if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will notice that, or instead of typing quaternion dot identity there, we can type shoot point dot rotation as well. So let me show you first. So let's click a left mouse button to shoot ray. As you can notice, indeed our basically you can simply say the arrow is just spawning, but it's not moving at all. And we can also see a problem if we just face to the left direction, and if we click left mouse button, we can see the arrow is always looking to the right direction. So we need to rotate this our arrow in the direction our shoot point is facing, or this player. So let's do that. So we're gonna get out of play mode first, and for to do that, we're gonna open up our player scape. So let's select our player, then let's double click on this player scape to open that up in Visual Studio, and let's have a look on this. So instead of typing quaternion dot identity right over here, it's basically means no rotation. We're gonna pass shoot point, sorry, not shoot point, basically spawn position, the spawn position dot rotation. Basically means the rotation our spawn position is facing. And now if we save our script and then move over to Unity and then click on that play button, you will able to notice our arrow now just gonna rotate in the direction our spawn position is rotating. So that's why we pass as a third argument, basically spawn position dot rotation. It's basically means the rotation that spawn position is facing. Now arrow just gonna be fine. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So just wait a moment and you will see. Just wait a moment. And now if we just move to the left direction, or basically flip our player to left direction and now shoot, we can notice by now this arrow is now facing to the left direction, or the direction our shoot point is facing. Basically it's working fine by now, but we need to move our arrow. So let's get out of play mode. So let's add some velocity to our arrow. So if I select my arrow, basically if I move over to my project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder and select this arrow, then go over to inspector, we can notice that we added a rigid body 2D inside this arrow game object. So make sure you just add a rigid body 2D in your arrow game object and make the gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down at all. So what we need, we're gonna add some velocity to this rigid body 2D of this arrow. So we're gonna open up our player script right over here. As you can notice, we're spawning this arrow prefab at this position with our spawn position rotation. So after spawning that arrow, what we're gonna do, we're gonna store that arrow into another game object container. So what we will do, we're gonna put it into another game object. So since this arrow prefab itself a whole game object, so the container or the variable type should be game object type, and we can call the container or the parameter, or you can simply say the variable where you want to store. So we can call it something like temp arrow, a temp arrow prefab. Let's call that, basically means temporary arrow prefab, and let's set equal to this. So what we simply doing, we just spawning this arrow prefab at this position with this rotation, and after spawning that arrow prefab, basically we just taking that arrow prefab and we storing that arrow prefab inside this temp arrow prefab container or variable. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna access the rigid body 2D of this arrow. So if I select my arrow prefab, then move over to inspector, so we need a reference of this rigid body 2D of this arrow prefab. So we need a reference of it. To get the reference, so what we will do, we will go to temp arrow prefab, and then we're gonna get the component. So we're gonna type this dot get component, and we need to make this arrow, and inside this arrows we need to pass the component that we're looking for. We're looking for our rigid body 2D, so we need to type this rigid body 2D, and we need to make this first bracket. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna access the velocity of it. So what we will do, we're gonna access the velocity, but we cannot type this velocity. Instead we need to type this linear velocity. Now it's basically changes, and if you just using older version, then you can just access the velocity right away. But in newer version we need to type this linear velocity. So we simply just going over to rigid body 2D, then linear velocity, and we gonna set the velocity equal to velocity of that arrow. We're gonna set that shoot point dot direction, basically in the direction we just want to shoot out. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass our spawn position dot right, and spawn position dot right basically means the position this shoot point or this spawn position is facing, is basically this spawn position. So if I select my spawn position, so if we flip this player to the left direction, so this spawn position also just gonna flip to the left direction. So basically means spawn position the direction is facing. So spawn position dot right basically means the direction that spawn position is facing, and that direction we can multiply with some numbers, so we can just move our arrow a little bit faster. So let's make a variable for it. So we will go to top of our class and let's make a velocity variable. So let's make a public, and that will be for a float, and we can call this one arrow velocity. So let's call it arrow velocity, or speed. Let's call it arrow speed simply, and by default I'm gonna set equal to something like 7f, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna multiply this direction with our arrow speed. So let's multiply the with arrow speed and then close that up with semicolon. So what we're simply doing, firstly we're spawning this arrow at this position with this rotation, and after spawning that arrow we're storing that arrow into this temp arrow prefab, basically into this game object temp arrow prefab container. And then what we're doing, we basically going over to that arrow, Basically you can simply assume we just going over to this arrow prefab game object, and then we accessing this rigid body 2D as you can notice in the inspector, and then we accessing the velocity of that rigid body 2D, and we setting the velocity equal to direction the spawn position is facing, and we just multiply it with arrow speed basically to in order to move that arrow. So now I'm gonna press down Control S to save my script, and let's move over to Unity. And you will notice, so as soon as we're gonna click left mouse button, our arrow just gonna move in the direction our spawn position is facing, or you can simply say the player is facing in the direction our arrow just gonna move with that arrow speed that we just created inside our player script. So just wait a moment and you will see. So now if I select my player game object in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, we can notice arrow speed in the bottom, and we can play around with this number. So now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will notice as soon as we're gonna click left mouse button, that arrow just gonna spawn, and that arrow just gonna move with this arrow speed. Basically we just doing that. So just wait a moment and you will see. So now if I click left mouse button, just wait a moment. So if I click left mouse button, as you can see, indeed arrow just moving in the direction spawn position is facing, and it's working fine by now. As you can see, the bug is gone by now, you can simply assume. And let me show you. So I'm gonna click on this pause button in the top in order to pause my game. So what we're doing, so we spawned this arrow as you can notice. So if I move over to hierarchy and select this arrow, basically this arrow, so what we're doing, we simply moving over to this arrow rigid body 2D as you can notice in the inspector, and then we accessing the linear velocity of this arrow prefab as you can notice inside our code. So firstly we going over to that arrow prefab, and we just taking our rigid body 2D, basically this rigid body 2D, and what we're doing, we just accessing the linear velocity, and we setting the velocity equal to the spawn in the direction spawn position is facing. So as you can notice, if I select my player in the hierarchy, this spawn position is facing to the left direction. So that's why this arrow just moving to the left direction, and we just multiply that direction with our arrow speed. So that's why this arrow just moving to the left direction with 7 unit every single frame. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna click on this play button in I'm gonna click on this pause button in the top in order to unpause my game. So as you can notice, so I hope you get the idea. And after 5 seconds we can notice that this arrow just getting destroyed because we have done inside our code, as you can notice. And we can notice that after 5 seconds this arrow just getting destroyed itself. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. So basically we need the rigid body 2D of this arrow prefab. So that is the thing, because this rigid body 2D component is responsible for velocity, adding force, and all those kind of things. So that's why we need a reference so we can set the velocity of this arrow, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that what we have done. And now I'm gonna press down in firstly we need to move over to Unity editor, and we can press down Control S in order to save our project. And you can play with the arrow speed as well. You can select your player game object, then move over to your player skip, and you can call this arrow speed to something like arrow velocity, velocity, something like that. It's up to you, whatever you just want to call. And I'm gonna bump up the arrow speed a little bit, something around 10 unit. And after doing that, I'm gonna move over to my inspector, overrides, and then apply all. And once again I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard in order to save my project. So I hope you get the idea that how you can spawn arrow, and you get the idea that how basically how just we get over from that bug. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And make sure you press down Control S on your keyboard in order to save your project. And if you want to undo anything, then you can simply press down Control plus Z to undo anything like that. So I hope you get the idea of this. We're gonna create our environment. So we're gonna create our environment. To do that, we need assets, basically tile sets, and already I imported in my assets folder, as you can notice. So if I move over to my project tab, assets, and then sprites folder, and if I move over to my environment folder, I have three environments, as you can notice. So we're gonna place them. So before we do that, we need to create our tile set. So how we can do it? To do that, we basically need to move over to this hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to 2D object, then move over to this tile map, and then click on this rectangular, and you can call this whatever you want. So this will be our ground, you can simply say. So I'm gonna call this one, instead of saying tile map, I'm gonna say something like ground. So let's call it ground, because we're gonna have grasses, we're gonna have some ropes, we're gonna have some trees and all of those things. So that's why, and this will be the ground. And now what we're gonna do, we need to slice individually. So basically, if I move over to my project tab, assets, sprites folder, and then environment folder, and let's suppose if I move over to 2, so as you can see, we have the terrain. So if I select any of this sprite sheet, let's suppose this one, then go over to inspector, click on sprite, open sprite editor, we can see this is our tile sets. So we need to slice individually, and we're gonna do with something like 16 by 16 cell size. So we need to slice individually. So we're gonna do with the first one, first one first. But before we do, let's select all of them. So I'm gonna move over to my file, first environment folder, and let's find the terrain. So we have it over here, we have it here as well. So we're gonna select any of them. So let's select this one, basically the tiles. So let's select that, then go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor, and pixel per unit we're gonna choose 16, and sprite mode 2 we should have multiples, because as you can notice, we're gonna slice individually, so that's why. And filter mode, we're gonna choose point of filter. If you take a closer look, you're gonna see it seems blurry. So to get rid of that, we need to choose filter mode to point of filter in the inspector. And after doing that, let's click on this apply button in the bottom right, and as soon as we click on that apply button, we can see by now the blurry is gone. And let's click on this slice in the top left in our sprite editor tab, and then select this automatic to grid by cell size, and we're gonna slice individually, basically 16 by 16. So pixel size in the X we're gonna choose 16, and in the Y we're gonna choose 16. And after doing that, let's click on this slice, and let's click on this apply button in the top right, you can see in your sprite editor tab. So let's click on it in order to slice individually. And we're gonna do the same thing with other sprites, basically with other environments. So I'm gonna move over to my two number folder, and I'm gonna select my terrain. Let's go over to inspector, sprite mode to multiple, pixel per unit to 16, filter mode to point no filter, and let's click on this apply. Let's go to sprite editor tab, let's click on this slice in the top left, and select automatic to grid by cell size, and put 16 by 16. And after doing that, make sure you click on this slice button in the bottom, and then click on this apply button in the top right. So it's gonna slice that. So just wait a moment, and now it's done. And now let's move over to third folder, or 3 number folder. So let's find the terrain, or basically the tiles. So I'm gonna move over to 3 number folder, and I can see I have it over here. So I'm gonna select that, basically the tiles. Let's go over to inspector, pixel per unit 16, and filter mode to point no filter. And then after doing that, let's click on this apply button in the bottom right. Let's go to slice in sprite editor tab. We're gonna click on this slice, and we will select basically we're gonna do the same thing as we have done all of those with all of those environment. So we just doing the same thing. Now we just slice it individually, and it's fine. So we can select our game view now, and we're gonna create a tile map folder to place our tiles, basically in which folder we just want to save them. So to do that, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets. Let's right click on it, then create in the top, then folder, and we can call this folder to something like tile map. So let's call it tile map, and we're gonna open this up folder. So now let's create our tile palette. So to do that, basically we need to move over to this hierarchy, then select your grid game object in the hierarchy, then select ground, or basically the tile map. And if we select that, then move over to scene view. In the top left we can see open tile palette. You're gonna have this tab anywhere in the scene view, so you need to find that first, and after that you can just do that. So I'm gonna click on this open tile palette. So let's click on it, and over here, as you can notice, it says drag tiles, sprite texture assets here to create basically tile palette. To create that, we're gonna click on this create new tile palette, and let's click on it, and let's click on this create new tile palette, and we have to name the palette what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it environment. So let's call this environment, something like that, and we're gonna click on this create button. And as soon as we create it, it's just taking to the folder, basically in which folder we just want to place. So we will go to assets, and we do know inside our assets we already created a folder called tile map, and we can notice that in the bottom. So I'm gonna select that folder. So that's why I have chosen that, basically created that folder to just keep our project clean. And after doing that, click on this select a folder, and as soon as you're gonna select that, it's just gonna create. So if I move over to my project tab, assets, and then tile map folder, and we can see the environment palette. Basically the thing is over here, basically the environment. And now we can simply drag our whole spreadsheet right over here. So for that, we're gonna move over to our project tab, assets, and then sprites folder, and we will move over to our environment folder. Then we're gonna move over to our first folder, and we need to choose the tiles that we split it individually 16 by 16, and I have it over here. And you can click on this arrow in order to see the individuals, but instead of selecting like holding down shift, we're gonna select the whole spreadsheet, and we're gonna simply drag it over to this environment palette in our tile palette, as you can notice. And as soon as we just drag it there, and we need to choose a folder where we want to place it. So we're gonna place inside our tile map folder. So we will go to assets in the top left, and then we gonna choose this tile map folder, and let's click on this select folder. And as soon as we're gonna click on that select folder, we will see our tiles over here in our palette. So just wait a moment and you will see that. So just wait a moment and it's gonna be fine. So just wait a moment, a little moment, and we can see now the tiles is over here. As you can notice, you can scroll your mouse to zoom in, and you can zoom out, something like this. And we're gonna drag our other environment tiles over here as well. So we're gonna place it over here in our tile palette. Don't just place it top of this. So we're gonna move a little bit to the right direction or left direction, something over here. We're gonna drag it. So we will move over to second folder, and I'm gonna select the terrain, basically the tiles that we split it individually. So I'm gonna select that whole sprite sheet, and let's drag it over to this environment tile palettes, and I'm gonna move it over here, something like that. And it's also basically we need to choose a folder where we want to place it. So we will go to assets, then tile map folder. Let's click on this select folder. As soon as we click on that select folder, we will able to notice right over here. So just wait a moment and you will see. Just wait a moment and you're gonna see. So as you can see, indeed we have, and we can notice that. And you can change the color. Okay, so this is basically pretty much fine, and I hope you guys able to notice that. So I guess you are able to notice, so it's fine. And now we're gonna drag our third environment in our tile palette. environment tile palette, and we're gonna place that in the bottom somewhere over here. Basically it's up to you where you just want to place it. So I'm gonna place it over here, somewhere here. So I'm gonna move over to my third folder, and let's select the tiles, basically the sprite sheet, and let's drag it over to this environment tile palette, and I'm gonna place it somewhere around here, and it's fine. And once again it's asking to choose a folder where we want to place it. So we will place it inside this tile map folder. So we will go to assets, then tile map folder, we're gonna select, and let's click on this select folder. In the bottom right section we can see, and it says overwrite or reuse. So I'm gonna click on this overwrite. So let's click on that overwrites, and it's gonna be fine. Or you can click on that reuse as well if you just want to do that, and it's gonna be fine. So I hope you just getting the idea that how you can split or tiles individually with grid by cell size, something like 16 by 16. But before you do, make sure you select pixel per unit to 16, because we just slicing 16 by 16, so that's why. And now we can notice, so we have three environments, and we got a problem over here. It says ping. Basically what we need to do, we need to click on that reuse instead of choosing overrides. So that's why we just get a problem. Or what we can do, we can simply just call the basically we can simply call that tiles. Basically we can rename that to something else, because if we move over to our environment folder and select the first folder and select the tiles, we can see the name is same. Over here we can notice the name is tiles, and if we move over to third folder, we can see this sprite sheet also has a name, basically the same name, which is tile. So basically we need to rename that, or we can simply reuse it. We can click on it, but instead of doing that, I'm gonna call it something else. So the first one, I'm gonna call it tiles 1. So let's select the tiles, basically sprite sheet. Let's right click on it, and then click on this rename, and we're gonna call this one something like, let's call it tiles 1, something like that. And now that's fine. And as soon as we change it the name, we can notice it just set, but still we get a problem. So I'm gonna move over to my third folder, and I'm gonna choose these tiles, and let's call this one to something like, this is the third one. So I'm gonna call it tiles 3. So let's select that sprite sheet, and let's right click on it, and let's click on this rename in the top, and let's call this one to something like tiles 3, and this just gonna be fine. And we can move over to second folder, and we can name that to something like tiles 2, the tile sets. But I'm gonna leave that, and once again we're gonna drag it over here, basically the first one. So I'm gonna move over to my first folder, and let's select the sprite sheet, which is the tiles 1, and let's drag it over to this folder. But before I do, I'm gonna select my let's zoom in over here a little bit, and it's gonna be fine. So let's select that spreadsheet, and let's drag it over here, and we're gonna move over to assets, then tile map folder, and let's click on this select folder, and I'm gonna click on this reuse, or we can click on that new copy as well. So as soon as we click reuse, and now by now we can notice that it's basically pretty much fine, and it's pretty much seems pretty much good. But we get a problem, it's something different. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select the first one, and we will delete, since it's just gonna seems weird. And we're gonna do the same thing with all of this, so it's gonna be fine. So we basically, you can simply say we just gonna create from scratch. So firstly, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then we will head over to our tile map folder. So let's have it head over to our tile map folder, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna select all of these tiles, all of this. So we're gonna press down Control A by holding down all of them, and we're gonna deselect this environment, basically the tile palette. So we're gonna hold down Control on our keyboard, and let's click on it in order to deselect that. And now we're gonna delete all of this by let's click on this delete button. Let's click on that delete, and it's gonna delete right away. So just wait a moment, and our environment tile palette just gonna be empty. So just wait a moment and you will see. Or we can simply create from scratch as well. So just wait a moment, and Unity just gonna take a little bit longer time in order to delete all of them, as you can notice. So just wait a minute and you will see. Now as you can see, it's basically seems weird, so we can simply delete the tile palette right away, instead of doing like this way. So I'm going to select my tile palettes, and let's click on this, basically let's click on that delete button, and we're going to delete that. And once again we're going to create from scratch. Basically we're going to create our environment tile palette as well, since we have done the wrong thing. So I'm going to click on this create new tile palette once again. Let's click on this create new tile palette, and we have to name it. So I'm going to call it simply tiles instead of calling something like environment. But you can go with environment as well, but I prefer to choose another name, another name. And let's click on this create button, and we need to choose our folder. So let's go to assets, then tile map. Let's click on that select folder, and once again we can drag one by one. So I'm going to move over to my sprites folder, then I will move over to my environment folder, then first folder, and let's select the tiles one. Let's drag it over here, and we're going to go over to assets, then tile map. Let's click on this select folder, and it's gonna do, and we're gonna do the same thing with our second and the third one. So just wait a moment and you will see. And now as you can see, it's fine, and I'm gonna move it a little bit to the right direction in our tiles palette. And now we're gonna move over to our second folder, and let's select the tiles, or basically the train, which we slices individually with 16 by 16. Let's select that, and let's move it over here inside our tiles. Let's go to assets one more time, then tile map. Let's click on that select folder, and now we're gonna do the same thing with our third one. But make sure you just name the tiles as sprite sheet with something else from the first one or the second one, basically like that. So I'm gonna move over to my third folder, and I'm gonna select my tiles 3 sprite sheet, and let's drag it somewhere over here inside our tiles palette tab. And we're gonna go to assets style map, and let's click on this select folder, and I'm gonna click on this create new copy instead of overwriting. So I'm gonna click on this create new copy, and as soon as we're gonna click on it, it's gonna create a new copy of it. So just wait a moment and you will see. So just wait a moment, and now we can see basically the error is gone by now, and we have all of the tiles. We have the first environment tiles, second and the third one, as you can notice, and it seems pretty much fine by now. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. So I hope you get the idea of this, and once we are done, we can simply click on this cut tab in order to basically cut that tab. And let's suppose you want to get that tile palette tab once again. Then what you need to do, you basically need to move over to this hierarchy, and then go over to this grid game object, basically select that, and select your ground, or basically the tile map in the hierarchy tab. And as soon as we have chosen, inside our scene view in the top left, I can see the open tile palette tab. You can get it anywhere in the scene view, so make sure you just find that. And once you find it, then make sure you just click on it, open tile palette, so it's gonna open that up. And as soon as we clicked on open, and we can notice all of the tiles right over here inside our tiles palette. So now it's done, and what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard in order to save my project. Or we can simply move over to top left file, and then click on the save button in order to save our project. So I hope you get the idea of this. To place our tiles, what we need to do, we basically need to move over to this hierarchy, then select this grid, and I'm gonna choose my ground or basically the tile map. So let's select that and let's go over to scene view, and we can see open tile palette. So let's click there and we have the tile palette tab. So just wait a moment, it's gonna bring up as you can notice, and we can just move our mouse by holding a scroll wheel to just to take a look around of it, and we can scroll our mouse to zoom in and zoom out. So we are ready to place our tile. But before I do, I just want to disable this ground for now, basically this white ground. So I'm gonna select my white ground in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector and I'm gonna uncheck in order to disabling it. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna choose our tiles. So let's suppose we're gonna choose this one, and we're gonna place it right over here. As you can notice, indeed we can place it. So the shortcut key of it is, so if I just move over, basically hover over my mouse cursor on it, we can see the shortcut key is B. So if you simply press down B on your keyboard, then it's gonna choose the paintbrush tool, and we can just paint something like this, as you can notice. And let's suppose you place a tile in a wrong place and you just want to remove that, then we have a eraser tool in our tile palette. So we can just click on it in order to choose, and the shortcut key we can notice is simply D. So we can press down D key in order to choose it, and we can just go ahead and we can remove it, something like this. So I hope you get the idea. And since I want to place it, so let's place like this, and this gonna be perfect. And let's select this end one, and we're gonna select over here, and we're gonna choose the side one. Let's move this one here, and we're gonna choose this, and you can choose any tile right over here in order to paste it. And let's suppose you just want to move this tile set a little bit up or down, then we have a move tool right over here, and we can see the shortcut key is S. So if we simply press down S on our keyboard, it's gonna choose that, and you can choose the section, basically the tiles which you just want to move it. So let's suppose I want to move this one down, so I'm gonna select like this, and after selecting that, you need to choose this tool, and this tool is a move tool, move selection tool, and the shortcut we can notice is M right next to our this selector tool, select tool you can simply say. And now we can just move this tile set anywhere in this scene view, as you can notice. So I hope you get the idea. And now I'm gonna place my tiles, and let's place it over here, and I'm gonna bring up my player a little bit up. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, then we're gonna move over to inspector, or we can simply select our move tool in this scene view. And let's suppose you just want to toggle this tile palette, then you can toggle it over here as well. So I want to toggle it right over here. Now this seems pretty much cool, and we have, so I'm going to select my player, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it a little bit up. Or what else we can do, we can just zoom out a little bit our camera. So we can select our main camera in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, camera component, and then projection, and you can just increase the size. If you increase the size, then it's gonna zoom out. So I'm gonna do it something around 7. Let's do it 6 instead, and this seems pretty much fine. Or we can just go ahead with 5.5 as well, so 5.5, and now that seems pretty much cool. And I'm gonna place my tiles, so let's place it. And you just want to, let's suppose you just want to do you want to do it in a quicker way, then in your tile palette we can see a tool, it's called I guess a pick or mark tool, and the shortcut key is I. So if you simply press down on your keyboard I, it's gonna bring that up. So basically it's gonna choose that, and we can choose the area, and we can basically, in order to copy that, we can choose the area, and we can just paste it anywhere we want. And by the basically this tool, you can simply say it's a pretty much useful tool in order to make our work quicker way, simply you can say. And I'm gonna paste it over here, sorry, and I'm gonna move it, let's move this one here. and let's do it somewhere around here. And now, and we're gonna choose this tool one more time, and we're gonna copy this area and let's paste it over here. And now this seems pretty much cool. And we're gonna choose the bottom place, and let's paste it in the bottom, something like this. And this seems pretty much cool by now. So I guess let's move it here. So as you can notice, we place a wrong tile right over here, so we're gonna erase that. To erase that, we're gonna choose our eraser tool in our tile palette, and the shortcut key is D. So you can simply press down D key in order to select that, and we're gonna click on it in order to erase that. And we just want to we want to quick our work. Basically, if you want to if you want your sorry, I'm really apologize, let's leave that. So we're gonna choose this tool, and we're gonna copy this, and let's paste it over here. And now this seems pretty much cool, as you can notice. And we're gonna place this tile here, and now this seems pretty much cool. But the problem is that if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice this player just gonna pass through this you can simply say these tiles. Why? Because we didn't add any colliders to these tiles, so we need to add that, so this player game object can detect the collision and it can land top of our ground tiles. So you're gonna see. So just wait a moment, and as soon as our game just gonna start, and we can just wait a minute, we can notice as soon as our game started, our player just passes through this ground tiles. Why? Because we haven't added any collider to it. So let's get out of play mode. To do that, we're gonna add collider 2D. Collider 2D, basically we need to add tile map collider 2D. So select your ground tile underneath your grid, and make sure you just make this one grid as well a prefab, so you're gonna have the copy of it. But before I do, I'm gonna simply show you the process. So let's select this ground, then go over to inspector, and then click on this add component in the bottom, and right over here search tile map collider, or you can simply cut this in the right section, and then you can just move over to this physics 2D in the bottom, we can notice. So we're gonna click on it, and we can find our tile map collider as well over here, or we can simply press we can get that by searching it. And as you can notice, as soon as we search tile map, it just pop up tile map collider 2D. So let's click on it in order to attach, and as soon as we click on it, by now we can notice individual all of these individual tiles just get it gets attached a tile map collider to all of these individual tiles, you can say ground tiles. And now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice this player just gonna land top of this ground tiles. Why? Because we added tile map collider 2D, so that's why it's gonna detect collision, and also our player just gonna detect the collision, so that's why it's gonna land top of our ground tiles. So let me show you. So just wait a moment, and as soon as our game just gonna start, you can notice it just land top of this ground. But the problem is that if we try to jump for the next time, basically if we press down space key on our keyboard, we're not able to jump. Why? Because we need to assign this corridor as a ground. Basically this we do know that inside our code we have done a ground. So if our player game object land top of this ground, then basically a game object with a tag called ground, then this player will jump. And we do know that if we select our ground tiles, then go over to inspector, we can see we haven't assigned this tile map collider as a ground tag. Basically this player doesn't know that this is our ground, so we need to assign this ground as a ground tag, as well as we need to assign as a ground layer. So let's get out of play mode. So we're gonna select our ground, then go over to inspector, then as you can see it says untagged, so let's click there. We're gonna click on it, and we're gonna assign with ground. And also we gonna assign the layer as a ground layer. So let's click on this in the right section says layer default, so we're gonna choose our ground. And now if we go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice our player game object just gonna land top of this ground right away, and we will able to jump for the next time as well. Why? Because this player this player knows by now this is our ground, because we assigned this ground as a ground tag. As you can see, indeed our player is now able to jump on it, jump top of this ground tiles, because we assigned this ground tiles as a ground tag, and this player knows by now this is our ground. So let's get out of play mode, and let's suppose you just want to collapse all of the collider at once. You don't want individual tile map collider, as you can notice, and you just want to collapse at once, or you just want to merge at once. Then how you can do it? For to do that, you need to select your ground, then go over to inspector, and you need to click on this add component, and you need to add a component called composite collider 2D. So we're gonna search that by typing composite collider 2D. As soon as we search, it just pop up. So let's click on it or hit enter in order to attach that. And now we can notice that as soon as we added this composite collider 2D, it's attached automatically the rigid body 2D as well. So we will move over to rigid body 2D, and we will select the body type to instead of saying like dynamic, we're gonna choose kinematic. And also collision detection, we're gonna choose continuous. So this is just gonna continuously detect any collision. And interpolate, we need to choose interpolate for making out smooth. So make sure you just choose that. And once you done basically once you done all of these things, make sure you just move over to your tile map collider 2D component, click on it in order to expand, and then move over to composite operation. And as you can notice, it says none. So what we need to do, we need to select merge. So let's click there, and we're gonna choose this merge. And as soon as we click merge, by now we can see all of the individual tile map colliders just gets compiled at once, as you can notice. So this seems pretty much cool. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And now I'm gonna make this create a prefab. Basically we're gonna have the copy of it. So if we lost somehow from the hierarchy or in the scene view, we can store it, restore that directly. So I'm gonna select my create game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it inside our prefabs folder in project tab. So let's select this grid, and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder inside our assets. Now we turn it into prefab, as you can notice. And we also want some grasses. Basically if we move over to our tile palette, I'm gonna move this one, I'm gonna cut this. So I'm gonna right click on it, let's click on this close tab in order to close that. And let's suppose you just want to bring one more time, then make sure you select your grid, or this ground tile or this ground or the tile map, select that, and then click on this open tile palette in the scene view. You're gonna able to notice it's gonna be anywhere in the scene view. So you need to firstly you need to find that. So make sure you just do that. And we want some grasses, because we also have grasses inside our tiles, as you can notice. So we're gonna choose our grasses, but before we do, we're gonna create another tile map collider 2D for it. Basically we don't want attach any colliders to this ground, or else this player just gonna be top of this grasses. Sorry, we don't want to attach any collider 2D or tile map collider 2D this grass. So that's why we're gonna create a separate tile map collider, basically a rectangular. So what we need to do, basically we need to move over to this grid game object. Let's right click on it, then go to 2D objects, as you can see. So select 2D objects, then move over to tile map, and then click on this rectangular. So go over to, firstly what you need to do, you need to select that grid, right click on it, and then go to 2D object, then tile map, and click on this rectangular. And you can name this one to something like grasses. So I'm gonna call grass tiles, or let's simply call it grass as well. So let's call it grass. And now we just created that. and we're going to choose our grass, not the ground. So we're not going to choose our ground tile, instead we're going to choose the grass one. And we will move over to our tile palette, and we're going to choose our grasses, and let's choose this paintbrush tool, and let's paste it like this. As you can notice, this seems pretty much cool. And now we don't want to attach any collider, or basically the tile map collider, to these grasses, because we don't want to attach any collider 2D, or else it's gonna be kind of bit weird, because this player just gonna land top of these grasses, instead of this player just gonna be behind of these grasses. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look. And our grass should be in front of our player, and the player game object should be behind our grass tiles. So just let me show you. And if we get something a different thing, then we need to do that. So just wait a moment. So as soon as game started, we can see our player is behind of these grasses. And if it's not, so let's suppose if I get out of play mode and then select this grass, and I just put something like sorting clear to -1, and then go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and you will able to notice that this player by now it's gonna be in front of this grass. So we need to bring our grass tiles in front of this player, instead of taking our player in front of this ground. So as you can notice, so if I move over to my game view, and in the top bar we can see scale, so we can scale, and we can notice that our player sims is in front of this ground tiles, and we want our player to be behind of this grass tiles. How we can do that? So I'm gonna scale this down. So basically move over to your game view. In the top bar you're gonna able to notice the scale parameter. You can just increase that in order to zoom in or zoom out. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and to solve that, what we will do, we're gonna assign this player as a player sorting layer, and we will assign this grass tiles as a grass sorting layer, and we're gonna bring up that sorting layer in front of this player sorting layer. To do that, what you need to do, you need to select the game object. So let's select this grass tiles or player. Let's select any of them, then select that, go over to inspector, tile map renderer, and over there you're gonna see additional settings. So just click there, and sorting layer you can see it says default, and I'm gonna say set back this order layer to 0, and we can see sorting layer and it says default. So let's click there, and we're gonna click on this add sorting layer, and we will create two sorting layer, one for our player and one for our grass tiles. So let's click on this plus icon, a plus icon, in order to create a new sorting layer. So let's create one for player. So we're gonna call this one player, and let's click on this plus icon one more time to create the second layer, and this will be our grass style. So we're gonna call it something like grass, and we want this we want this grass in front of this our player sorting layer. So that's why we're gonna take our grass sorting layer, and let's drag it in the bottom. Basically we just taking that in front, and now this player, as you can notice, it's behind of our grass sorting layer. Basically it's in the top, means it's basically behind, and we just taking our grass, and we just taking in front of everything, as you can notice. And now what we need to do, we need to assign these grass tiles as a grass sorting layer. So we're going to choose our grass, and we will go over to inspector one more time, then tile map renderer, and then additional setting and sorting layer. So this is our grass, so we're gonna assign with grass, and now we're gonna choose our player. Let's go over to inspector, then sprite renderer component, and we're gonna choose sorting layer for this player. We're gonna choose player sorting layer. Now as you can see, we done. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice our grass by now grass style is just gonna be in front of our player, and this player will be behind of our grass tiles, and you're gonna take a look on it. So you will see it. So just wait a moment. So now we can notice that if we scale, we can notice that our player seems behind of these ground tiles, as you can see, and these grass tiles in front of this player. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and you can create the rope as well. So what we will do, we're gonna create a rope type. To do that, we're gonna select our grid. But before you do all of these things, make sure you just turn your grid into a prefab, so you are gonna have the copy of it and you can restore it directly. So firstly, I'm gonna select my grid. Let's go over to inspector, overrides, and then click on this apply all, because I attached this grass. And we can create for our ropes as well as our backgrounds. So I'm gonna create a something like, we're gonna call it back, let's call that platform, something like that, a ground platform. So we're gonna select our grid, let's right click on it, and we will go to 2D object, then a tile map, and we're gonna choose this rectangular, and we can call this rectangular to something like, let's call it a platform ground. So let's rename this to platform ground. So let's call it platform ground. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna assign this platform ground as a ground tag. But before we do that, let's select this platform ground, and we're gonna click on this open tile palette in our scene view, and we're gonna choose these tiles for it. Basically this tile, I'm gonna choose that, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here. So let's do it somewhere around here. And this is our platform ground, you can see, simply say. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna assign this firstly we're gonna attach a tile map collider 2D, because it's gonna be our ground like this our ground. So this player just can land top of this ground and can jump top of this our platform ground. So what we will do for it, we're gonna select that, and we're gonna attach tile map collider 2D as we have done with this ground tiles. So we're gonna do the same thing. So let's choose our platformer ground. Let's go over to inspector, click on this add component, and we're gonna add a tile map collider 2D. And we do know that in to collapse, basically to merge at once, we're gonna click on this add component, and we're gonna attach composite collider 2D. Basically we're doing the same thing as we have done with this ground. And we will go to rigid body. Let's set the body type to kinematic, and collision detection to continuous, interpolate to interpolate. And after doing that, let's go over to tile map collider 2D, and we're gonna choose composite operation to merge. And as soon as we click on it, now we can see our tile, basically individual tile maps collider, just gets compiled at once. And also we need to assign this platform ground as a ground text, so this player will know that this is our ground, and this player can jump top of from this platform ground. So let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna assign with ground, and layer we're gonna choose our ground layer. Now this is our ground, and if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice that this platform ground, we can jump top of it, and we're gonna add some ropes to it, and you will see. So just wait a moment, and and if we jump over on it, as you can see, indeed our player is able to jump. So let's add some ropes. To do that, I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our platform ground, sorry, we're gonna create another rectangular tile map. Basically we're gonna select our grid game object one more time. Let's right click on it. Let's sorry, so just wait a moment. Let's select our grid in a hierarchy. Let's right click on it. Let's go to 2D object, then tile map, and then let's click on this rectangular to create another, and we can call this one something like ropes. So this will be ropes, so let's call it ropes. And we don't want to attach any colliders to these ropes, so this player can easily pass through it. So let's select our ropes, and let's click on this open tile palette, and we're gonna add our ropes, and we have it over here as you can notice. So we're gonna make this like this, and if you just want to quit your work, then you can select this tool, which is our pick or mark tool, and you can select this and you can just move it anywhere you want. So we're gonna do these things, and this seems pretty much fine. And we're not gonna attach any collided 2D or tile map collided 2D to these ropes, so this player can easily know that we can pass through it. But the problem is that we barely able to notice our ropes inside our game view. So what we basically need to do, we need to change the background color. So basically we're gonna select our main camera in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, camera component, and we're gonna move over to rendering. And in the bottom you can see basically we need to move over to environment in the bottom, and background. So just click on that background and you can choose any other color in order to see. And now as you can notice, as soon as we have chosen, we can see the rope by now, and we want this rope in front of this player game object. So we're gonna we can create another sorting layer for this rope, but we're gonna assign with the ground because we do know that we created our grass sorting layer which is in front of our player. So we can simply select our ropes at you can say rope tiles, and we can go over to inspector, then tile map renderer, and then additional setting and sorting layer. We can choose our grass, and now this ropes also just gonna be in front of, so in front of this player. Let me show you. So if I click on this play button in the top, and you will able to notice as soon as we're gonna jump over on it, so this rope just gonna be in front of our player game object. So just wait a minute, and once it's done we can check that out. So just wait a moment, and sorry, just wait a moment. And if I jump on it, as you can see, we can notice that this rope is in front of our player game object. But the problem is that we can see our player is rotating like that. As you can see, it's flipping like weird. So to stop that, we need to freeze the rotation about Z axis. Basically we need to get out of play mode, and we need to select our player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, rigid body 2D, and then go over to constraint and freeze the rotation about Z axis. So this player not gonna rotate like that. So why we need to freeze the rotation? Because if we move over to transform, then rotation and play around with the Z axis, Z axis, as you can see it's rotating. So that's why we need to freeze the rotation about Z axis. So I'm gonna set back to 0, and it's not gonna do at all. And also we need to make sure we select our grid, and we're gonna move over to inspector, then overrides, and we're gonna click on this apply all. So I hope you get the idea that how you can create this, and you can simply copy this ground and you can paste it over here. So let's do that. So I'm gonna select my ground tiles. You can call this one ground tiles instead of calling ground. So we're gonna select that, and we're gonna copy this, basically this total. So to do that, we're gonna select our ground underneath our grid in the hierarchy. Then let's click on this open tile palette, and we're gonna select this area that we want to copy. So to copy that, we need to choose this tool, and the shortcut key is I, which is our pick or mark tool, and we can just copy the area that we want to copy. So we're gonna choose that, and now we're gonna paste it somewhere over here. And by doing this, it makes our work a lot more easy and quicker. So basically that is the reason. And we also need to basically copy the ground, basically the grasses. So we're gonna choose our grasses underneath our grid in the hierarchy, and we're gonna select this. For that we're gonna choose this tool, and let's select this area, basically those grasses, and let's paste it over here. Or you can simply just select your grasses in your tile palette, and you can just manually place them. But instead of doing that, I prefer you to use this tool, which is our pick or mark tool. So I hope you get the idea. And let's suppose you just want to move this you can say this platform ground. So how you can do it, we do know that. For it, we're gonna choose that first. So let's choose this platform ground underneath our grid. Let's click on this open tile palette, and we want to move it in the middle. So to do that, we need to choose this tool in the, we can see in the top left side in our tile palette, and the and the tool is area tool. So we're gonna click on it, and we can choose the area that we want to move. So we're gonna choose this area, and after doing that we're gonna choose this tool next to it, which is our move selection tool, and we can just move it anywhere we want. So I'm gonna move it in the middle, something like this, as you can see. And we also need to move our ropes, so we're gonna choose our rope tiles underneath our grid in the hierarchy, and we can select this tool one more time, and we're gonna choose this, and let's select this tool, and let's move it over here. Now as you can see, it makes lot more easy. And if you just want to erase at one time, then you can choose this eraser tool as well. We have many tools like flipping, as you can see horizontally. We can flip vertically as well. Just play around with this and you're gonna get. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And after doing that, make sure you just select your the parent game object. So in my case, this grid, and I'm going to move over to inspector overrides and then apply all. But before you do, make sure you just turn it your grid or the tile map into a prefab, so you're gonna have the copy, and if you lost somehow, you can just restore it. So make sure you just do that. If we go ahead and click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will notice that our camera not gonna follow at all this player game object as wherever player is going. So we need to make it basically we need to make follow our player game object. Let me show you before we do that. So if I just go ahead and then hold down A and D key, as you can notice that camera is static. Camera is not moving with our player game object. So we need to do that. We need to make our camera to follow our player game object. And in order to do it, we're gonna use Cinemachine camera. So let's get out of play mode. And what we need to do, we need to install Cinemachine camera for it. So basically we need to head over to window in the top, then go over to package manager over here. You can find, so just click on it. So just wait a moment, and in the left bar in this package manager tab, you're gonna see Unity registry. So select that, and search over here Cinemachine, or make sure your internet connection is well, so it's gonna do it instantly. So since my internet connection is a little bit slow, that's why it's basically taking a little bit longer time. Or you can simply search over here by typing Cinemachine and it's gonna pop up. Sorry, it should be Cinemachine and it's gonna pop up. So just wait a moment, and I really apologize, it's taking a little bit longer time than as usual. As you can see, as soon as we type right over here Cinemachine, it gets pop up. Or we can simply cut this and we can find the Cinemachine by scrolling down. So I have it over here, as you can notice. So select that, and over here in the right side you're gonna see a install button. So just click on it and it's gonna import Cinemachine to your project. And once you're done, you're gonna see like this. So I already installed it. As you can see, it says remove, so I have Cinemachine in my project. So once we are done, so we can just go ahead and simply we can cut this tab. And as you can notice, I just created this create. As you can see, we have lot of things right over here. So I already made it, and now we need to make the player follow. To do so, we need to move over to this hierarchy tab, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to Cinemachine in the bottom, then targeted cameras, and then click on this 2D camera. And as soon as we clicked on it, we can see a Cinemachine camera game object just added up in our hierarchy. And if we go over to inspector, we have Cinemachine camera component. And if we select our main camera, and if we scroll down by going over to inspector and scroll down, we can notice a Cinemachine brain component added to this main camera. Basically, this Cinemachine brain component just added up to this main camera, basically to give instruction. This Cinemachine camera just gonna give instruction to this main camera what actually this main camera need to do. So that's why inside this main camera, this Cinemachine brain component just added up. So this Cinemachine camera right over here just gonna give instruction to this main camera what this main camera actually need to do. So that's why this component is added up. And if we select our Cinemachine camera in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, Cinemachine camera component, and lens tracking target, we can see it says non-transform. So you need to drag the game object, which game object you want to follow. So since I want to follow my player game object, or this main camera need to follow this player game object, so that's why we're gonna select our player in the hierarchy and let's drag it over to that field. And as soon as we drag it, we can see by now, we can see basically if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will notice as soon as our player just gonna move to the left or right side, you will able to notice our Cinemachine camera also, our main camera also just gonna move with it. So just wait a moment and you will see that. So now if we just go ahead and move left and right, as you can notice, our main camera just following our player. But the problem is that it's too much zoom out. So we basically need to zoom in a little bit. So let's get out of play mode, and for that what we need to do, we basically need to select our Cinemachine camera, then go over to inspector, Cinemachine camera component, and then you basically need to move over to this lens, and we can just decrease the value lens. If we decrease it, we can notice that it's just zooming. So I'm gonna set it to something around 5, like that, or let's do it something like 5.5, and that seems pretty much great. And now if we click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, it's gonna work out fine. And it just basically our main camera just gonna follow our player right away. So just wait a moment, and once our game load is complete, we can just take that out. Let's have a look on this. So we can notice the main camera is following our player in whichever direction this player is going, and we can play around these things. Basically, if we select our Cinemachine camera, then go over to inspector, Cinemachine camera component, in the bottom we can notice that. So sorry so we can add offset. So I'm gonna get out of play mode first. So let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna do that. So if we move over to this cinemachine position compressor, I guess if I right click on it, then click on these properties, we can see that this is our component and it's cinemachine position composer component. And this right over here is you can just play around with the dead zone and all of these things. Let's suppose you just your camera to up a little bit in the y-axis, then you can just move over to this Cinemachine position composer component first, then move over to composition, and you can just play around with this y. So if I just increase the value in the y direction, we can notice that our main camera just going up in the y direction, and we can play around with the x axis as well, as you can see, and we can play around with the dead zone. I want to set back a screen position back to something 0 to 0. I don't want my main camera a little bit far a little bit distance between our camera and my player game object. So that's why I just set back to 0 0 in the 0 in the x and 0 in the y, and we can play around with the dead zone as well. So if we click on this death zone, we can play around this area. So if we move over to our game view, as you can see, we have this dead zone. Basically in this area our camera not gonna follow, but let's suppose player outside of this area, then our player just gonna start sorry, our main camera just gonna start following our player if the player just surpass this position. So I don't want in the y, so that's why I'm gonna set in the y to 0, and we're gonna play around with this x only. So this is our area. We can increase that, so we can see these lines right over here. As you can notice these vertical lines. So in this area, if we move our player, then our then main camera not gonna follow at all our player game object, but once we surpass this area, then our main camera just gonna start following our player. Let me show you. So if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice, and you can play around with the y as well. It's basically up to you. So just wait a moment and you will see that. So now in the y it's gonna work fine. We can notice that if we try to move around in this area, we can see our main camera is not following. But if we surpass this area, we can notice that our main camera is now started following our player game object and in the y-axis as well. So basically this is the cool thing, and we can just go over to this tracking target and target offset in the x, y and the z. If we increase this x, so this will be like this. Basically if you want to see more in the x axis in the right side, then you can just increase the value target offset in the x axis inside this Cinemachine position composer component. So basically play around with these values, and you just gonna get all of this. You can play around with this damping in the x, y, and if I make the x damping to 0, you will see a camera just gonna follow rigidly, as you can notice. So basically that is the thing. So that's why I just want damping to back to 1, so it's gonna work fine, like smoothly it's gonna follow, as you can notice. And I don't want in the x target offset. So in the x I'm gonna choose a little bit a lower number instead of choosing high number. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you just out of play mode, and if the changes you doing inside play mode, it's not gonna be saved at all. So what you can do, you can just right click on that component and then click on this copy component, and it's gonna copy all of these things. And once you are out of play mode, then right click on it and then paste the component values. You're gonna see right over here. So I hope you get the idea of this. And I want in the x a little bit, I want to see in the x to the right side a little bit more. So that's why I'm going to move over to my Cinemachine position composer component, and then target tracking, target offset. In the X, I'm gonna increase something like 1, as you can see, or we can just go ahead with 2 as well. And I want to make the damping a little bit up, so it's gonna make the smooth movement more, so we're gonna do something like 1.2. And now if we go ahead and then click on this play button, it's gonna work fine. Just play around with these values and you just gonna get that how you can work. So just mess around with this value inside your Cinemachine camera game object and you will see that. So just wait a moment. And uh, now we can notice that camera is working fine, and we can see left and right, and it's basically working fine. So I hope you get the idea. And this seems pretty much fine. So let's get out of play mode, and I want my player a little bit down, so I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy. Let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it a little bit down to this ground, to the ground, something like this. As you will notice, now this seems perfect, and we are ready to create our parallax effect. To do so, we can drag the backgrounds, so let's do that. So for it, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then a sprites folder, and I will head over to my environment folder. Then second folder I have all of this background, as you can notice, so we can select any of them. But before you do, make sure you just duplicate those background, because I split it individually, as you can notice. So that's why, so that's why you just need to make that. Basically move over to your folder, and then you can just do that, basically duplicate this background. Basically duplicate the first background, and you don't need to duplicate the second background. Basically select that and press down Ctrl D in order to duplicate, because we just want to have a second background, and I just split it individually, as you can notice. And you can do the same way as we have done inside this player sprite, by clicking on that sprite editor. So I'm gonna select this background, or this PG1, and I already split it individually. Let me show you. If I select that, then go over to inspector, as you can notice, I have chosen pixel per unit to 16 and sprite mode to multiple. And if we click on this open sprite editor, then if we move over to sprite editor tab, as you can see, I just slice it automatic, and you can just choose that the part that you want to slice, and you can just drag this green line in order to slice them individually. So make sure you just select automatic. So once you're done, and you are good to go. So I hope you get the idea. So this one is split at one, so that's why I'm gonna drag one more time this bg1. So I will move over to my folder, and I have it over here. So I'm gonna select the first background. So let's select that and drag it over to this drag it over to this sprites folder, and it's gonna be the do that thing. And we can see we have the bg1 one more time inside this folder. So now let's make that. Before we make the parallax effect, we need to drag all of our backgrounds. So I'm gonna select this one. This one is split at one, so I'm gonna select the second one. So let's select that, drag it over to this scene view or into this hierarchy. So I'm gonna drag it over to my scene view, as you can notice. You notice, and we're gonna select the second background as well. Let's drag it into this scene view, as well as the third one. And this seems, third one, I guess this just gonna be fine. Not the third one, basically this one, I guess. So we can select this one, and let's press down a delete. And the first background, basically this will be in front of all of these backgrounds. So I'm gonna call this one to something like pg1. Let's call it pg1, and let's select the second one. I'm gonna call this one pg2, so let's call it pg2. And let's select the third one, and let's call it pg3. Pg3, something like that. And as you can notice, this background seems a lot more small, so we need to make it bigger. To do so, we need to choose the pixel per unit a less number. So I'm gonna select all of those background, so by holding down shift, from this, I guess this one is splitted one, so I'm going to select from this to this by holding down shift, then go over to inspector and let's make this pixel per unit something around 16, and filter mode to point no filter to get rid of blurry, and let's click on this apply button, and I'm gonna click on this apply button, and as soon as we're gonna click apply, you will notice, as you can see, now our background seems pretty much cool. But the problem is that we want our BG3, basically this background, all the way behind. We want that all the way behind, and we want our first background or BG1 in front of this BG3. So we need to add some sorting layer in order to do that. So we're gonna select any game object. Let's suppose this BG1 in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, and additional settings, sorting layer. Let's click on it, and let's click on this add sorting layer. So we're gonna create three sorting layer for this for our BG3, BG2, and BG1. So let's click on this plus icon, and let's call this BG1. Let's create one more which will be BG2, and let's create one more which will be BG3. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna drag this BG3 all the way behind. So we're gonna take that and let's drag it all the way behind, and then we're gonna select our BG2, let's drag it all the way behind, and then I'm gonna choose my BG1, let's drag it in front of this BG2, and BG2 should be in front of BG3, as you can see. Now we have done, and we need to assign with layers. So I'm gonna select my BG1, let's select that, let's go over to sprite renderer, sorting layer, we're gonna choose BG1, and for BG2 we're gonna choose BG2, and for BG3 we're gonna choose BG3. And now as soon as we have done it, we can see by now it seems pretty much perfect. And we're gonna select all of them by holding down shift in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, then transform, let's right click on it, let's click on this reset, so it's gonna reset the position. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. As you can see by now, this seems pretty much cool. And we can zoom out a little bit our main camera, but before we do, let's make our hierarchy a little more clean. So we're gonna create an empty game object, and inside that game object we're gonna drag all of this BG1, BG2, and BG3 game object into that game object to make our hierarchy clean. To do that, we need to right click or hit this plus icon, then go over to they basically create an empty game object in the top, you can see, or you can select, you can just right click, then click on this create empty game object, and let's call this game object to something like backgrounds. So I'm gonna call this one backgrounds, like that, backgrounds, and let's go to transform, let's right click on it and reset, and I'm gonna choose an icon for it. So I'm gonna click on this box icon in the inspector, and I'm gonna choose this yellow one. And now what we will do, we will select all of this background by holding down shift, and let's drag it top of this background games object. And now we can see, and if we click on this arrow, basically down arrow, now we can notice that we just collapse at once, and it makes our hierarchy lot more clean. And now we need to add the parallax effect, but before we add the parallax effect, let me show you that this background's not gonna move, not basically there is not gonna be any parallax effect. So let's check that out. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So just wait a moment. So now as you can notice, there is no parallax effects going on. So we need to make that, and in order to make it, we're gonna get out of play mode, and for it we need to choose. So select your main camera, then go over to inspector camera component, and over there projection, as you can notice it says orthographic. So we need to choose perspective in order to make the parallax effect. To do that, let's click on this orthographic and click on this perspective. And now as soon as we have chosen perspective, it's now to do the perspective thing. As you can notice that we just zoom it a lot, So what we need to do, we need to zoom out. To do that, we need to select our Cinemachine camera in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, Cinemachine camera component, Cinemachine camera component, and then we're gonna move over to this FOV, vertical FOV, FOV, or you can simply say field of view. Basically this means, so basically you need to move over to this lens, and then you just need to play around this vertical FOV, or you just play around with this. So I'm gonna do it something around 60. So let's do it 60, something like that, and this seems perfect now. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button, the parallax should be included, but it's not gonna do at all. Why? I'm gonna show you that, so just wait a moment. Even though we set as perspective, it's not gonna do at all, so just wait a moment for it. And if we try to start moving left and right, we're not able to notice our parallax effect. So what we basically need to do, we need to drag this background a little bit further away from our main camera, or from this player game object, so it's gonna make the parallax effect. So let's get out of play mode. For that what we need to do, we need to drag our all of these backgrounds, this bg1, sorry, this bg1, bg2, and the bg3 far away from our main camera. To do so, what we need to do, in the top bar in scene view, you can see click on this 2D. In the top bar, you're gonna notice that, just go over to scene view and then click on this 2D in the top bar, and we can hold down alt and we can move our mouse to look around, as you can see. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna take our bg1, sorry, we're gonna do with our bg3, or the last background. So we will move over to hierarchy, then background schema object, and we will select our bg3, and then what we're gonna do, we're gonna select that, and we're gonna drag it in the z axis. So let's drag it something around 10. So I'm gonna select my bg3. Let's go over to inspector, transform, and then position, and in the z you can just drag it further away from your player game object, or from this main camera, in order to make the parallax effect. And now I'm gonna choose my bg2, and let's drag it far away. So I'm gonna drag it something like 5, and I'm gonna select my bg1, and I'm gonna drag it in the z axis, or we can simply select our move tool in the scene view, and we can just move it like this. And you can hold down alt on your keyboard, and you can move your mouse in order to look around, as you can see. So I'm gonna select my bg1, and I'm gonna drag it 5, and then I'm gonna select my bg2, and I'm gonna drag it something around 7. And this let's do it something around 10, I guess. And let's select this bg3, and I'm gonna drag it something around 12 in the z axis. And once we done, and if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice that our backgrounds, basically now we will able to notice parallax effect, since we drag it all of our backgrounds in the z axis far away from main camera. If any game object is far away main camera, so we can notice now, as you can see. So basically what you need, what is the thing, if you drag a game object further away from main camera, or from this player game object, then that background or that game object will move little bit slow, as compared to the close one. So that's why this close one, or this bg1, it's moving a little bit slow as compared to the second one, since it's further away from our player game object or this main camera. So if you take any game object far away from this main camera, then it will move slowly as compared to the close one. Basically the close one just gonna move high. So as you can notice, it's moving a little bit faster than the second one, and the second one moving faster as compared to the third one, because that one is far away from our player game object, or from this main camera, so that's why. And let's suppose you just want to go back in 2D view, then in the scene view in the top bar, just click on that 2D one more time in order to go back in basically in 2D mode. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we need to check in the Z axis. So if I move over to my background scheme object and select this BG1, we can see it's fine. So what we need to do, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit, or we can zoom in a little bit, but I'm not gonna do that. So I'm gonna select my BG1 and it's imperfect, and I'm gonna select my BG3 and I will drag it in the Y axis a little bit up. So I'm gonna select my BG3 underneath my background scheme object, and then go over to inspector, basically in the hierarchy, and I'm going to drag it a little bit up, something like this much, or we can just scale up in the Y axis a little bit. So what we can do, we can select our PG3, then go over to inspector, transform, then scale, and we're gonna put in the Y something around 1.5, something like that, and it's good. And we can do the same thing with this PG2 as well. So let's do that. So I'm gonna make 1.2, something like that, and we're gonna select our BG1 is perfect. We don't need to do anything like that, and it's basically perfect. And if we go ahead and then click on this play button, it should be fine by now. And if it's not, just play around with those values and you're gonna get that. And I'm gonna make my player speed a little bit up, so we can just take a look. Just wait a moment and you will see that. So as you can notice over here, the background just getting end over here. So what we need to do, we need to duplicate this background and we need to move it over here, as well as we're gonna move it to cover up all of these tiles. To do so, let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna select all of this background by holding down shift, and we need to make this BG1 or this first background a little bit bigger, since we have seen over here, once we over here we can see the blank space, so that's why. So I'm gonna select my BG1 and let's make it a little bit bigger. So let's go to transform, scale, and in the Y we're gonna make it something around 1.2, and we can do the same thing in the X axis, which is 1.2, and this seems perfect now. And we can just move this BG1 a little bit up, so let's do that. So I'm gonna move it a little bit up, something like this much, I guess, and this seems perfect now. And let's select all of this background, and let's do the same thing with this BG2. Basically in the X is scale, I'm gonna do 1.2 as I have done in the Y, and we're gonna do the same thing with this BG3, which is 1.5. And now select all of this background by holding down shift, and let's press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's move it in the X axis to fill out this space, something like that. And I guess so I'm gonna select my let's select the BG1, sorry, this, let's select this BG3. So this is our BG3, and we can play around with the X axis. And I guess in the X it's gonna be somewhere over here. So in the X it will be 190, I guess, seems pretty much fine. So make sure you select your duplicate one and then drag it top of the first one. Select your duplicate one and then drag it top of the first one, and do the same thing with all of this. So I'm gonna select the BG11, basically the duplicate one, and let's drag it top of the to the first one in order to make it child. In order to make this BG1 or the duplicate one child of the first one, so it will move with it. And we're gonna do the same thing with this BG2, and let's select our BG1, and if we select, so we need to move our this BG1 over here. So let's do that. So I'm gonna move it something over here. I guess 110 seems perfect number. And now let's choose our BG2, and we're gonna drag it over here. So we're gonna drag it here, and it seems perfect. So which is a 1 1 10 we can do, and now it's fine. And once you are done, we can just click over here to collapse, and we can press down Ctrl S to save our project. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, it's gonna work fine. And make sure you just duplicate one more time to fill up this blank area. If you do want, then you can do that. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And make sure you select this background game object as well a prefab, so you will have the copy and you don't need to work from scratch. So that's why I just created an empty parent game object first, and after that I just drag it all of those backgrounds in order to make our work simple, in order to make our hierarchy clean, as well as we can just make that one prefab, so we will have the copy of it. So this is a pretty good way in order to make your work quickly, or you can just work fast. So I'm going to select my background scheme object, and let's drag it over to inside this prefabs folder in our project tab. Now we just turn it into a prefab, and it seems pretty much fine. And we can drag our bg1, bg3, and bg2 a little bit in the x-axis. We don't need it over here, so we can drag it in the x-axis to the right side, but basically it's up to you. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I want to zoom out a little bit, so I'm going to select my Cinemachine camera in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector as Cinemachine camera component, and six FOB, we're gonna make it something, and then I'm gonna head over to my first folder. Of course I will have a link in the description of this sprite. You can go and check that out, and I already slice it individually. So if I select the work one, so let's select that, and if I move over to inspector, click on this open sprite editor, as you can see I already slice it individually, and also make this pixel per unit 16 and filter mode to point no filter. Basically I have done the same thing as we have done with this player game object or player sprite. Basically do the same thing. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the work sprite, and I'm gonna select my game view over here. Let's select the work sprite, let's click on this arrow, and let's select the first one, and let's drag it into this scene view or into this hierarchy. And I'm gonna move this somewhere around here, something like that. And I'm gonna call this one something like enemy 1, or let's call it enemy 2 as well. I'm gonna call this enemy 1. So let's select this, and let's rename this to enemy 1, enemy underscore 1. Let's call it enemy underscore 1. And I want to flip in the x-axis to the left side. To do so, let's go to sprite renderer, and you can just flip in the x-axis, or horizontally as well as vertically, or in the y-axis. So since I want in the horizontally, so I'm going to take this one, flip in the x. Basically go over to sprite renderer component and check this one x in order to flip in the left direction. And we will add some components to these enemies. First thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body 2D for adding up gravity. So let's click on this add component, and we're gonna add up rigid body 2D. Really sorry for this. So we will go to rigid body 2D, and gravity scale we're gonna set it to 3, and collision detection we're gonna choose continuous, and interpolate to interpolate for making out smooth you can say. And we're gonna freeze the rotation about z axis, so it's not gonna rotate like weird. So we will go to constraint, and we're gonna freeze the rotation about z axis. So now we're gonna add second component, which will be a box collider 2D or a collider 2D for collision detection. So let's click on this add component, and we're gonna find our box collider 2D, and let's attach that. And we need to edit the collider as the size of our enemy 1 sprite. So let's click on this edit collider in the inspector, and let's edit the collider as the size of our enemy 1 game object. So let's do it something like this much, and this seems pretty much great as you can notice. And once we done, we just go ahead and we can make this one enemy as a enemy one. So what I want to do, I want to tag this enemy as a enemy tag. So to do that, we're gonna select our enemy one, then go over to inspector and tag. As you can see, it says untag. So let's click there and we're gonna click on this add tag in the bottom, and we will create a new tag for this enemy one. So let's click on this plus icon, and I'm gonna name this tag to something like enemy. Let's call it enemy instead of calling enemy underscore one, because we're gonna have multiple enemies and those enemies need to have same tag name, so that's why. So we're gonna click on this save, and now select this enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, and let's assign with the tag which we recently created. As you can notice, I just assign it with the tag which is enemy. And once we done, we can make the animation right now. To do so, we're gonna head over to our project tab, and let's create a subfolder inside our animation folder for this anime animation. So let's do that. So we're gonna move over to assets folder, then animation folder, and let's create a subfolder. So I'm gonna right click, then create in the top, then folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like animes underscore animation, something like that. And inside this folder, we're gonna create one more subfolder because we're gonna have multiple enemies, so that's why. So let's open this up by double clicking on it, and let's right click on it. Let's create a subfolder, and we can call this folder to something like enemy and enemy one underscore animation. So let's call it enemy one underscore animation. And after doing this, we can just go ahead and make the animation. So let's do that. To do so, we're gonna move over to our project tab, assets, and then sprites folder, and then enemies folder, one folder. And we're gonna do the same thing as we have done with this player animation. So we're gonna select all of them. So let's click on this first basically on this arrow, and we will select all of the sprite by holding down shift, and then drag it over to top of this enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy. So it's gonna make the animation right away. So we will go to top left assets, and we will open up this animation folder. Let's double click on it, and we can notice we created a subfolder called enemies underscore animation. So we're gonna open that up, and we have another subfolder which is enemy one underscore animation. So let's open that up because this is our first enemy, so that's why we're gonna place this animation inside this folder. So let's double click on it, and we have to name the animation what we want. So this will be the work one, so we will call this one enemy one underscore work or run, let's call it. It's up to you what you want to call. And once you've done, make sure you click on the save button in the bottom right section, you can see. And now if we select our enemy underscore one, then move over to our animation tab, and then click on this play button, we can notice it's playing the working animation clip over again and again. And we need to create the other animation as well. We need to create the attack, we need to create all of those animation clip. So what I'm gonna do, but before I do, I want to make this enemy underscore one a prefab. So we will have the copy of it, and we don't need to work from scratch. So we will select our enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, and let's drag it inside this prefabs folder in order to turn it into a prefab. Now we just turn it into prefab. Basically means we have a copy of this game object, so we can directly restore that. And now let's make the other animation, which will be the hit, death, as well as we're gonna have other animation clip. So I'm gonna choose the attack one now. So let's find that. So I have it over here, so I'm gonna select that. Let's go over to inspector, click on this open sprite editor, so we can see all of this. So I already slice it individually, as you can notice. So I'm gonna select my game view, and let's click on this arrow, and we will select all of the sprite by holding down shift, and let's drag it over top of this enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy in order to make the animation right away. So we will go to assets, animation, enemies animation, enemy one animation, and this will be enemy one underscore this will be enemy one underscore heart, or sorry, this will be the attack one, so we're gonna call enemy one underscore attack, and we're gonna click on this save button to create the animation. And if we move over to animation tab, then click over here and then choose this enemy one underscore attack, and then click on this play button. As you can notice, indeed it's playing the attack animation clip over again and again. Let's create the other animation clip, which we're gonna have our death as well as the hit one. So let's do that. So let's drag it top of this enemy underscore one. Let's go to assets, animation, enemies, animation, enemy one animation, and this one will be the hit one or taking damages. So we can call enemy one underscore heart like that, and let's click on that save, and let's create the death one. So I'm gonna find the death one. Let's select all of them, and let's drag it top of this enemies and enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy. Let's go to assets, animation, enemies, animation, enemy one, enemy underscore animation, and this one will be the enemy one underscore death, something like that. And let's click on this save button, and now we have all of those animation clip. So if I select my enemy one and then go over to animation tab, click on this play button, we can see we have the work one, we have the death one, and we have the heart one. So some animation clip I don't want to play over again and again, like the heart taking damages, or basically the heart animation clip of this enemy one as well as the death one. So to do that, we do know we're gonna move over to our project tab, then assets folder, animation folder, and enemy one underscore animation folder, and we can see all of this clip. We have the enemy one underscore work, enemy one underscore heart. So we're gonna select the heart and the date one by holding down shift or holding down control, then go over to inspector and uncheck this loop time, so those animation clip will not be looped. And now if we select enemy one, then go over to animator tab, we can notice we have all of those animation clip. So now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice as soon as our game just gonna start, it's gonna start playing this work animation clip. So we need to make transition between this animation clip. We need to make this animation clip from work to attack as well as to heart and death, and we're gonna do the same thing as we have done inside our player game object. So we will approach the same way in that. So as you can see, as soon as our game started, our enemy one, it's play underscore enemy underscore one game object just playing the work animation clip over again and again. So let's get out of play mode. Let's make transition from this work to our attack. So let's right click on it, let's make transition to our work, and let's select this transition. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck this has exit time, since we want to play the attack animation clip right away as soon as our player just gets inside of this attack range of this enemy one game object. And transition duration, let's set it to 0, and we're gonna scroll down and we need to choose a condition. So to do that, let's move over to animator tab, then we're gonna choose this parameter. Let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose a bool parameter which can be true or false, and we're gonna call this one something like attack, and we will choose this condition. So let's click on this plus icon in the inspector, and we're gonna choose if attack is true. Now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and try to set this attack parameter manually to true, basically means take, you will able to notice our enemy one just gonna play the attack animation clip right away. So just wait a moment, and now if we trigger that, and we can notice now it's playing the attack animation clip over again and again. So we also need to go back to our work animation clip. So let's get out of play mode, let's right click on this attack animation clip enemy one underscore attack, and let's make transition back to our work, and we're gonna choose this transition. Let's go over to inspector, we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, transition duration to 0, and we will scroll down and we need to choose a condition. and we will choose condition this attack to false. So let's click on this plus icon and we're gonna choose if attack is false, basically means uncheck. If it is, then it's gonna play the work animation clip. So let me show you. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and you will see as soon as we're gonna set this attack parameter to uncheck, basically means false, you will able to see it's gonna play the work animation clip right away instead of playing the attack one. So just wait a moment. um, so we're gonna set this attack is true. As you can see, we just checked, basically means we just set it to true, and if we set it to false means unchecked, we can notice it's now playing the work animation clip. Now let's make the transition to this heart as well as death. So let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna make the transition from any state, no matter what which animation this player sorry this enemy is playing. Basically whatever this enemy is playing or doing, if this enemy one takes damage, it need to play the heart animation clip right away. So that's why we're gonna make transition from any state. So let's right click on this any state, let's make transition to heart, and we're gonna select our basically the transition. Let's go over to inspector, and we will uncheck the has exit time, and we will set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, and we need to choose a condition for that, so we're going to choose a trigger condition for it. So let's go to animator tab, let's click on this plus icon, and now we're going to choose a trigger, and we're going to call this trigger to something like heart, and let's choose this trigger. So I'm gonna click on this plus icon, and we will choose, so let's click over here, and we will choose if we trigger this heart parameter, then it's gonna play the heart animation clip. And now we also need to make transition back to work or attack depending upon what player is doing, or we will stuck forever into this heart animation clip. So let's right click on this enemy one heart underscore heart animation, and let's make transition to work, as well as we're gonna make transition to attack. And let's select this, go over to inspector, and we're gonna leave the has exit time, and exit time we're gonna choose 1, basically means 100%. So we just leave the has exit time because we want to play the 100% animation clip of the heart animation clip of this enemy one game object. So that's why we just leave the has exit time, and exit time we have chosen 1, it's basically means 100%. And transition duration we're gonna set it to 0, and we need to choose a condition, and if we don't choose any condition, then it's gonna play or it's gonna move over to automatically to this work animation clip. And I'm not gonna choose any condition from this heart to work, but I'm gonna choose a condition, I'm gonna choose a condition from this heart to our attack. So let's select the transition, and we're gonna leave the has exit time, and we will choose exit time to 1, basically means 100%, and let's set transition duration to 0. And let's click on this plus icon in the bottom, and we will choose if attack is true, basically means if we set this attack parameter to true, then after playing the heart animation clip 100%, it's gonna play the attack animation clip enemy one underscore attack animation clip right away. So let's have a look on it. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and we will able to notice that. So just wait a moment and you will see. So just wait a moment. As you can see, it's playing the work, and if I manually trigger this heart parameter, we can notice it's playing the heart animation clip. And once the heart animation clip played 100%, it's just moving over to work animation clip. And if I set this attack parameter to true, means check, and then trigger this heart parameter, as you can see, after playing 100% heart animation clip, it's playing the attack animation clip because we have chosen that condition. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and now we need to make transition to this state. To do so, we're going to right click on this any state, and we're going to make transition to this state, because if this enemy one game object loses all of his health, no matter what this enemy is doing, it's need to play the death animation clip right away. So that's why we have chosen from this any state, and we're going to select this transition, Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna check this exit time since we want to play the anime one underscore death animation clip 100%. And exit time we're gonna choose 1 and transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition for it. So we're gonna choose a second trigger parameter or condition. To do so, let's click on this plus icon in animator tab, and we're gonna choose a trigger, and we can call this trigger to something like death or die. I'm gonna call it death, and let's click on this plus icon in the inspector, and we're gonna choose that death parameter or that condition. And now if we go ahead and then click on this play button and manually try to trigger this death parameter, you will able to notice this anime one underscore this anime one game object. It's gonna play the anime one underscore death animation clip right away, no matter what the anime one game object is doing. So now if I try to trigger this death parameter manually, we can notice it's played the death animation clip, and now it's fine. And we're not gonna make transition from this enemy one death to attack, heart or work, since it loses all of his health. So it's only need to play this enemy one underscore death animation clip. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make transition between this animation clip. And instead of triggering or setting this parameter manually, we need to do inside our code. But before we do, we need to move our enemy point game object around this ground. To do so, we're gonna create a script for it. So we will move over to our project tab and then assets, and we will head over to our scripts folder. Let's right click there, then create in the top, then click on this mono behavior script, or you can just go over to basically you can scroll down a bit and then basically move over to scripting and then click on this mono behavior script, and you can name that script whatever you want. So I already created a script called anime, and as you can notice I have it over here. So I'm gonna select my enemy one, basically enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, and I'm gonna select that script and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector, and we will move over to overrides and then apply all. If we turn it this enemy one into a prefab, enemy one underscore enemy underscore one into a prefab. And now we're gonna open up our anime script by double clicking on it. So what we want to do, we want to move this enemy. So we're gonna move this enemy to the left side, and it's need to patrol around this ground. To do so, I'm gonna move this enemy a little bit over here, and let's open up our enemy script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna declare a variable with how much speed we just want to move. So we're gonna create a public float, and we can call this one to something like move speed. So let's call it move speed or walk speed. Let's call it instead walk speed. And by default I'm gonna give a default value something around 1.5 f or 5 unit, 1.5 f unit. And now we're gonna move over to this update function. Since this update function we do know runs every single frame, so every single frame we need to move this enemy to the left or right direction. To move that, we're gonna use this transform. So we need to use this transform dot translate function, and this transform dot translate function in brackets, it's gonna take the direction in which direction you gonna move. So what we simply doing, we basically moving over to this enemy underscore one this transform, and we using that translate function in order to move. And this translate function, it's gonna take the direction in which direction we want to move. So we're gonna type this vector 2. So vector 2 dot left, vector 2 dot left basically means -1 in the x, so it will move to the left side. So if I select my enemy underscore one, then go over to inspector, then transform, and if I set to something like -1, as you can notice as soon as we set, it's just move it over to the left direction, and in the y it's gonna be 0. So that's why we're using this vector 2. Vector 2 basically means -1 in the x, and y basically in the vertically it's gonna be 0, since we don't want to move our enemy in the y axis. So once again, I'm gonna move this enemy over here. So this enemy will move towards to the left direction. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna multiply these things with time dot delta time. So it's gonna make frame rate independence. So let's multiply this with our time dot delta time. So time dot delta time, and also we will multiply these things with our work speed, so we can just move a little bit faster. So I'm gonna multiply this whole thing with our work speed, and now we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity. So you will see, as soon as our game just gonna start, this enemy one just gonna start moving to the left direction. And you will see, as soon as we're gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So just wait a moment, and once we are done, we can check that out. So just wait a moment. Just wait a moment, I'm really apologize, it's taking a little bit longer time. And now it's done. So as you can see, as soon as our enemy script compiles, we can notice underneath our enemy script, which is our work speed. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And as soon as our game just gonna start, this enemy one just gonna start moving to the left direction. So just wait a moment, and you will see that. Now it should move to the left direction. As you can see, indeed it's moving, but the problem is that it's get fall down. So what we basically want to do, once the enemy is over here, then we're gonna flip this enemy to the left side. So if I select my enemy underscore one, then go over to inspector, then transform, then rotation, transform, then rotation, and then y axis. In the y, if we put minus 180 or 180, you will see that, as you can notice, as soon as we put, it just flips to the right direction. So once the enemy is here, we need to flip. But before we flip, let's get out of play mode. What we basically want to do, we're gonna shoot out a ray from this enemy one game object. If the enemy is somewhere over here, so we're gonna create a point over here, and from that point we're gonna shoot out a ray, and we will specify the length of that ray. And if that ray don't collide with this ground, then we're gonna flip. So if the enemy is over here, as you can see, the ray not gonna collide with this ground, then we basically just gonna set this y to 180. So we need to create our ray. Basically we need to shoot out our ray. To do that, we do know that we need to use a function called physics2d.raycast. So we will open up our enemy script by double clicking on it, and we will move over to our update function, since we need to check every single frame, so that's why. So we need to use this physics2d.raycast function, and this function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to shoot out, and the second thing, it's gonna take the direction. So we're gonna shoot out in the down direction. So we can use vector 2 dot down. It's basically means 0 in the x and minus 1 in the y, or vertically. So it's gonna shoot out in the down direction. And the third argument, it's gonna take the length of the ray, so we need to specify. And the fourth argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So we do know that we're gonna target this ground, so as a layer mask we're gonna choose our ground. So let's do that. So we're gonna move over to our script, and let's make this one comment for now by double forward slash. And we do know that the comment don't interrupt our code. So we will go to top of our class, and we need those variable. So the first thing, we need our position. So we will create a public and transform, and we do know that this transform is responsible for position, rotation, and scale. And we can call this one something like detect point or ground checkpoint. Let's call it ground, round check point, something like that. And the second argument, we need the down direction, and we don't need to specify that since we're gonna use vector 2 dot down. It's basically means -1 in the y and 0 in the x, so the ray is just gonna shoot out in the down direction. So the third argument we need is the length of the ray, and we need to specify. So we will create a public float, and we can call this one something like ray length or distance. So I'm gonna call it distance, something like that. And by default I'm gonna set a smaller number, something around 0.3 f, something like that. And the fourth argument, we need the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So we're gonna create a public layer mask, and we can call this one target layer, or let's call it what is ground, something like that, what is ground. And let's close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as our anime just gonna anime script just gonna compile, those fields just gonna pop up. So the first thing we will able to notice our point from where we want to shoot out the ray. So just wait a moment and you will see. So just wait a little moment and you're gonna able to notice that. So now anime one script just gets compiled, and we can see underneath our anime script, firstly we have the ground checkpoint and it says none transform, basically empty. So let's create an empty child game object inside this anime underscore one game object. So I'm gonna select that game object, so in my case anime. Let's right click on it and let's create an empty child game object, and we can call this game object to something like ground checkpoint, as we name it the variable which is ground check. Sorry, it should be, it's lagging a little bit, I really apologize. Okay, so it's done, I really apologize for this. So we're gonna call this one ground check point or position, something like that. And for it I'm going to choose an icon. So let's click on this box and I'm going to choose this one, and let's move this ground checkpoint or detect point somewhere in front of this feet of this enemy point game object. And we're gonna move it some over here and make sure it's don't overlap with the box collider 2D inside this player game object. So make sure you just do that. And now we're gonna select our enemy underscore one, and we will check select our ground checkpoint, and let's drag it over to this ground checkpoint. And the second thing, which is the distance, which is 0.3, basically the ray length. And what is ground, as you can see it says nothing, so we're gonna choose our ground, and we do know that we assign it our ground as a ground layer. So we have done that thing, and if you haven't done, make sure you just check earlier. Basically what you need to do, you need to select your ground. So select your ground tile or ground tiles, then go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer, so just click on it and then click on this add layer, and you have to name the layer whatever you want. So I already name it and hit enter to save it, and select your tile map or that ground once again. Then go over to inspector and assign with the layer that you recently created. So I already done it. So as a what is ground, I'm gonna choose this ground, and once we done we can just open that up. But before I do, I'm gonna move over to my overrides and then apply all. So the changes I made inside this anime game object, it will be saved inside this anime game object prefab as well. And now we're gonna open up our script by double clicking on it, and let's remove these two forward slashes. So this physics 2d dot raycast, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to shoot out. So we're gonna pass our ground checkpoint dot position, basically accessing the position. And the second thing, it's gonna take the direction. So we will use vector 2 dot down. It's basically means -1 in the y, so it's gonna be in the down direction. So in the y will be -1, so it will be down, and 0 in the x, so we don't want to shoot out the ray in the x axis or horizontally. So that's why we use this vector 2 dot down. and the third argument it's gonna take the length of the ray, or basically the distance. So we're gonna pass our distance, and distance we have chosen zero point 0.3 as using, and a comma, and fourth argument it's gonna take the layer mask. So we will pass our what is ground as a layer mask, and let's close that up with semicolon. So this physics2d dot breakers function, it's gonna shoot out the ray from this point in the down direction with this much of distance, and it's only gonna check what is ground, basically this ground. So the ray just gonna shoot out from this point, which is ground checkpoint, and it's gonna shoot out in the direction with this much of distance, as you can see, and it's only gonna check for this ground. So now we have done it, and we're gonna move over to our script. So this is just gonna work as a raycast function. So what we will do, the result, so this function over here can be true or false depending upon if the ray is colliding with this platform ground or this ground or not. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store the result into another variable, or into another container, you can say, or parameter, and that will be raycast 2D. Why? Because this is a physics2d dot raycast function, so that's why we need to store the result into a raycast hit 2D. So we're gonna type this raycast hit 2D, and we can call this one to something like ray hit, or let's call it hit info or hit information, and let's set equal to this. So this hit info can be true or false depending upon if this function true or false or not. Basically, let's suppose the ray collide with this ground, so this function over here gonna be true, and so that's why this hit info will be true. Why? Because we directly setting it, as you can notice. And let's suppose the ray don't collide with this ground, so if the enemy is some over here, so sorry, so the ray not gonna collide with this ground, so this function over here it's gonna be false. So that's why this hit info right over here it will be false. So in the next time what we will do, we will check. So let's use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if that ray colliding with that ground or not. So we will check if hit info, if it's equals to false, and if hit info is equals to false, basically means that the ray is not colliding with this ground. Then what we need to do, we need to flip this enemy to the right direction. For now we're gonna print out a message. For that we're gonna type this debug.log in order to print out our message, and we're gonna say something like inside quotation, flip enemy to right side, something like that, to right side, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity, and you will able to notice that, so as soon as the ray not gonna collide with this ground, then that message just gonna pop up, says flip enemy to right side, to the right side. So just wait a moment and you will see that. Just wait a little moment, and once our compilation is done we can check that out. Now we can notice that it's done, but the problem is that we're not able to see our ray. So in order to see the ray, or in order to draw the ray, we need to use a function called onDrawGizmoSelected. So we will move over to our script, and for it we're gonna use this onDrawGizmoSelected, and we're gonna make it in the bottom. You can make it anywhere you like, it doesn't need to be in order. So we're gonna use this onDrawGizmoSelected, and make sure you just type as I did over here, and you can just remove this private if you don't want, or you can just leave it as it is, and make sure you type the function name as onDrawGizmoSelected, because this is Unity callback function, and this function is responsible for drawing whatever we want to draw. And to draw anything we have to use this gizmos dot draw ray function, and this function as a first argument it's going to take the point from where we want to draw. So we're going to draw the from this ground checkpoint. So as a first argument we're going to pass our ground checkpoint dot position, and the second thing it's gonna take the direction. So we will pass our vector to dot down, it's basically means in the down direction, and that direction we're gonna multiply with the length of our ray, so we can see our ray. So we will multiply the direction with the length of our ray so we can see our ray. So now we're going to multiply with our distance, or basically the length of the ray, and let's close that up with semicolon. But this function over here, it's going to throw us an error if we do if we don't assign it this ground checkpoint. Basically means that if you haven't dragged this ground checkpoint to this checkpoint inside your enemy script, so this gonna be empty. But over here, as you can notice, this gizmos dot draw ray function, it is still try to find that position, and it's gonna draw the ray. And we do know that if we don't assign, so this gizmos dot draw ray function, it's not gonna able to find this position, so that's why it's gonna throw us an error. So that's why we, before we draw the ray, we need to check if we assign it or not. Basically, if we drag it that ground checkpoint to ground checkpoint field or not. So that's why we're gonna use this if condition. If, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if that ground checkpoint is not empty. So we will check if our ground checkpoint, if it's equals to null. Basically means empty, means that we haven't dragged this ground checkpoint to this ground checkpoint field. Means null. So what we need in that moment, we need to stop drawing our ray, because we don't have the position. So that's why we're gonna type this return, and after return, whatever we're gonna do, it's not gonna be execute. So if we checking if our ground checkpoint is equals to null, basically means this one is empty, then what we doing, we basically typing this return, and after return, whatever we're gonna do, it's not gonna be execute at all, means the draw will be stop drawing. But we do know that we assigned this ground checkpoint, basically we have that. So this condition, this if condition just gonna get false, so that's why the ray will be draw. And we can choose the color that we want to draw with. To choose the color, we need to use this gizmos dot color, and you can set the color equal to the color you would like to draw with. So I'm gonna draw with color dot yellow, so I'm gonna use that, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as our script just gonna compile, we will able to notice the ray will be drawn from this ground checkpoint in the down direction, and we will able to notice that, and we can play around with the distance parameter or the length of the ray. So just wait a moment and you will see. And as soon as we our script compiles, we can notice the ray drawn from this ground checkpoint. But the problem is that it seems too much less, so we're just gonna increase the length of the ray. So we will make this distance parameter something like 1, as by now we can see it's fine. And if we just go ahead, but before we go ahead and then click on this play button, I'm gonna select my console tab in order to see that message. And now let's click on this play button in the top. So as soon as our player game object just gonna be at the end of this platform ground or something over here, so the ray not gonna collide. So that's why that message just gonna pop up, says flip enemy to the right side, as we have done it already. So just wait a moment and you will see. And we can notice the message not getting printed, but as soon as the enemy is over here, so if I just do one more time, so if I select my enemy and then move it over here, we can see it's not printing out message. But as soon as it over here, and if we move over to console tab, we can notice this flip enemy to right side just getting pop up. So instead of printing out message, we need to flip this enemy. So let's get out of play mode. To flip this enemy, we do know that we need to set this y to -180 or 180, so it's gonna flip to the right side. And we also gonna create a variable to just keep track of which direction this enemy is facing. So we're gonna create a facing left parameter for it. So let's open up our enemy script and let's go to top of our class, and that parameter doesn't need to be public, so we can make it private instead. So we're gonna make private, and that will be bool, which can be true or false. And we will call this one to something like facing left, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we will move over to this start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, I'm gonna set facing left equal to true, and let's close that up with semicolon. So why I said facing left equal to true, as you can see, when we gonna start our game, we can notice this enemy is facing to the left direction. So that's why in the start of the game I just said this facing left to true, as you can see. And now we, instead of printing out message, we're gonna flip that. But before we flip, we need to check which direction this enemy is facing. If the enemy is facing left, then we need to then what we need to do, we need to flip our enemy, and after flipping we need to set that facing left parameter to false. So we're gonna move over to our scape, and for it, so before we flip our enemy, we're gonna check. So we will check. So let's make if condition, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check which direction our enemy is facing. So we will set if facing left equals to true, basically means this enemy is looking towards to the left direction, and the enemy is some over here. So now what we need to do, in that moment we need to flip our enemy. So what we will do, so if facing left equals to true, or if you just leave like this, or it's also basically means true. So if that moment what in that moment what we need to do, we need to flip our enemy. To flip that, we will go to transform, and we're gonna use this Euler angles, and this Euler angles have x-axis, x angle, y and z, x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis. So that's why we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3, which also has x-axis comma y-axis comma z-axis, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. So we will set the Euler angles of this enemy. So in the y, we do know that if we put minus 180 or 180, it's gonna flip to the right direction. So that's why in the y, we're gonna set minus 180f, and we don't want to mess around in the z axis. So we're gonna put 0f in the z and 0f in the x. And after flipping this enemy to the right side, we do know that this enemy will no longer able to look towards to the left direction. So that's why after flipping our enemy to the right direction, we're gonna set facing left parameter to false. So after flipping, we will set facing left equal to false. And after doing that, let's close that up with semicolon. Let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and now let's move over to Unity. So first thing what we checking, we basically checking if our ray not colliding, and if we looking to the left direction, then we flipping our enemy first, and then after flipping we just setting facing left to false, because in that moment once we flip our enemy to the right direction, then enemy will be no longer able to look to the left direction. So that's why after flipping we just set facing left parameter to false. So just wait a moment, and now it's done, and we will able to notice as soon as our enemy just gonna be over here, it's gonna flip to the right direction. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. But I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I will make the speed a little bit less. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top one more time in order to get out of play mode. So just wait, and I'm just out of play mode, and you're gonna see, as you can see indeed, and I'm gonna make the enemy speed a little bit less, so in order to just make it noticeable. So I'm gonna select my enemy underscore 1, and let's make this work speed to something like 0.7. And now let's click on this play button in the top, and you will notice as soon as this ray not gonna collide with this ground, then this enemy just gonna flip to the right direction. And after flipping our enemy to the right direction, we just setting what we doing, basically we just flipping our enemy. So just wait a moment, and you will notice. So now enemy, as you can see, as soon as the enemy is over here, it just flips to the right direction. But the problem is that once the enemy is here, it's not flipping at all in the left direction. So I just click on this pause button in the top in order to pause the game. So once our enemy is over here, right now we also need to flip this enemy once again to the left direction. To flip that, what we basically need to do, if we select our enemy underscore one, then go over to inspector, transform, rotation, and if we set this y to 0, we can notice it's flipped to the left direction one more time. And after flipping that, what we need to do, we need to set the facing left parameter to true. Why? So in that moment, as you can notice, this enemy just gonna looks to the left direction. So that's why after flipping our enemy to the left direction, we just want to set facing left parameter to true. So let's get out of play mode and we will go to our script else. So we will check else if our enemy is facing to the right direction. So in that moment, what we need to do, we need to flip our enemy to the left direction once again. So I'm gonna copy this line of code by Control C and let's paste it over here by Control V. And we do know that we're just going over to transform.euler angles, and now in the y we're gonna put 0f, and we do know as soon as we're gonna put 0f, our enemy just gonna flip to the left direction once again. And after flipping our enemy to the left direction, we're gonna set this facing left equal to true instead of false. So we're gonna set it to true. Why? Because if we flip this enemy to the left direction, we can notice this enemy just looking to the left direction. So that's why. And now I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my script. And now let's move over to Unity, and you will see as soon as our enemy just gonna be to at the end of this ground to the right side, it's just gonna flip once again to the left direction. So just wait a moment, and once we are done, we can check that out. So, and you can do the same thing with other enemies as well, and we need to do other things as well. So now just wait a moment and we will able to notice that. So if we select our enemy one and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice this enemy just gonna flip to the basically it just gonna patrol around that ground. So just wait a moment, and once we are done, we can check that out. So just wait a moment, and we can notice it's going to the left direction, and once it over here, it's flipped to the right direction now. And once enemy just gonna over here, we can notice once again this enemy just flips to the left direction, and we can notice that this enemy just patrolling around this ground. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make a patrolling enemy. And we're gonna get out of play mode, and we also need to make transition to attack and heart depending upon where player is, and we're gonna take a look on that as well. But before we do, we're gonna press down Ctrl S on our keyboard in order to save our project. And also make sure if you turn it your enemy into a prefab, then go over to inspector overrides and then click on apply all. So the changes over here you made, it's gonna be saved. And I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project. So I'm gonna press down. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. What we will do now, we're going to create a circle around this enemy game object, and if our player game object collide with that circle, then this enemy need to chase this player game object first, and after that it's need to attack. So I'm gonna select my enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, and let's select this move tool and let's move it somewhere around here. For testing, you can simply say, and I'm gonna take my player and let's drag it somewhere around here. So now that seems pretty much great. So we're gonna create a circle around this enemy underscore one game object. To do that, we're gonna open up our enemy script. So let's double click on it in order to open that up in Visual Studio. So as you can see, so right over here, as you can notice, it's basically we just patrolling around our ground, as you can notice, and then flipping our enemy. So before we do that, we just want to create a circle, and if the circle collide with this player game object, then this enemy game object need to stop patrolling around this ground. So we're gonna do this line of code inside another thing. Basically, I'm gonna explain that. So let's create a circle around our enemy game object first. To do that, we're gonna move over to update function, and top of our update function we're gonna use this physics 2d. So we need to use this physics 2d, sorry, physics 2d, sorry, physics, this should be physics 2d dot overlap circle. So we need to use this overlap circle function, and this function as a first argument it's going to take the point from where we want to create the circle. So we're going to create the circle from this center position of this enemy game object, and the second thing it's going to take the radius of that circle, and the third argument it's going to take the layer mask, or basically you can simply say which game object we want to damage. So in my case I want to damage this player, so we need those variables before we create the circle. So let's make this one comment by double forward slash, and let's go to top of our class, and we don't need to assign the position from where we want to create the circles, since we just want to center of our enemy game object. So we can simply use transform dot position, means the enemy current position, current center position, or enemy wherever enemy is. So we don't need that, but we do need the radius of that circle that we want to create. So we're going to use this public, and that will be float, and we can call this one something like attack range radius. So let's call it attack range radius, attack range radius. And by default I'm gonna set it to a bigger number, something like 6f. And the third argument we need the layer mask, or which game object we want to target. So in my case I want to target player, so let's create a public layer mask, and we can call this target layer damage layer, or we can simply call it what is player. So let's call it what is player, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. And now let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So we need to assign those. So we basically need to assign our layer mask, which we're gonna choose our player. But before we choose our player, we need to assign our player as a player layer. So just wait a moment and you will see. So we need to wait a little bit, and once our compilation is done we can just go ahead and we can just assign those variable one by one. So just wait a moment, it's gonna take few seconds. I really apologize for taking a little bit longer time. It shouldn't, depends upon on your system. Now the compilation is totally done, and underneath our enemy script we can see what is layer, and it says nothing. So we're gonna choose our player, but we're not able to see our player layer because we haven't created yet. So we will select our player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, and in the top right we can see layer, and it says default. So let's click on it, let's click on add layer, and we're gonna create a new layer for our player. So let's create it over here. You can create anywhere you want, it's basically after you. So just wait a moment, and we can just create over here, we can create in the bottom as well. So I just created up here, and once we done we're going to select our player game object one more time, then go over to inspector and assign with the layer that you recently created. So I'm going to assign with my player, and I'm gonna click on this no this game object only. Basically I don't want to assign my child game object as a player layer, so that's why I'm gonna click on this no this object only, basically means this player sprite only. And now what's it's done. So we can go over to our anime script, and what is player, we're gonna choose our player, and now we assign it those variable. Let's go over to our script and let's create the circle. So let's remove this two forward slash, and over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna check we're gonna create the circle. So we will pass transform dot position. So as a first argument it's gonna take the position. So transform dot position right over here basically means center position of this enemy game object, or the current position of this enemy game object. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius. So sorry, I'm gonna pass firstly transform dot position, and the second thing will be our radius. So we're gonna call it so we already have which is attack range radius, and the third argument it's gonna take the layer, so we're gonna pass what is player since we want to damage our player, and then close that up with semicolon. So this physics 2d dot overlap circle is just gonna create the circle from this center position of this enemy game object with this attack range radius, and it's only gonna target this player game object because as a layer mask we have chosen player, as you can notice underneath our enemy script. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna store it into a collider 2D because this circle over here just gonna work as a like collider or collision. So that's why we're gonna store the result in a collider 2D variable or a container, or you can simply say parameters, and that will be collider 2D, and we have to name the parameter. So let's call it call info or collision information, and let's set equal to this. So this call info can be true or false depending upon if the circle is really colliding with this player or not. So this right over here, if the circle really collide with that player game object, then this over here it's gonna give us a true value. So this call info just gonna be true right away because we directly setting it, as you can see. And if the circle don't collide with that player, then this function over here it's gonna give us a false value. So this call info just gonna be false right away. So after creating the circle, what we will do, we will check. So we will check if, so let's make first bracket some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if call info equals to true. Basically means circle is really colliding with this player game object. Now what we need to do, this player game object need to chase our player, and after that once it's get in some certain range, then this enemy need to play the attack animation. So for now what we're gonna do, we're gonna print out a message, or you can just leave it like this. It's also means true, means the circle is really colliding with that player game object. For now we're gonna print out message, so we're gonna type this debug.log, and we will say something like chase player and attack, chase player and attack, and let's close that up with semicolon, colon, and let's close that up with semicolon. But let's suppose the circle don't collide with this player, basically it means this player is far away from this enemy game object. Then what this enemy game object need to do, it's basically need to patrol around this ground, and this right over here, as you can see, we just are moving our enemy over here, we flipping our enemy over here. So this line of code right over here is responsible for patrolling around ground. So let's suppose the circle don't collide with our player, then else basically means the circle don't collide with our player, then it's need to patrol around this ground. So that's why we're gonna put this line of code, this whole line of code inside this else condition, because the circle not gonna collide with that player. That means this this enemy need to patrol around this ground. So that's why we're gonna take all of this line of code by basically we're gonna cut it. So we're gonna press down Control X for cut, and let's paste inside this else condition by Control V, and now it's gonna patrol. So for now what we're doing, we're just printing out the message says chase player and attack, and if the circle if the circle is not colliding with this player game object, then what we're doing, we're just patrolling around. As you can see, we're flipping our enemy and doing all of those things, basically shooting out the ray in the bottom direction, and basically those things. I hope you get the idea. And now we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our script, and now let's move over to Unity. So we will able to notice that a circle just gonna be draw from this enemy game object with our attack range radius. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and check that out. But the same thing we're gonna get as we have done inside shooting out the raycast in the down direction. Basically we're not gonna able to see the circle that we created. So to see that, we need to use that function one more time. So as you can see, we're not able to notice our circle that we created from this enemy center position, and in order to see that, we do know that we need to use onDrawGizmoSelected function. Basically we're gonna move over to our script one more time, and we're gonna move over to this onDrawGizmoSelected, and in the bottom or in the up we can do it anywhere we want. It's basically up basically it's up to you. I'm gonna do it in the top, and we don't need to check if we assign it, since we just want to draw the circle from center position of enemy, so we don't need to check if we assign it the position or not. So that's why we're gonna use this gizmos.draw where sphere function. So make sure you using this function called gizmos.drawWhereSphere, and this function as a first argument it's gonna take the position from where you want to create the circle, or in you just want to draw the circle. So we will pass transform dot position, and the second thing it's gonna take the radius, so we will pass our attack range radius, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. And if you want to choose a color that you want to draw with, you would like to draw with, then before you draw the sphere or basically the circle, you can choose the color. So I'm gonna choose the color gizmos dot color, and I'm gonna set the color something like green. So I'm gonna set color dot green. You can choose any color that you like. And once we are done, I'm gonna put this over here to make it cool. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S one more time in order to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity, and you will able to notice the circle as soon as our skip just gets compiled. The circle will be drawn from our enemy center position from this enemy game object. So just wait a moment and you will notice that. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done we can check that out. As you can see, as soon as it's done we can notice our circle just created from this enemy game object center position, and we can play around with the attack range radius. So I'm gonna increase the value something around 7, and make sure you just move over to overrides in the top, then apply all in the inspector if you turn it your enemy into a prefab. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button, you will able to notice as soon as we're gonna get inside of this circle, or the circle just gonna collide with this player, you will able to notice the message just gonna print out in our console tab, says chase player and attack. So let's select our console tab. So I'm gonna select my console tab, and it's just moving, but we can notice as soon as we just basically as soon as the play circle collide with this player game object, we can notice in our console tab the message just getting pop up says chase player and attack. So instead of printing out message, what we need to do, we firstly need to chase our player, and after when we get some certain distance, then this enemy need to play the attack animation. And now let's suppose we get outside of that circle, we can notice now it's playing the you can simply say patrolling animation, sorry, patrolling. So the enemy just playing the patrolling, and we can increase up the speed a little bit. So I'm gonna increase something like 2, and now enemy just patrolling, and once the enemy is here, it's now gets flipped to the right direction. So it's basically doing the patrolling thing. But once we get inside of this circle, we can see it is stop, and the message just getting pop up says chase player and attack. So let's get out of play mode. So instead of printing out message, what we want to do, firstly we want to chase, and once we get in some certain range, then we need to stop our enemy. This enemy need to stop. So let's open up our enemy script, or you can simply double click on that message in order to open that up in Visual Studio. So over here, as you can see, we just printing out message. So let's remove that. Instead of printing out message, we just want to we want to move towards our player game object. To do that, we have to use this vector2 dot move towards function. Firstly, we're gonna set the position. So we will set transform dot position, and we're gonna set the position equal to vector2 sorry, we're gonna say vector2 dot move towards function. And this vector2 dot move towards function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the current position where you are now, and we also need a reference to our player position. So let's go to top of our class and let's create a variable for our player transform. So let's make a public and transform which is responsible for position we do know, and we can call this one player or player position. Let's call it simply player, and let's close that up with semicolon, and make sure once you move over to your enemy script, then assign your player as a player. Basically you need to drag your player game object in that field. So as a first argument, it's going to take the position where we right now. So I'm going to pass transform dot position, basically means a current position of that enemy game object itself. And the second thing, it's gonna take the target position, basically which game object you just want to chase or you want to target. So in my case, I'm gonna pass my player dot position. And the third argument, it's gonna take the speed, with how much speed you just want to chase you want to chase your player game object. So we will go to top of our class and we're gonna declare a variable for our chase speed. So let's make another field public float, and this will be chase speed. So let's call it chase speed, and by default I'm gonna give something around 2f or 2 unit, and let's pass as a third argument which is our chase speed, and we will multiply this one time dot delta time in order to make our frame rates. So we're going to multiply with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence, and we're going to close that up with semicolon. So what we're simply doing, we're just setting the current position of enemy. As you can see, transform dot position over here basically means this current position of this enemy game object. And then what we're doing, we're just setting the current position equal to vector2 dot move towards a function, and this vector2 dot move towards function, it's just gonna move the game object where you just want to move it. So as a first argument, it's gonna take the current position, so we pass transform dot position, basically means current position of that enemy game object itself, and we want to chase our player, want to target our player. So that's why we just pass our player dot position. And the third argument, we just pass our speed, but we just want to change the target position. We don't want our player, this player is, let's suppose the player over here in the top of this player game, top of this enemy game object. So in that moment we don't want to chase, we only want to chase this player game object in the x-axis, or you can simply say in horizontally. So that's why we're going to chase the target position. So we will create a vector2 parameter for it. So what we will do, we're going to create a vector2 which gonna have x-axis and y-axis, and we can call this one target pose or target position, and we can set equal to a new vector2, and this vector2 just gonna have x-axis and y-axis, and let's close that up with semicolon. So we created a vector2 target pose right over here, as you can notice. So we don't want to chase our player in the y-axis, or you can simply say vertically. So that's why in the y we're gonna pass transform dot position dot y. It basically means current position of this enemy game object itself in the y-axis. So it's not gonna chase our player in the x-axis, in the y-axis. So I really apologize, it should be y-axis or vertically. So that's why we just pass transform dot position dot y, basically means current position of that enemy game object itself in the y-axis, but we do want to follow our player in the x-axis. So that's why we're gonna replace this x with our player dot position dot x. Basically we just going over to this this player, then we just going over to transform of this player and accessing the position of it, as you can notice in the inspector. Now we have it, and once we done, and as a second argument we're gonna instead of passing our player dot position, we're gonna pass our target pose, and this target pose just gonna target our player in the x-axis only. As you can see, before we chase, we just created a vector2 target pose variable which just gonna chase our player in the x-axis only, as you can see. And in the y-axis we just pass enemy game object itself in the y-axis, means this enemy game object not gonna follow our player in the y-axis or vertically. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our escape, and now let's move over to Unity, and you will see as soon as we're gonna get basically as soon as we're gonna collide with that circle, this enemy game object first it's gonna chase us, basically it's gonna chase our player game object, and once it's get in some certain range, sorry, once it's get closer, then we need to stop that. But before we do, let's have a look. So if I select my enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, we can see player and it says none transform. So make sure you select your player game object in the hierarchy and drag it there, and we can see by now we have the player transform, basically position. If I select my player, then go over to inspector, basically we have this transform which has a position, rotation and scale, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. And now if we go ahead and then click on this play button, as soon as the circle just gonna collide with this player, then this enemy just gonna move or chase our player game object with this chase speed, which is 2 as we said. So just let's see what's gonna happen. So firstly it's gonna move normally, but as soon as the circle just gonna collide with our player game object, then our enemy just gonna chase our player game object, and indeed it's doing. But the thing is that it's pushing our player, and we need to stop doing that. Basically we want to stop our enemy. So if I click on this pause button in the top in order to pause my game, if we get some certain range, something like somewhere over here, then this enemy need to stop, it's need to stop, and then it's need to play the attack animation. So we will get out of play mode. So before we chase our player game object, we just want to check the distance between them. So we will go to our script. So we chasing over here, as you can see. So before we chase, we just want to check the distance between them. For it, we're gonna use if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we just want to check the distance between them. And to check the distance between them, we need to use this vector2 dot distance parameter. And this over here, it's gonna take two position that you just want to compare with. So we're gonna compare with this player and this enemy game object itself. So as a first argument, I'm gonna pass transform dot position, basically means enemy position itself, current position itself. And the second thing comma, it's gonna take the position where you want to go. So we're gonna pass our target post. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check the distance between them. So we will check if it's lesser than or equal to some unit, sorry, if it's lesser than greater than with some unit, basically the distance between them. So we're gonna create a retrieve distance parameter for it. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a float parameter for it. So let's make this one public float, and we're gonna call this one retrieve distance. So let's call it retrieve distance. And if I miss spelling it, I really apologize. And I'm gonna set equal to something like 2.5f, or let's set equal to 3f or 3 unit. And now we're gonna check, and we're gonna check it over here, if the distance between our enemy and player, if it's greater than retrieve distance, basically means the distance between them is not too much close at all, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna chase. So that's why this line of code, which is responsible for chasing, as you can see, we're just setting the current position, basically we're chasing over here. So we're gonna put this line of code by control X cut, and we're gonna paste inside over here by control V. So what we're basically doing, we're just taking the distance between our this enemy and player. If it's greater than some retrieve distance, basically means the distance is not too much close, then what we're doing, we're just chasing. But let's suppose the retrieve distance is less, basically means the distance between is now small, basically the retrieve distance not something like 2.9 as we have done it. So if the distance between is now close, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna play the attack animation. So that's why in else condition, we're gonna check. So now enemy is close, and now what it's need to do, it's need to play the attack animation. Or let's suppose we're gonna print out a message. So for printing out, we're gonna type debug.log, and we will say something like attack. So attack on player, let's say attack on player, and top of that we can add a message attack on player, and let's say something like an play attack animation of enemy animation of enemy, something like that. And let's close that up with semicolon. So let me explain you first. So firstly, we're checking the distance between our enemy and our player. If it's not if it's greater than retrieve distance, basically means the distance between our player and this enemy is basically greater than retrieve distance, means it's not too much close yet, basically means. And retrieve distance we have chosen 3. So now in that moment what we're doing, we're just chasing our player, but the distance between our enemy and player, it's now too much close, basically it's not greater than retrieve distance, means the enemy this enemy and this player is now too much close. Then what we're doing, else basically means the distance between them, it's not greater than retrieve distance, now basically it's small, or we just gets too much close. Then what we're doing, we're just printing out this message in console says attack on player and play attack animation of enemy, as you can see. So we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So before we chasing, what we doing, we just taking the distance between them. If it's greater than retrieve distance, basically means enemy is little bit far away from our player, then we chasing, but the enemy is now too much close, then we just printing out this message in the console tab says attack on player and play attack animation of enemy. So now once it's done, we can just go ahead and check that out. So just wait a moment, and you can choose the retrieve distance, basically it's up to you. So that's why we just made that field public, so we can easily adjust underneath our enemy script, and we can see retrieve distance as well as the chase speed. So let's see that. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top. So as soon as this player and this enemy just gonna be too close, basically it's gonna be lesser than retrieve distance, then what we doing, we simply printing out the message say play attack, basically attack on player and play attack animation of this enemy game object. So that message should be pop up as soon as this enemy just gonna be too closer. So as indeed we can see, so once the enemy and this player is now too much close, basically the distance between it's not, by now it's not greater than retrieve distance, basically it's now lesser than, as you can see. If it's, then we chasing, but if the distance between them, if it's not greater than retrieve distance, basically means it's too much close, then what we're doing, if we move over to our console tab, we can see we just printing out this message over again and again. So instead of printing out this message, we need to play that animation clip. Basically we need to set those parameters as we created inside our animator tab of this enemy game object. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So instead of printing out message, we need to set those parameters as we created. So if I select my enemy underscore one, then move over to animator tab, if you see like this is, then what you can simply do, you can simply select your animator tab, then right click on it and then click on this close tab. And if in order to get it one more time, then you can just go over to window in the top bar, then scroll down to animation and you can find the animator tab. And as soon as we click, it just pop up and we can just toggle it anywhere we want. Instead of printing out message, what this enemy game object need to do, it's need to play those animation clip. So we need to set those parameters. So if I select my enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, then move over to animator tab, as you can see right over here, we just created these parameters and now we are ready to set them inside our code. To do that, we're gonna open up our anime script. Let's double click on that, and over here as you can see, we just printing out the message in the console says attack on player and play attack animation of enemy. So instead of printing out message, we need to play that animation clip. And we do know that in order to play our basically we need to set this parameter, and we do know that before we set this, we need a reference of this animator component, and by that we just gonna set those parameters. So we need to grab the reference of this animator component first, and after that we just gonna go ahead and set those parameters. So let's go to script and let's go to top of our class, and it doesn't need to be public, so we're gonna make it private instead. And the component we're looking for is animator, so we're gonna type this animator, and let's call this one to something like animator, and then let's close that up with semicolon, and we will move over to this start function. So in the start of the game, we just want to grab the reference as we have done inside our player game object, or you can simply make this parameter public and then drag it underneath your enemy script in the inspector, but I'm gonna do inside this start function. So to get that, we're gonna use this dot game object, this dot game object dot get component, and then make these arrows, and the component we're looking for is animator. So we're going to type this animator, and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. And now what we're going to do, we're going to store this animator component into this animator variable. So let's go to, we're gonna set our animator equal to this. So let me explain what basically this means. This dot game object basically is just referencing this anime game object itself, and we just getting this component. As you can see, we use this get component, and the component we're looking for is animator. Basically we just taking this animator component and we storing this animator component into this animator variable in the start of the game. As you can see, now we have the reference of this animator component. Basically we have the reference of this animator component now in the start of the game, and now we are ready to set these parameters. So I'm gonna move over to my else condition. So over here, once our player and enemy is now too much close, then what our enemy game object need to do, it's need to play that attack animation clip. So we will go to animator, and basically we just going over to that animator, and we're going to use this set bool function. And this bool function in as a first argument, it's going to take the parameter name. So if we go to unity editor, we can see this the parameter name is attack, and this parameter is a bool parameter, so that's why we're using that set bool function instead of set float. So this, and we need to pass the parameter name as a first argument. So let's which is our attack, and the second thing the second thing, we need to set the value. So comma, we need to set the value. So we're gonna set it to true, basically means checked, and we do know as soon as we're gonna check it, it's gonna play the attack animation clip. But we also need to play the work animation clip once our this player game object is not close enough to this enemy game object, or this enemy game object is not close enough to this player towards this player game object. So in that moment, this enemy need to play the work animation clip. So basically we need to set this attack parameter to false, because if we select the back transition from this attack to our work, we can notice in the inspector in the bottom, we can see we need to set this attack parameter to false, so then it's gonna play the work animation. So over here, as you can notice, so we just chasing our player. So in that moment, we need to set that attack parameter to false. So we will go to animator dot set bool function, and this function as a first argument, it's gonna take the parameter name, so in our case attack, and the second thing, it's gonna take the parameter which is false, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as our this enemy game object just gonna be close enough to our player game object, then it's gonna play the attack animation clip. And once our player game object is far away from this enemy game object, then it's gonna play the work animation clip. So let's have a look on this, and we're gonna take a look on it, and just wait a little moment. And once our compilation is done, basically a script compilation, we can just go ahead and check that out. Wait a moment for it, and now it's done, and we can check that out. I'm gonna select my enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. As soon as our enemy just gonna be close enough to our player game object, it's gonna play the attack animation clip, and once we are not close enough, then enemy game object just gonna play the work animation clip. Let me show you. Let's get closer to this enemy game object first, and we can notice as soon as we get close enough to this enemy game object, it's playing the attack animation clip over again and again, but once we are not in, then it's playing the work animation clip, as you can notice. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And what it's need to do, it's also need to take damage from our player game object, and it's need to play the you can simply say play that animation clip, which is our heart animation clip. But the problem is that if we just go ahead and then just move over to right direction, we can notice that our enemy game object, it's not flipping in the direction player is going. So we need to flip our enemy in the direction our player game object is going. So we need to do that. So let's get out of play mode and let's move over to our script. For that, we're gonna move over to inside this call info, and this call info true basically means that we just in attack range. And if we in attack range, and if we just move over here, then this enemy need to flip to the right direction. And once we not basically in the left direction, then this enemy need to flip in the left direction. So let's do that. Let's move over to our script, and we're doing it over here. And we already created a facing left parameter, as you can see, and we also need a reference of that player position, and we do have, as you can notice. If you haven't, then just make this public transform player and then move over to your anime script and drag the player transform, or basically the player game object, in that slot. So you're gonna have the player position. And now we're gonna move over to this call info, and inside this call info, what we just want to do, we just want to check the player position. And let's suppose the player position is somewhere over here in the x-axis. So in the x-axis, we can notice it's gonna be greater than enemy position in the x-axis. So if I take my enemy, so basically if I take my player and then move it over here, as you can notice, if the player game object is over here, so in the x-axis we can notice it's just gonna be greater than player position, sorry, enemy position in the x-axis, as you can see. So in that moment, what we need to do, we need to flip this enemy to the right side. And we do know that we basically need to put in the y 180, so it's gonna flip to the right direction. So let's do that. And I'm gonna move my enemy once, sorry, player once again over here, and let's go to script, and over here which will check. So let's use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check. So firstly, we will pass our player dot position, and we're gonna check the position in the x-axis, or you can simply say horizontally. So that's why we're gonna put dot x, and we will check if it's greater than enemy position in the x-axis. So we will pass transform dot position dot x. It's basically means that our player is over here, and as you can notice, we just checking in the x-axis if our player position in the x-axis, if it's greater than enemy position itself in the x-axis, means our player is over here, because the player position in the x-axis gonna be greater than of this enemy game object in the x-axis. In that moment, what we need to do, we need to flip our enemy, and we will also gonna check if this enemy is looking to the left direction. If it's, then what we need to do, we need to flip our enemy. So that's why as a second condition, we're gonna put an n, and we will check if facing left is equals to true, or if we just leave like that, it's basically means true. So in that moment, what we need to do, if it's looking to the left direction, so we need to flip to the right direction, basically this enemy. And once we flip our enemy to the right direction, then we need to set that facing left parameter to false, because if we flip this enemy to the right direction, it's gonna look in the right direction, and it will no longer able to look to the left direction. So that's why. So to do that, firstly we will go to transform dot Euler angles, and we will set equal to a new vector 3. And we do know that we already done it. Basically we just created a flip function, as you can notice right over here. We're gonna do the same thing over here as well. So this new vector 3 gonna have x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. And let's close that up with semicolon. So we just going over to our enemy game object transform Euler angles, which gonna have x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. So in the y, what we basically need to do, we need to put 180 or minus 180f. So I'm gonna put minus 180f. So it's gonna flip to the right direction, and we don't want to play around with z axis as well as in the x axis. So we're gonna put 0f in the z and 0f in the x axis. And after flipping our this enemy game object to the right side, we're gonna set facing left parameter to false, because we will no longer able to look towards to the left direction. So that's why we're gonna set equal to false. And let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna be somewhere over here, you will able to notice this enemy game object just gonna flip to the right direction, in the direction our player is going. But the problem we're gonna get one more time, and let me show you. So let's give it a moment to compile our skip, and once it's done, we can check that out by playing our game. We need to wait a little moment, and once we are done, we can check that out. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on it. Whenever we're gonna be in the x-axis greater than enemy position itself in the x-axis, you will able to notice this enemy just gonna flips. So just wait a little moment. And now if I jump over on it, and as soon as we just move it to the right direction, as you can notice, this enemy just flips to the right direction. But the problem is that if we go ahead and just move over to left direction one more time, then this enemy is not flipping in the left direction. So what we basically need to do, we need to set back 180 to 0. So if we set it manually to 0, sorry, if I select my enemy one game of enemy underscore one, then go over to inspector, transform, rotation, and in this y, if we set it to 0, we can see it's flipped one more time to the left direction. So we need to set it through our code. So let's get out of play mode, and let's move over to our script. And over here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So else if, let's check else if, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, sorry, it should be else if, not false. Else if so else if, and now we're gonna check the distance, basically the position in the x-axis. We will check if the player position in the x-axis is lesser than enemy position in the x-axis. Basically means our player is over here. As you can notice, in the x-axis player position, it's gonna be lesser than enemy position in the x-axis, as you can see. So in that moment, what we need to do, we need to flip this enemy one more time to the left direction. So we basically need to, firstly we need to check. So we will go to player dot position dot x, we're gonna access, and we will check it if it's lesser than transform dot position dot x. Basically means that enemy game object itself in the x axis. If our player position in the x axis lesser than enemy position in the x axis, if that is the case, and we will also check if facing left is equals to false. Basically means our enemy is looking to the right direction. So what we need to do, we need to flip our enemy one more time to the left direction, and after flipping that, we're gonna set facing left parameter to true once again, because as you can see, as soon as we're gonna flip our enemy to the left direction, our enemy just gonna look towards to the left direction one more time. So that's why. So what we're gonna do, firstly we can simply copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here by Control V. And so we will go over to y, and in the y we're gonna put 0f, and after flipping our enemy to the left direction, we're gonna set this facing left parameter to true once again. And let's close that up with semicolon, and then press down Control S on your keyboard in order to save your skip. And once it's done, we can check that out, and let's have a look on this. And once our compilation is done, we can check that out. Now our enemy game object just gonna flip in the direction player just gonna go. Once it's just gonna be inside this circle, or just gonna collide with this circle. So let's take a look on it. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. And now our enemy just gonna flip in the direction our player game object just gonna go. And let's have a look on this. And now if we just dodge stop over of it, we can see our enemy just flips to the right direction. And once again if we move to the left direction, we can notice it just flips once again to the left direction. And if we go to right direction, we can see our enemy just flips to the right direction. And if we get outside of that, you can say circle. So I'm gonna click on this pause button in the top in order to pause my game, and I will select my player, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here. And let's click on this pause button in the top in order to unpause our game. And we can notice this enemy underscore one game object just patrolling around this ground. Once we not inside this, you can simply say at in attack range radius. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And we also need to give some health amount to our enemy game object. So let's do that. I'm gonna get out of play mode for it, and to do it we're gonna move over to our script, basically anime script, and let's go to top of our class, and let's do it over here. And we will make this one public. So let's give it some health. Let's give public int, and this will be int, basically whole number 0 1 2 3 4. And we can call this one to something like max health. So let's call it max health. And by default I'm gonna give something like 3 unit of health to any enemy game object. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a function in order to take damage. So let's make it in the bottom, or you just make it anywhere you like. It doesn't need to be in order, so it's up to you. And I'm gonna make this over here, and we will make this function public since we're gonna call this function from another class or another script. Basically we just want to call this function inside our player script over here. So that's why we just gonna make this function public. Let's make this function public, and for function we need to type this void, and we have to name the function. Let's call this function take damage. Let's call it take damage. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we basically want to take damage. And to take damage we will go to max health of our player game object, and from that we're gonna subtract some amount. What we will do, we're gonna give some an argument over here inside this bracket, and that will be int. And we can call this something like damage amount. Let's call it damage amount. And later on we can replace this number with something like 1. We can replace with 1 2 3, any number that we would like to go with. So from this max health we're gonna subtract our damage amount, so minus equal damage amount, and let's close that up with semicolon. And let's suppose we call this function for the first time, and by default we have given the max health, which is 3, as you can notice right over here. So in the start of the game it's gonna be 3. And let's suppose we call this function for the first time, and let's assume that this damage amount we pass 1. So the max health is right over here is 3. So and the damage amount is 1, and we subtracting from it, as you can see. So 3 minus 1, 3 minus 1, it's gonna be 2. And if we call this function second time, the max health is now 2. So 2 minus 1, it's gonna be 1. And if we call this take damage function for the third time, the max health is now 1. So 1 minus 1 gonna be 0. So somehow our enemy game object just gonna lose all of his health. So in that moment what we need to do, we basically need to destroy our enemy game object itself, or it's need to play that basically that animation clip. And before we call it, we're gonna make our die function in order to print out a message, something like enemy died. And we're gonna make it in the bottom. For function, we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function, so let's call it die. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and now we just only want to print out the message, so we're gonna type this debug.log in order to print out message. And we will say something like enemy diet, or we can simply say this dot game object dot name, and top of that we can add a custom message. And to add a custom message, you can use this plus icon, then make this quotation, and inside this quotation you just put your custom message. So I'm gonna say something like diet, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we also need to call this die function, and that this die function just gonna print out this message. This dot game object, basically this enemy game object, it's referencing itself, and we accessing that name of it. And if we move over to inspector, we can see the name is enemy underscore one. So right over here this will be enemy underscore one, and top of that we just added this message says died. So enemy one died message just gonna pop up in our console tab. And we need to call it once our max health reaches 0. So we can call it over here, and we're gonna call it inside this update function instead of doing over here, since we want to check every single time. Basically we just want to keep track of every single frame of this enemy game object max health. So that's why we're gonna do it inside this update function. So let's go to top of our update function, and over here we will check. Let's use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we just want to check our max health of that enemy game object. So we will pass our max health if it's lesser than or equal to something like 0 if or sorry 0. If that is the case, basically means this enemy game object just loses all of his health. So now what it's need to do, it's then we're gonna call this die function. And what die function just gonna do, it's gonna print out the message in our console tab says enemy underscore one died. And let's call it over here once we reaches our max health a 0. So we will call our die function, so let's call it over here. Let's make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So as soon as our enemy game object just gonna loses all of his health, basically if max health is lesser than or equal to 0, then we calling this die function. And the die function printing out the message in our console tab says enemy underscore one died. And over here what we're gonna do, take damage before we subtracting, basically damaging our enemy, we just want to check if the max health of this enemy game object is already 0. Then we need to stop damaging this enemy game object since it loses all of his health. So before we subtracting damage, basically damaging our enemy, we just want to check. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check the max health of that enemy game object. So let's use this max health, so we will use this max health if it's lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, means our enemy game object don't have any health, then we need to stop subtracting. So that's why we're gonna type this return, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we do know that after return, whatever we're gonna do, it's gonna stop. Basically it's not gonna do at all. And we typing return means we just gonna stop damaging our enemy game object. So once our game object loses all of his health, then we not damaging at all, as you can see. So after return, whatever we're gonna do, it's not gonna be execute at all. And let's press down control S on our keyboard in order to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity, and you will see as soon as our game just gonna start, but the problem is that we're not gonna take any damage at all because we just made that take damage function and we never calling it anywhere. So we need to call it once this player game object attack on our enemy game object. So we just want to call it there. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, but before I do, as you can notice inside our enemy script we have the max health in the tops, which is 3 by default we have given. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's check it if it's working or not. And the max health just gonna be on 3 all the time, because we also need to call the take damage function as we created, and we need to call it. But before we call it, let's have a look on it, and we can see if we attack on our enemy, the max health just stacks at 3. Basically this enemy game object not taking any damage at all. Let's get out of play mode, and for that what we're gonna do for it, we're gonna use our right mouse button. I'm gonna open up my enemy script and I will go to top of our class, and over here for now, for basically testing purposes, I'm gonna check with right mouse button. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check, we just want to check if we press down right mouse button, then I want to call the take damage function, and take damage function just gonna do the rest things as we have done it inside our take damage function. So I'm gonna check with if input dot get mouse button down, and let's make this first brackets, and we do know if we pass 0, it's basically means that we clicking the right left mouse button. So since we want with right mouse button, so I'm gonna pass 1. Input, so right over here input dot get mouse button down 1 basically means if we clicking the right mouse button, then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna call this take damage function. And as you can notice, take damage function basically to just gonna do these things. So let's call the take damage function over here, which is take damage. Let's make first bracket and close that up with semicolon, and we get an error says it's gonna take the argument since we pass. If we move over to my take damage function, as we can notice we haven't given an argument. Now we need to replace this argument, basically that damage amount, with our real numbers, basically a int with an int number. Let's use 1, and if you just put a 3, then right away our enemy game object just gonna lose all of his health. So since I want to lose by 1 unit, so that's why I just pass 1, means if we click the right mouse button, then this take damage function just gonna call, and as a damage amount we pass 1, and we're gonna able to notice that. Let's press on Control S in order to save our skip, and let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna click right mouse button, you will able to notice our enemy just gonna lose 1 unit every single time, as one unit every single time, basically how many times we click our right mouse button. If we just go ahead and then click 3 times, then this enemy game object just gonna lose all of his health, since we pass damage amount as a 1. Basically we just replace that damage amount with 1 unit, so that's why. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So as soon as we're gonna right click on our mouse button, it's just gonna lose max health by 1 unit, since we just passed damage amount 1 unit. Let's have a look, and if I just right click a mouse button, we can notice underneath our enemy script the max health is now 2. If I click one more time, then the max health is 1, and if I just click third time or last time, we can notice the max health is 0. And if we move over to our console tab, we can see the message just getting pop up every single frame as says enemy underscore 1 died, since we calling the function inside our update function. So that's why the message just getting pop up every single frame. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and instead of printing out message, we also need to play those that heart animation clip of this enemy underscore one game object, as well as the death one once it's just gonna lose all of his health. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And if you just want to clear all of the messages, then just move over to console tab. In the top left you can see clear, so just click on it in order to clear all of the messages. We created that arrow, so what we're gonna do now, if we collide with that arrow game object, then we're gonna take damage. Instead of right clicking on our mouse button and then playing that heart animation clip, basically calling the take damage function, instead of doing that, we're gonna check what we triggered it with. So if I move over to my project tab, then assets, and then move over to my prefabs folder and select this arrow and then go over to inspector, we can notice we already assigned this arrow game object as a arrow tag. So we will check if this enemy game object collide with this arrow game object that we're gonna trigger with. Because if we go to box collider 2D of this arrow game object, we can see is trigger, we just take that. So that's why we're gonna use on trigger into 2D function. Let's choose our enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up our anime script by double clicking on it, and let's do it over here. So we will use this on trigger into 2D function instead of on collision into 2D. So we're gonna use that. Why? Because we do know that we just check that is trigger box to true, so that's why. So we will check on trigger or trigger into 2D function. So this function get called when we trigger with something, and we can extract information of what we triggered it with by going over to this collision parameter, or you can just rename that to something like other. So I'm gonna call it something like other. And after doing that, inside these curly brackets we're gonna check. So for that we will check, and let's make this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check the game object that we triggered it with has a tag called arrow, and we do know that we assigned it that game object, that arrow game object, as a arrow tag. So we will check, and let's use this other dot game object dot tag. We're gonna access the tag and we will check it if it's equals to arrow. If that is the case, then we're gonna take damage. Let me explain what basically other dot game object means over here. Other dot game object basically means the game object we're gonna trigger with. So if our player a game object fire arrow, and the arrow just gonna trigger with this enemy game object, or this enemy game object just gonna trigger with that arrow game object. So the arrow game object just gonna be that other game object, because we're gonna trigger with that. So that's why other dot game object over here basically means that arrow game object, and then we accessing the tag of it, and we checking if the tag, if it's equals to arrow, and we do know that we assigned it that arrow as a arrow game object. Now what we need to do, firstly we're gonna destroy the arrow right away once it's collide with this enemy game object or trigger with this enemy game object. So we're gonna destroy that, but before we destroy, we're gonna take damage. So I'm gonna move over to my update function, and over here, as you can see, once we click the right mouse button, we're just calling the take damage function. So we're gonna remove that. Instead of doing that, we're gonna check with trigger, basically if we just trigger with that arrow game object. So over here now what we're gonna go do, we're gonna call this function, this take damage, and this function just doing the rest thing over here, as you can notice. So let's call the function here, which is take damage, and let's make first bracket, let's close that up with semicolon. And now this take damage, it's gonna take an argument, since we pass argument over here, as we can notice. So we need to replace this damage amount with real numbers. So I'm gonna give 1. You can just go ahead with any number you like, and if you just put the 3, something like, if I move top of my class, we can see we have given by default 3 unit of health to our enemy game object. So over here if I pass 3, then our enemy game object just gonna lose all of his health right away. and I don't want that, so that's why I want to damage by one unit. So that's why inside this take damage function I'm gonna pass one. And after doing that, let's press down Control S to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as our enemy game object just gonna trigger with this arrow game object, then it's gonna take damage. And one thing we forgot to do that is that we need to basically we need to destroy our arrow game object. But before we do, let's have a look on it. So as soon as arrow just gonna collide with this enemy just gonna loses his health by one unit, but the arrow not gonna destroy at all because we didn't destroy inside our code. So let me show you. So let's wait a little moment for compiling our script, and once it's done we can go ahead and check that out. So now it's done. And if I just go over to Unity editor and then click on this play button in the top and then fire arrow, and if the arrow trigger with this enemy game object or collide with this enemy one game object, then the max health just gonna go down by one unit. Let's have a look on this, and now we can check that out. Let's click left mouse button to fire arrow, and we can notice as soon as the arrow colliding, so sorry, triggering, and if I move over to my enemy script, as you can see the max health is now 1. So if we shoot sorry, if we fire our arrow for the final time or third time, now this enemy game object just gonna lose all of his health, so this max health just gonna be 0. So let's fire one more time. So I'm gonna fire one, and we can notice the max health of our enemy is now 0. And if we move over to our console tab, and we do know that once the max health of this enemy game object is 0, then we just printing out this message says enemy underscore 1 died. Basically we just calling the die function. So instead of doing this, we also need to play the heart animation clip of this enemy as well as the death one instead of printing out message. So let's get out of play mode, and also we need to destroy our arrow game object once our arrow game object collide with this enemy or trigger with this enemy. So let's go to our script. After taking damage, we're gonna destroy that arrow game object, and to destroy we're gonna use this destroy function. And destroy function, we do know it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy, so we will pass other dot game object, and other dot game object basically means the game object that we triggered it with. So we definitely gonna trigger with that arrow game object, so other dot game object over here basically means that arrow game object or that arrow. And now we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and we will move over to our take damage function. So we need to play that animation clip which is our heart. And to do that, if we go over to top of our class, and we need to check if we have the reference of animator component or not. So we can notice we have the animator component reference in the start of the game. So now we are ready to play that animation clip. To do that, if we move over to Unity, select this enemy underscore 1, then move over to animator tab. So we need to trigger this heart parameter, and we do know once we're gonna trigger it, it's gonna play that animation clip. So let's go to script. After taking damage, we're gonna play that animation clip. So we will go to animator component of our enemy game object, and now we're gonna use this set trigger function, a dot set trigger function. Why? Because this heart parameter is a trigger function, so that's why we need to use this animator dot set trigger function. And this set trigger function inside quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name, and make sure you spell it correct, which is in my case heart. And let's close that up with semicolon. And we also need to play that death animation clip once our enemy game object dies. So we will move over to our die function. So after printing out message, I want to play that death animation clip, and in order to play that we need to trigger that death parameter. Let's do that. So we will go to our animator, then we're gonna use this set trigger function one more time, and it's gonna take the parameter inside quotation, and the parameter name is dead, and make sure you spell it correct. And to check that, move over to Unity editor, and we can notice the spelling is death. Let's pass the spelling in there, and it's fine. And let's close that up with semicolon. Let's press down Ctrl S to save and move over to Unity and have a look on it. As soon as this enemy game object just gonna loses all of his health, you will able to notice it's gonna play the death animation clip. And once this enemy game object start taking damage, then it's gonna play that hurt animation clip we do know we have done inside our script, and we're gonna check that out. And now we are ready, and let's have a look on it. So now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will able to notice that. Just wait a moment and you will see. And also the arrow game object just gonna destroy itself once it's gonna trigger with our enemy. So now if I fire a arrow, we can notice it's playing the heart animation clip. And once we shoot for final time, basically fire our arrow, and now it's we can notice it's played the diet animation clip. So it's playing over again and again. So we need to stop doing that. To do that, we're gonna get out of play mode, and for it, basically instead of choosing a trigger parameter, basically from any state to our death, we're gonna choose a bool parameter instead of a trigger parameter, and the die function calling over again and again. And that's why this death parameter just triggering again and again, and that's why the death animation clip just playing over again and again. So instead of doing that, we're going to choose a bool parameter. So we will select our enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, then go over to animator tab, and we're going to choose this death trigger. Let's right click on it, and let's click on this delete, and let's click on that delete. And instead of choosing a trigger parameter, we're going to choose a bool parameter. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're going to choose a bool parameter, and we have to name the parameter name. So I'm going to call it once again, I'm going to call it death. And now what we're going to do, we're going to make the we will make the transition from all of this state. If no matter what state we are playing, means if the enemy is working, playing attack animation or playing heart animation, it's need to play the death animation right away once our enemy game object loses all of his health. So we can do from this any state, or we can just do it manually. Basically, I'm going to select this transition from this any state to our death, and let's delete that. And now we're going to make transition from this work to our death, from attack to our death, as well as from our heart to our death. So let's right click on this work animation clip. Let's make transition to our death, and let's do the same thing from this attack to our death, and we're gonna do the same thing from this heart to our death. And let's select this transition. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck this has exit time, because as soon as this enemy just loses all of his health, it's need to play the death animation clip right away. So that's why we just uncheck the has exit time, and transition duration we're gonna set it 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose the condition. So we're gonna choose this death condition. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose our death, and we will choose if death is true. If that is the case, then it's need to play this death animation clip. And we're gonna do the same thing this from this attack and from this run, sorry, heart. So let's do the same thing, and we're gonna set transition duration to 0, and we will choose our death parameter to true, and we're gonna do the same thing from our attack. And I'm gonna uncheck the has exit time, transition duration to 0, and we will choose a death is true. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and then manually set this death parameter to true, means checked, you will able to notice our enemy game object right away. It's gonna play the death animation clip. So just wait a little moment, and you will see that. And if I manually set this death parameter to true, basically means checked, we can notice indeed it's played the dead animation clip, and it's not playing over again and again, which is the death animation clip. And let's get out of play mode. So instead of setting manually, we're gonna set it through our code. So we will select our enemy, and let's open up our anime script by double clicking on it in Visual Studio, and let's remove this animator dot set trigger. Instead of doing that, we're just gonna move over to our animator component. So let's go to animator, and we're gonna use that dot set bool function, set bool function. And this function just gonna take the parameter name as a first argument, and we using this animator dot set bool instead of set trigger, because of this dead parameter by now is a bool parameter, so that's why. So as a first argument, it's gonna take the parameter name. So the parameter name is our death, so we're gonna pass death. And the second thing, comma, it's gonna take the value, so we're gonna set it to true, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity, and we're not making back transition to our work, attack, or hurt, because of enemy loses all of his health, so that's why. And you will see that. Just wait a moment. And we're gonna able to notice that by now the death animation not gonna be looped at all. And let's take a look on it. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. It's gonna take few seconds to compile our script, basically loading our game. And let's damage our enemy by firing our arrow. So let's fire arrow, and we can notice it's doing now. It's played the dead animation clip, and we can see by now the animation is not playing the dead animation clip over again and again. Why? Because we didn't make back transition from death to our work, attack, and hurt, as you can see. But the problem is that if we just shoot arrow, we can notice that the box collider or this enemy game object still in this scene view, and this box collider is active. If we fire arrow, we can notice as soon as our arrow colliding with this box collider 2D of this enemy game object, it's just getting destroyed. So what we basically need to do, we need to disable this box collider 2D, as well as we need to set the gravity scale of this enemy game object to 0, so it's not gonna fall down. So if I select my enemy 1, then go over to inspector, rigid body 2D. So we need to set this gravity scale to 0 before we disable this box collider 2D, because it's gonna fall down. So that's why we're gonna set the gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down. And after that, we're gonna disable this box collider 2D through our code. As you can see, as soon as we disable, it just fall down due to our gravity, because the gravity scale is 3. So let's get out of play mode, and make sure you do the thing. Basically, if I move over to unit script editor, and over here, as you can see, we just type return. So once our max health reaches 0, so just move over to your update function, and once our max health reaches 0, then call the type function, and after that type return, because once our enemy game object loses all of his health, it's need to stop patrolling around this ground, and also it's need to stop attacking on our player game object. So that's why we need to type this return before we do all of these things, because all of these things right over here, as you can see, it's responsible for patrolling around ground, as well as chasing our basically chasing our player. So that's why we just type, because we don't want to do that once our enemy game object loses all of his health. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna disable our box collider 2D of this enemy game object. But before we do, we need to set the gravity scale to 0 so it's not gonna fall down. So we also need a reference of this box collider 2D, and we have the reference of this rigid body 2D, and now we need the reference of this box collider 2D. We're gonna do the same thing as we have done, basically grabbing the reference. We're gonna do it in the same way. So let's move over to our enemy script. Let's go to top of our class, and we not able to notice our rigid body 2D over here. I don't know where it is. So we have done the mistakes, basically. I don't know. Let's check that out. Sorry, we are inside anime script, so that's why. That's why. So basically we need a reference of this rigid body 2D, because we can notice if we move over to our inside anime script, we're not able to notice rigid body 2D, as well as we need the reference of box collider 2D. And we're gonna do the same thing as we have done inside our player script. So if I move over to my player script, you will able to notice, and we can see we have done it over here. As you can see, we done it. So we will move over to our enemy script, and let's do it in the bottom somewhere over here. So we need a reference of that rigid body 2D of our enemy game object, and we're gonna make this a parameter private. It doesn't need to be public, and the component we're looking for is a rigid body 2D. So we're gonna type rigid body 2D, and let's call it RB, short for rigid body 2D. And we also need a reference of that box collider 2D, so we're gonna grab the reference. So private, and the component we're looking for is a box collider 2D, so we're gonna type this box collider 2D, and let's call this one box collider 2D. Let's call this one box collider 2D, and let's close that up with semicolon. So since we made this fields private, so we're not able to basically we're not gonna able to notice underneath our anime script. So we still need reference, so we grab the reference. We're gonna grab the reference in our start function, as we have done with this animator component, as you can see. So we're gonna do the same thing. So let's do that. So firstly, we're gonna grab the reference rigid body 2D. So we will use this dot game object, and let's use this dot get component, and the component we're looking for inside arrows, inside these arrows we need to pass. So the component we're looking for is rigid body 2D. Let's type that, and let's make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So basically we're just going over to this game object itself. So this dot game object over here basically referencing this enemy game object itself, and then we just getting this rigid body 2D component, as you can see. Now we have the rigid body 2D component of this enemy game object, and now we're gonna store it into this RB as we created up over here. So we will set RB equal to this. RB equal to this. Basically what we're doing, we're just taking this rigid body 2D component of this enemy game object, and we're storing this rigid body 2D into this RB, as you can see that we created the field over here. And now we're gonna do the same thing with our box collider 2D. So let's use this dot game object dot get component, and the component we're looking for by now is box collider 2D. So we will type that, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna set our box collider 2D equal to this. Basically we're taking our box collider 2D, and we're storing this box collider 2D of this enemy game object inside this box collider 2D parameter, as we created up over here. As we can see, we just directly setting it. Now we have done it, and we can hold down alt, and we can use up and down arrow to move our line of code, one single line of code like this. And I'm gonna press down Control S to save our script, and we can just move over to Unity. So first thing what we will do, we will set the gravity scale of this enemy game object to 0, so it's not gonna fall down. And after that we're gonna disable this box collider 2D, so our fire can easily pass through it. Basically it's not gonna collide with this box collider 2D, since we just gonna disable that, means it's gonna work fine. So let's go to our script and let's move over to our die function where we just playing the animation clip. So after that, what we're gonna do now, we're gonna set the gravity scale. So we will go to RB. Basically, we're just going over to rigid body, and now we're gonna access the gravity scale. So let's type dot gravity scale, and then we're gonna set equal to 0f or 0. So what we're doing, basically we're just going over to this rigid body of this enemy game object, and then we accessing this gravity scale as you can see right over here, and we're setting it to 0 as you can see. Now it's not gonna fall down. And after that, what we're gonna do now, we're gonna disable this box collider 2D. To do that, let's go to our box collider 2D. Let's go to box collider 2D and dot, and we're gonna use this enable, and we can set it equal to false. Means basically means uncheck. We're just going over to this box collider 2D, and we're using enable in order to enable or disable this box collider 2D, and we just set equal to false. It basically means unchecking, or means we just disabling this box collider 2D. And now we're gonna take a look on it. So let's save our script by hitting Control S, and now let's move over to Unity. And as soon as we're gonna loses all of our health, firstly we're setting gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down. And after that, we just disable it box collider 2D, so this player game object can easily pass through our enemy since we disable box collider 2D. So it's not gonna detect any collision with this enemy game object, so that's why it's easily can pass through pass through this enemy game object. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So just wait a moment, and we will able to notice that. Just wait a moment. And now if I select my enemy and shoot 3 times, we can notice it's played the diet animation clip. And if we move over to inspector, basically select your enemy, then move over to inspector, then enemy script, we can notice if we go to rigid body 2D, the gravity scale, we can notice it's 0. And we can notice that this box collider get unchecked, basically means get disabled. And if we just go ahead, our arrow by now it's not colliding with that box collider 2D, and we can notice it's this enemy game object by now it doesn't have the box collider 2D enabled. So that's why our player as well as our arrow just able to pass through it easily, as you can see. So this is seems pretty much cool. And after some period of time, I want to destroy this enemy game object once it loses all of his health. Basically after some few amount of time after playing the death animation clip. To do that, let's get out of play mode, and let's go over to our script one more time, and we're gonna do it inside our die function, because inside our die function we just losing all of our health. And to destroy, we do know we need to use this destroy function, and this destroy function as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. So since we want to destroy the enemy game object itself, so we're gonna pass this dot game object. It basically means the enemy game object referencing itself. And the second thing, comma, we can pass the time with after which amount of time we just want to destroy our enemy. So I want to destroy after like 5 seconds after playing our death animation clip. So I'm gonna put it 5f, and let's close that up with semicolon. And you can create a public parameter as well for this time. If you just want to adjust underneath your anime script, then you can just create that parameter, but I'm not gonna do it. So that's why I just put or hard coded direct right away. I just put 5f, basically means 5 seconds. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our game, and let's move over to Unity, and we will able to notice that as soon as our enemy game object just gonna play death animation clip, and after playing that after 5 seconds, it just gonna destroy itself. So let's have a look on this, and we're gonna notice that I'm gonna click on this play button in the top, in order to play our game. And let's take a look on this. So as soon as this enemy game object loses all of his health, it's gonna play the death animation clip. And after playing death animation clip, basically 5 seconds after playing it, it's gonna destroy itself. Let's take a look on it. I'm gonna fire arrow on top of this enemy game object, basically at this enemy game object. So let's fire arrow, and we can see by now it's played death animation clip, and after 5 seconds it should be destroyed itself. Indeed, we can notice after 5 seconds playing that animation clip, which is the death one, after 5 seconds it just destroyed itself. And if we move over to our hierarchy, we cannot able to notice as well as in the scene view, since because we destroyed that enemy game object. I'm gonna get out of play mode, so I hope you get the idea of this. Now we will make our camera shake. To do that, we're gonna create a script, but before we do, we need to do some settings. For it, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets. Basically, I'm gonna select my assets folder, and after that, I'm gonna move over to my hierarchy. And then if we select our Cinemachine camera in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, then Cinemachine camera component, and in the bottom you can see noise and it says none. So just click there and then click on basic multi-channel plugin. So you need to click on that, and it's gonna attach a component. And if we scroll down, we can notice as soon as we have done it, basically clicked on that basic multi-channel plugin, a component called Cinemachine basic multi-channel plugin just added up right away. And we can see noise profile and it says none. So what we need to do, in the right side you're gonna see the settings icon. So just click on it and then go over to presets and then choose this 60Z. And as soon as we're gonna choose that, and then if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will notice right after the game start, camera will start shaking. Basically this amplitude gain is 1, so that's why. So just wait a moment and we can play around with that amplitude gain as well as the frequency gain parameter as well. So just wait a moment and you will notice that. And we can notice as soon as our game started, we can notice that our camera just shaking, and we can do that. So I'm gonna kill this enemy. And if I move over to my Cinemachine basic multi-channel plugin component and then increase this amplitude gain to something around 3, we can see the camera is shaking more intensely, and we can increase up the frequency gain as well, something like 3, as you can notice. So this seems pretty much great. So basically we need to set this amplitude gain, and if I set back this amplitude gain to 0, we can notice the camera stops shaking. So what we basically need, we need a reference of this basic Cinemachine basic multi-channel plugin component, then we can set. Basically we need this Cinemachine camera, and after that we're gonna set through our code this amplitude gain to something like 2. And as soon as we set it to 2, we can notice it's start shaking, and after a few seconds we just wanna set back to 0, so it's not gonna shake, as you can see. So we also gonna have a shake duration. So let's get out of play mode, and for it what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our Cinemachine camera game object in the hierarchy one more time. Let's go over to inspector, Cinemachine basic multi-channel component in the bottom, and I'm gonna set back amplitude gain to 0. And so it's not gonna shake right after the game start. And frequency gain, I'm gonna choose something around 2.5, a little bit bigger number. And after doing that, we need a reference of this Cinemachine camera. Then we can access this Cinemachine basic multi-channel plugin component, and after it we can set this value inside our code. So we're gonna create a script for it. So we will go to we will move over to our project tab, assets, and then I'm gonna move over to my script folder. Let's right click there, create in the top, then click on this mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like camera shake. I already created a script called camera shake, as you can notice right over here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select any game object in my hierarchy. I'm gonna select my Cinemachine camera for it, and let's select that script and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector. And now we're gonna open up our script by double clicking on it. So we need a reference of the Cinemachine camera. Sorry, so we need a reference of it. To get that, we basically need to go to top of our class and we need to include this. It's called using unity in unity dot cinemachine. So we need to use this using unity dot cinemachine. So make sure you just go to top of your class and include this namespace. We need this. Why? Because we're gonna access this Cinemachine basic multi-channel Berlin component. So that's why we need to use this using unity.cinemachine namespace. And after doing that, we need a reference of this basically this Cinemachine camera. And after that, we can set the value. So let's get the reference first. So I'm going to move over to top of my class and let's make a public, and the component we're looking for is a Cinemachine camera. So we're gonna type this Cinemachine camera and we can call this one Cinemachine camera, or let's call vcam, or let's call it cam shortly, something like that. And let's close that up with semicolon. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a function in the bottom in order to check, and we're gonna leave this update and a start function. We're gonna use it later and you will see that. So let's make a function in order to check our camera, and we will make this function public because we're gonna call this function from another C# script or another C# class. So that's why we need to mark this function as public. So we're gonna mark this function public. For function, we're gonna type void and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like shake, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And this shake function as an argument, it's gonna take two things. First thing, it's gonna take the intensity, and the second thing, it's gonna take the duration. Basically the how much with how much time we just want to shake our camera, basically the duration. And so we're gonna give them. So first thing, we need to give the shake time, or basically intensity. So let's go ahead with intensity. So I'm gonna give a float, that will be float value, and we can call this one intensity. And later on we can replace this intensity number with a few with something like amplitude, with something like 2 3 or whatever number we would like to go with. Basically the amplitude gain you can simply assume. Second thing, it's gonna take, sorry, intensity. And the second thing, comma, it's gonna take the duration, with how much duration we just want to shake. So that will be a float type, and we can call this one shake duration, or let's simply call it duration, something like that. And later on we can replace this duration with few seconds, something like 0.125 or zero point 0.1. So about that much of time we just want to shake. So that's why now it's done. So we have the intensity as well as the duration, and we will go to top of our class and we're gonna make a variable in order to keep track of when we started shaking. So we're gonna make this field private. It doesn't need to be public. So we're gonna create a private, and that will be float. And this we're gonna call it something like shake duration or starting shake as well. Let's call it shake time. Let's call it shake time, and let's close that up with semicolon. So why we created this variable? Basically this variable just gonna keep track of when we started shaking. So that's why. And now we're gonna move over to our shake function, and what we will do inside our shake function, we will set our shake time equal to duration, 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 and let's close that up with semicolon. And let's suppose later on we replace this duration with something like zero point 0.1. So this duration right over here just gonna be 0.1, and so that's why this shake time will be 0.1, because we directly setting it, as you can notice. So we just created this variable to just keep track of when we started shaking. So that's why in the start when we started shaking, I just set the shake time equal to duration, means when we started shaking, or the duration of that shake. And after doing it, what we will do, we basically need to move over to this Cinemachine basic multi-channel panel component, and after that we can access the amplitude gain as well as the frequency gain. So we need this, but before we do, we basically need to move over to this Cinemachine camera, and we do know we have the reference. Basically once you save your script, make sure you just go to your camera shake script and drag the Cinemachine camera into your cam, or basically Cinemachine camera variable that you created up over here. So I just name it cam, so I need to drag it inside my cam slot. And now we need to get that. To get that, we're gonna use this cam and dot, we're gonna use this get component, and the component we're looking for is a Cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin. So we're gonna type this Cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin, and let's close that up with semicolon. Basically make these arrows first, and inside these arrows you need to pass the component name, and after that make this first brackets. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this Cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin into a container, and that will be Cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin. Why? Because the type of the component is Cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin, so we need to store it into a same container or in a same variable or parameter, and that will be Cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin, and we can call this one Perlin. So let's call it Perlin, and let's set equal to this. So what we basically doing, we just going over to cam, basically we just going over to this Cinemachine camera component, and then we just getting this Cinemachine basic multi-channel component as you can see, and we just taking this Cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin, and we storing this Cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin inside this Perlin variable or into this Perlin container as we can see. Basically we just take it this and we store it into this Perlin. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna access the this amplitude gain, and we can just set with the intensity. So let's do that. So I'm gonna do it over here. So let's do that. So we will go to Perlin, and now we're gonna access the amplitude gain dot amplitude gain, and we can set equal to our intensity, and let's close that up with semicolon. Close that up with semicolon. So we just set the amplitude gain equal to our intensity. So let's suppose as an intensity later on we pass something like 2. So this intensity right over here gonna be 2. So that's why this amplitude gain, basically Perlin dot amplitude gain, means that amplitude gain will be 2, and we don't know if it's 2, it's gonna shake as we saw earlier. So what we're doing, firstly we basically going over to this Cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin component, and then we accessing this amplitude gain, and we setting this amplitude gain with our intensity as you can see, and we can replace this intensity with any number that we would like to go with. And now we need to call this function. So when we need to call this function, once our enemy just gonna die or take damage, so we're gonna call the function there. So let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and now let's move over to Unity editor, and we're gonna open up our enemy script where basically we taking damages, taking damages. So there we're gonna call our function, which is shake function, and we also need to pass the duration with how much amount of time we just want to shake our Cinemachine camera, and you will able to notice that. So we'll select our enemy whenever we basically taking damages, then we're gonna set that. So now I'm gonna select my enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy. Let's select that, go over to inspector, let's open up our enemy script, and let's call the function over here, basically when we taking damages. So we taking damages over here as you can notice our enemy. So we need to shake our camera. To shake that, we're gonna use this find any object by type and make these arrows, and the component or basically the object that we're looking for is a camera shake script. Basically we just want to move over to this camera shake script, and then we can call this function as we created up here as you can notice, and this function basically just gonna do these things. So let's go to our enemy script, and inside these brackets we're gonna pass the script name, which in our case camera shake, and let's make this first bracket, and we need to call the function which is, so we're gonna type this dot, and the function is shake, so let's call the shake, and let's make first bracket, close that up with semicolon, and now it's gonna take the number. So as an intensity, you can choose any value that you would like to go with. So I'm gonna go with something like 2f comma. Second thing, as you can notice, it's gonna take the duration, with how much duration you just want to shake your camera. So I'm gonna choose a few seconds. So I'm gonna put something like 0.12 f, a few seconds or millisecond, you can simply say. So what we basically doing, we just going over to this camera shake script, as you can see, and then we calling this shake function. And what shake function is doing, it's basically shaking our camera, as you can see. And we just created this shake time variable to just keep track of when we started shaking, or the duration. So as you can see, it this function just gonna do these things. It's gonna shake our camera. And now we're gonna move over to our enemy script, and we're gonna call the same function in our die over here. Once our enemy game destroyed, also we're gonna call the function there. So I'm gonna simply copy this line of code by Control C, and let's move over to die function. So before we die, I'm gonna shake my camera. So I'm gonna press down Control V in order to shake our camera. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as our enemy one game object, or this enemy game object gonna start taking damages, our camera just gonna start shaking right after our enemy game object takes damages. So just wait a little moment, and once it's done, we can just go ahead and check that out. As soon as we're gonna take damages from this player game object, basically once we're gonna collide with that arrow. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And we forget to do one thing, is that we need to drag the reference, and we're gonna get some errors. So let me show you first. So just wait a moment, and if we start firing arrow on top of this enemy game object, you will able to notice that error. And we can see, indeed, if I pause my game, if we move over to my console tab, as you can see, object reference not set to an instant of an object. Basically we didn't assign it our camera shake. So that's why our camera is not shaking. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. And if I select my Cinemachine camera, then go over to my camera shake script, as you can see cam, and it says none Cinemachine camera. Basically the field is empty, so that's why object reference not set an instant of an object. Basically we need to assign it, and we didn't assign. So we will select our Cinemachine camera from here, and let's drag it over to this cam slot, or this cam variable, that basically now we can notice we have the reference of our Cinemachine camera. Now it should be fine. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So just wait a moment, and we're gonna able to notice that. So I'm gonna fire some arrow on top of this enemy game object, and we can notice now the camera is shaking. But the problem is that camera is shaking forever. So we need to shake our camera with that much of durations that we created that variable. So now we're gonna get out of play mode. So we also need to set back our amplitude gain to 0. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and then this enemy start taking damages, then our camera just gonna shake right away. Basically we just setting that amplitude gain with our intensity, and as an intensity we have chosen that 2f unit, as you seen. So now if I shoot my arrow, camera is shaking forever. And if I go over to my Cinemachine camera in the hierarchy, then go over to my inspector, Cinemachine basic multi-channel Berlin component, we can see this amplitude gain is forever too. So we also need to set back to 0, and if we manually set back to 0, we can notice camera stops shaking. So with that much of duration, after that much of time, we just want to set back this amplitude gain to 0, so it's not gonna shake our camera. So let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna open up our camera shake script. So let's double click on it. So that's why we created this parameter. So if I go over to my this shake time, so we created this parameter up here to just keep track of when we started shaking. So that's why we created this variable, and we do know that once we're gonna start shaking, basically just gonna call this function, this shake function. And what this shake function just gonna do, it's gonna shake our camera. But before it shake, we just set our shake time equal to duration, and as in duration we have chosen 0.12, I guess. So if I move over to my anime script, and we can notice as a duration I have chosen 0.12 if. So if I move over to my camera shake script, so this duration right over here is a 0.12. So that's why this shake time right after shaking, it's gonna basically before it shakes, the shake time just gonna be 0.2. So it's not gonna be lesser than 0. So it's basically greater than 0. So that's why we're gonna move over to this update function, and over here we're gonna check. So let's use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we're gonna do over here, we basically want to check if our shake time, so we will choose if our shake time is greater than 0f. And if that is the case, then we're gonna subtract some amount from this shake time. So we will say something like shake time minus equal time dot delta time. And time dot delta time basically over here basically mean frame rate independence, or you can simply say we're just subtracting some few amount from this shake time. And we do know that this update function runs every single frame. So every single frame, as you can notice, we're just subtracting from this shake time with this time dot delta time. So somehow this shake time will just gonna hit 0, and we checking before we subtract, we just checking if the shake time is greater than 0f. And we do know that once we're gonna start shaking, so we just set the shake time equal to duration, and as in duration we have chosen 0.12. So that's why this shake time will be 0.12, and 0.12 is greater than 0f. So the condition over here getting true. Then what we doing, we just subtracting from this shake time with our time dot delta time. So somehow this shake time just gonna hit 0 because we every single frame we just subtracting from it a time dot delta time, as you can notice. So once our shake time hits 0, then we're gonna set that amplitude gain to 0. 0. Or once our shake time hits gonna 0, or it's gonna be lesser than 0. If that is the case, then we're gonna stop subtracting. So we will check. So before we stop shaking, we're gonna check. So let's use this if condition, then some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if our shake time is lesser than or equal to 0f. If that is the case, and we do know that it's gonna hit at some point 0. So in that moment, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna stop shaking. So basically I'm gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and I'm gonna paste it over here by Control V. So what we simply doing over here, we again going over to our Cinemachine camera. As you can see, cam.get component, basically we just going over to this Cinemachine camera, and we accessing this Cinemachine basic multi-channel Berlin component, as you can notice right over here. And after taking that, we just storing into this Berlin, as you can see. And after doing that, what I'm gonna do, so we're gonna access the amplitude gain. As you can notice, we just type Berlin dot amplitude gain, and now what we're gonna do, we're gonna set back to 0f. So we will set it to 0f, and we do know that once we're gonna set it to 0f, it will stop shaking. So but before we stop shaking, we basically just checking if our shake time is lesser than or equal to 0f. If it is the case, then going over to our Cinemachine camera, and then Cinemachine basic multi-channel Berlin, and we taking that taking this, and we storing into this Berlin. And after storing into this Berlin container, then we just accessing the amplitude gain. Basically we just going over to this amplitude gain, and we setting it to 0, as you can notice right over here. And you can access the frequency gain again as well by typing Berlin dot frequency gain. But I don't think it's I don't think it's necessary. So that's why. So I hope you get the idea. So this is the reason why we created this shake time variable up here, to just keep track of when we started shaking, because we need to keep track of when we start shaking, and from that time we want to stop after few amount of time from basically shake time. When we started shaking, we just want to stop shaking. So that's why we created this parameter, and we just move it over to update function, and we basically doing these things over here. So I hope you get the idea. And now I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard to save my project, save my script. And then if I move over to Unity, we will able to notice after something like 0.12, as we have chosen duration which is 0.12. So after that amount of time, camera will stop shaking. So just wait a moment and you will able to notice that. And now I'm gonna do that thing. So just wait a moment. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top and try to fire our arrow on top of this enemy game object, you will able to notice this enemy game object just gonna take damage. And as soon as it's gonna take damage, our camera just gonna start shaking. And after duration, it's gonna stop shaking, because we're setting amplitude gain to 0. So if I fire arrow, we can notice the camera started shaking, and after few seconds, basically 0.12, it just gets back to 0. Basically, if I select my Cinemachine camera in the hierarchy, then go over to Cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin component, we can notice amplitude gain is now 0. And if I shoot third time, or sorry, fire arrow third time, we can notice it's shaked and it's died, and the camera is shaking forever, because we're doing inside our update function. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and for that we can basically, what we can do, we can move over to our anime script. And over here, as you can notice, we calling the die function in our inside our update function over here. So that's why it's basically the camera just shaking forever. So we can just create a bool parameter to just keep track of when we need to shake. So we're gonna remove this line of code from here. So let's remove that. So our camera not gonna shake at all. So we can create a bool parameter when we need to shake, but it's gonna be a little task to do. For you to do that, you can just create a bool parameter which can be true or false depending upon what you're doing. So you can create that in order to check if your enemy game object loses all of his health or not. And once it's then you can just call the function. So it's gonna be a little task for you to do that, so remember to do it. And so now I'm gonna jump over to next thing, which is just gonna be singleton pattern. But before I do, I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard in order to save my script. And what we basically need to do, what we're gonna do, we're gonna do one thing, which is instead of typing this find object of type. So if I move over to over here, as you can see, this is a pretty heavy texting. So instead of doing this, we're gonna use singleton pattern. So let me show you how we can do that. So basically we're gonna move over to our camera shake script. So we're gonna move over to our camera shake script, and we will go to top of our class, and we're gonna make a singleton pattern. So we're gonna make this one public big, since we just want to access from another class. And we're gonna type this static basically means we can access any value directly, without typing find object of type. So we can access the shake function right away. So that's why we type a static, so we can just access anything that we would like to access directly. And we need to type the same name as the script name, which is camera shake, and we can call this instant. So we just creating a variable called camera shake, thus itself name of the camera shake script. So it's instance, as you can see. So we just created this variable, And now we're gonna move over to our start function, and in the start of the game we're gonna set instance equal to this. But before we do that, we basically need to check if it's already a instance, then we need to destroy. But if it's there no instance, then we need to keep this one. So we will check before we set the instant. We're gonna make a if condition, then first bracket and some curly brackets, and over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna check if instance equals to null. Basically means this camera shake script, just in our scene view we only have one camera shake script. Or if the camera shake script or the instant, as you can see, if it's equals to null, basically means we don't have any camera shake script in our scene view or in the game. Then what we need to do, then we're gonna set instance equal to this. And if already there is an instant, basically a camera shake script, then we're gonna destroy it, because we don't want to have two script in our basically same script in our scene view. So that's why else if they are already a instant, then we're gonna destroy that. So we're gonna use this destroy function, and let's make first bracket, and we want to destroy itself, basically the camera shake script, or you can simply say the instance. So we're gonna pass this basically just referencing itself. So we just created this as the name of our class name. We just created a variable as the name of our class, and we just are going over to update function, and we just setting instant equal to this. So we now what we can simply do, we can just go over to any other classes, and we can just access this shake function right away by typing like we can go over to this camera shake class, and then by this instant we can access this shake function. Or you can simply say we storing all of these things right over here, as you can see into this instance parameter, as you can notice in our start function. So before we set the instant, we just taking if it's instant equals to null, basically means there is no camera shake script, and then we just setting instant equal to this, basically we storing itself, or we just want to have a camera shake script, and if it's already there, then we destroying, as you can see. So we storing all of the information of this class into this instance parameter that we created up over here as the name of our camera shake script. Now what we can simply do, we can access this shake function right away. And now before we do, we're gonna press down Ctrl S on our keyboard in order to save our script, and then we can just move over to our enemy script, and instead of typing like this, find any object by type, so this is pretty heavy texting, so that's why we're gonna move over to camera shake. Basically we can simply type the script name, so in our case camera shake, and then we can just access the instant parameter or the variable that we created inside our camera shake script. And now we can access that we whichever thing that we want to access. So since we want to call the shake function, so we're gonna access the shake function, or we can simply say we just gonna call the shake function. So we can simply type dot shake shake, and this shake we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and this shake function as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object, sorry, it's gonna take the intensity. So I'm gonna pass something like 2.5 if, and the second thing, it's gonna take the duration. So for a little few seconds I just want to shake, so I'm gonna type this 0.15, something like that. And so that, as you can see by now, this is pretty much clean. So we simply just moving over to, we simply typing this script name, which is camera shake, and we can access the instant, and we just calling the shake function directly. Why we are able to do that? Because if I move over to my camera shake script, we just made it a static, so that's why we directly able to call the shake function. And we just going over to this camera shake, which is in our case this script, and then we just going over to this instant, and by this instant we basically calling the shake function, and we do know what shake function is really doing. So I hope you get the idea what you can do. So you can just simply type the camera shake script name, and you can just call it. So I hope you get the idea, and why we need to do that, to just make our or to keep our code clean. So that's why. And now I'm gonna press down Control S to save our script, and we can move over to Unity editor, and you can do the same inside your player game object as well. You can just create the singleton pattern inside your player game object. So just wait a moment, and you will able to notice. And also I'm gonna show you that how you can basically shake your camera once our player game object dies totally or loses all of his health. But before we do, let's take a look on it. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and it's gonna be fine. So once our enemy game object is just gonna take the damage, you will able to notice it's gonna shake. So just wait a moment, and it's gonna be fine basically. Let's fire arrow on top of this enemy game object, and we can notice it's playing you can simply say uh, the animation clip, which is the sorry, it's playing the shake. And now we're gonna get out of play mode, and we also want to also want to shake our camera once this enemy game object dies totally. And we do know that we created a die animation clip inside our player game object, sorry, inside our enemy game object. Simply, if I move over to my hierarchy, then select this enemy 1, then go over to my animation tab, and then choose this death animation over here. So we created this death animation. So we can call the function over here, which is the shake, and we want to shake our we want to shake our camera with more intensely once this enemy game object loses all of his health. And we just want to call the function over here. So we need to make a function inside our enemy script, so we can call the function here as we have done it inside our player, basically calling the function through animation event. So to do that, I'm gonna move over to my anime script, and let's make it somewhere over here. And we're gonna make this function public because we just want to call the function through animation event. So that's why. So we're gonna make this function public, and for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So let's say shake camera, something like that. We can call it shake camera. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and inside this function what we really want to do, we basically want to shake our camera. To shake our camera, what we need to do, we basically need to move over to this camera shake script, and then we can just we simply can type the camera shake, basically the script name, and we can simply type instant, and we can simply call the shake function right away. So let's do that. So let's move over to our anime script. So we will go to our camera shake script, and then we're gonna access dot instant, and by this instant we're gonna call the shake function. And let's make first bracket, let's close that with semicolon, and now it's gonna take the intensity. So since our enemy game object just loses all of his health, so we just want to shake more intensely. So that's why as an intensity or amplitude game, I'm gonna choose a bigger number, something like 4f. And second thing, it's gonna take the duration, and also I want to make the duration a little bit up, so I'm gonna choose something like 1.5. We have chosen a bigger number than once we taking damage over here. So intensity we can choose instead of 0.115, we're gonna choose point sorry 0.18 if something like a bigger number. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our skip, and let's move over to Unity. So we need to call that shake function, shake camera function inside our anime script, and we're gonna call the function through animation event. And we do know we created our anime die script, sorry, anime die animation clip. So we're gonna call the function there. So select your anime game object in hierarchy, then go over to your animation tab, and we're gonna choose the death one, and we can call the function here. So this gonna be perfect time right over here, and we can call it over here as well, but I'm gonna call it here. And to call the function in the left side, we can see add event in our animation tab. So let's click on it and let's select this animation event, then go over to inspector and it says no function selected. So let's click there and we're gonna move over to our anime script, then methods, basically function, and we created the shake camera function as you can notice. So we're gonna choose that. We basically calling the function. So simply we just moving over to this anime C# class or this anime script, and we calling this function, and this function basically shaking our camera with more intensely. And now we have done it, and we can just go ahead and it's gonna be fine. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So as soon as our enemy game object just gonna loses all of his health, you will able to notice this enemy game object, basically the camera just gonna shake with or basically it's gonna shake more intensely. So I'm gonna fire arrow, we can see it's shaking, but once it loses all of his health, we can see it just shakes more intensely. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and this seems pretty much fine as you can notice. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it and how you can use singleton pattern in order to make your code clean. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and now I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard in order to save my project. Now we will create our floating text, and to do that we're gonna create an empty game object first because we're gonna have two animations, so that's why, or we're gonna have only one animation. So let's go over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then create an empty game object, and you can call this game object to something like floating text. So let's call it floating text. I'm gonna call that, sorry the spelling is wrong there, here should be a, and now it's fine. So floating text, and let's go over to inspector transform, let's right click on it and then reset. So it's gonna reset the position in the center, and I'm gonna select my move tool, and let's select this over here we have, let's move it somewhere around here. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna choose an gizmos for it in order to make it visible, or we can just skip that part. So let's choose a gizmos and it's gonna be fine. So let's go over to inspector, let's click on this box, and I'm gonna choose this, I guess. Now this is fine, and after doing that select your floating text, go over to inspector, click on add component, and find over here text mesh. So I'm gonna find by typing which is text mesh, and attach that. Make sure you just attach text mesh component, not any other. And if we go over to text mesh and it's totally blank, so we're gonna put something like 100. So let's put 100. But as you can notice, as soon as we put 100, it's just pops, we can able to notice, and it's kind of seems weird, something like that. To just to get rid of that, basically to make it rigid or a perfect, we're gonna move over to our character size, and we're gonna make it something zero point 0.1. And after doing that, make sure you just go over to font size, and we're gonna make it something around 60, or let's make it around 70. And now as you can see, as soon as we have chosen font size to 70, it's now this is fine. But before you do, make sure you just go over to character size and make it some a smaller number, something like 0.1 or 0.2. And after doing that, anchor, we're gonna choose a middle center, as well as alignment, I'm gonna choose center. And now this seems pretty much fine. And if you do have a font, then you can drag it in the bottom, we can notice. And I do have, so I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then fonts folder. And I can select any folder, and I can just drag it over here right away. And as soon as we drag it, we can see. And I think we need to get rid of the gizmos. So to do that, I'm gonna move over to inspector one more time, then let's click on this, and I'm gonna click on this none in the top right, we can see. Now this is fine, and this seems perfect by now. And if you want to select the font over here, you can do that, and you can select any font that you would like to go with, something like this one, or this one. we can choose, but I'm gonna go with monogram extended. Of course I will have a link in the description. You can go and check that out of all of these fonts. And now this seems perfect, and once we are done, let's make the animation by now. To make it, we're gonna select our floating text, then go over to animation. Let's click on this create button. Let's click on this create button. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to assets, and inside assets we created a animation folder, as you can notice. So we're gonna open that up by double clicking on it, and we can create a separate folder for our other animation, basically a subfolder. So let's do that. Let's right click to keep our project clean. You can simply say so new in the bottom, then folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like other underscore animation, something like that. And let's hit enter, and let's double click on this folder to open that up. Basically that's a folder, and we have to name the animation. So this is gonna be floating text, so I'm gonna call it floating text, floating text, or floating text. Let's call it floating text animation underscore animation, something like that. And after doing that, let's click on the save button. And by default I want my floating text little bit is you can simply say a small font size. So I'm just gonna move over to my text mesh component, and font size I'm gonna choose something around 50. And once we're gonna make the animation, we're gonna just do that. So now what we will do, we will select our floating text in the hierarchy, then move over to your animation tab, and then click on this red button to record your animation. And we're gonna move over to 60 frame or 1 second. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag it up in the up direction, and also I'm gonna increase my font size. So let's go over to text mesh component, and font size I'm gonna make it 100, something like that. And over time I just want to be fade out. That if you do want, then go over to color in the bottom, and you can just drag the A in the bottom to 0, and it's gonna do that thing. But I'm not gonna do it, so I'm gonna leave it like this. And if we click on this play button in our animation tab, we can notice the animation is playing. Now basically that is fine. And once you're satisfied, you can just click on this red button to capture the animation, or you can just leave like that. It's automatically gonna capture the animation. So I'm gonna click on it to capture, and I don't want this animation clip to be looped over again and again. So to stop that, we're gonna move over to our project tab, assets, animation folder, and we will move over to our other underscore animation subfolder, and we can notice the animation over here. So we're gonna select that. Let's go over to inspector in the right, and we're gonna uncheck the loop time, because I don't want this animation clip to be looped. And now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button, you will able to notice as soon as our game just gonna start, this floating text just gonna go up, and it will be bigger over time in the y-axis. Basically we increasing the font size, so that's why. And I want to have a random number, so we're gonna do that as well. So just wait a moment, and you will able to notice. So just wait a moment, and we can see now it's fine. So this seems pretty much cool. And I want to have a, you can simply say a some random number. So for that we're gonna create a script. So let's get out of play mode, and let's create a floating text script for it. So for it I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then a script folder. Let's right click there, create mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like floating text. And I already created a script called floating text right over here, as you can notice. So I'm gonna choose my floating text game object in the hierarchy, and let's hierarchy. Then I'm gonna select my floating text script from that folder, and let's drag it over to this add component section. And I'm gonna open that up by double clicking on it. So now what we basically want, we want to have a reference of this text mesh. And if we go over to our text mesh component and then play around with this text right over here, we can set it to something like 99. we can set it to 1, and we can notice it just changes in the scene view as well as in the game view. So I'm gonna leave it with 100. So what we basically need, we need a reference of this text mesh, so we can access the text and we can set it to a random number. So we're gonna open up our script and let's grab the reference first. And I'm gonna remove my update function we don't need, and also we can remove this comment from here. So what we need a reference of this text mesh. So let's make a public, and the component we're looking for is a text mesh. So we're gonna type this text mesh. So let's type that text mesh and let's close and let's call it something like text mesh, something like that, or we can simply call text as well. Let's call it instead, let's call it text mesh, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to our start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game, and in the start of the game I want to have a random number. I just want a random number of this text mesh. So for that we're gonna use a function called random.range. So basically we need to use this random.range function, and this function over here, it's gonna take the minimum inclusive and the maximum inclusive, basically a int, or you can simply say a float number. So I'm gonna start with 0, and second it's gonna take the max inclusive. So I'm gonna put 101, and let's close that up with semicolon. So why I put this 101? Because this random dot range function, it's gonna choose a random number between 0 and 101. It's not gonna take 101, but it's definitely gonna take 0. And also I don't want to pick up 0, so that's why I'm gonna put 1. So this random dot range function right over here, it's gonna take a random number between 1 and 101. It's not gonna take 101, but it will definitely gonna take 100, 50, or whatever it's gonna take. And it's also gonna take this one, but it's not gonna be ever, it's not gonna ever be 101. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna take this and we're gonna store it into a container. So this over here, it's gonna pick a random number, so we're gonna store it into a container, and that's gonna be a int or whole numbers, and we can give it float number as well. And I'm gonna call this a random number. So let's call it random number, and let's set equal to this. So this random dot range function over here, it's gonna pick a number between 1 and 101. So let's suppose this random dot range function pick up something like 50. So this right over here is 50, and we storing that 50 into this int random number, as you can see. Basically we directly setting it. So this random number right over here, it's gonna 50, because we assumed this random dot range function picks up 50. So this random number over here, it's gonna 50 because we directly setting it. And after doing that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna update in the text mesh. Basically we just want to move over to this text mesh, and we're gonna access this text, and we will set this text equal to our random number. So we will go to our text mesh, and then we're gonna access the text. So dot type text, and we're gonna set equal to random number, and let's close that up with semicolon. But the problem is over here, this random number is a integer value, and this text mesh dot text is a string value. So we need to convert this random number to a string value. To convert that, we need to use this dot to string and then make this first brackets. So let's suppose this random dot range function picks up 100. So this random number over here gonna be 100, because we directly setting it into a int variable. So this right over here is random number is 100. So this one here is 100. So this text mesh dot text right over here also gonna be 100. Why? Because we directly sending it. Basically whatever we getting, we just updating in the text, as you can see. So basically we just going over to this text mesh and accessing this text, and we're setting this text equal to our random number, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea by now, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So just wait a moment, and once it's done, we can just go ahead and check that out. So whenever we're gonna start our game, this floating text just gonna be a random number between 1 and 101. It's not gonna take 101, but it will take 199 or what number between 1 and 101. So just for a little moment, and you're gonna see that. And now just wait a moment. And if we click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, but we're gonna get a problem because we need to drag our text mesh to our text mesh field. So that's why we're not gonna see a random number. So we just forgot to do it, so we need to do it. So let's get out of play mode. So I'm gonna click on the play button one more time in order to get out of play mode. And now we're going to choose our floating text in the hierarchy. Let's go over to our inspector, then floating text, and we can notice text mesh and it says none text mesh. So we're going to select our text mesh and drag it over to that slot. And now we can see we have the floating text mesh, basically this component we have by now. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button, you will able to notice as soon as we're gonna start our game, that floating text number just gonna be a random number between 1 and 101. So let's have a look, and we're gonna see that, and it should be fine. And now we can see it's became 84. And if I get out of play mode and then click on this play button in the top, it should be different number by now. So let's have a look on it, and we're gonna test it one more time for it to check that out if it's perfectly working or not. So just wait a moment, and we should see a different number. And indeed we can see by now it's 10 if we get out of play mode and then click on this play button one more time, and it should be different number, once again a different number. So let's have a look, and it should be fine. And let's take a look on it, and now we can see it's became 75, basically a random number. So it means that it's working fine, but the problem is that our floating text is still in the scene view or in the game. So we need to destroy this once it's complete the whole animation clip, basically going up and staying there. So after 1 second, we do know we just completing the whole animation clip. So after that amount of time, we just want to destroy that, and to destroy that, we're gonna get out of play mode. So let's click on that play button, and we're gonna open up our floating text script, and we're gonna move over to our start function. And to destroy, we're gonna use this destroy function, and this function as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. So we just want to destroy this floating text game object itself. So that's why as a first argument we're gonna pass this dot game object. And if you want your text to be destroyed right away, then you can just close that up with semicolon, and that's it. But I want to destroy my floating text after completing the whole animation clip. So that's why as a second argument comma, I'm gonna pass the time. So I'm gonna pass something like 1.01 if a little number. So because after this amount of time I'm just completing the animation clip, so that's why. And now I'm gonna press down Control S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. Let's head over to Unity editor, and it should be fine by now. We're gonna take a look on it. So just wait, and it should be fine. And we need to spawn it from our enemy game object. So just wait a little moment, and now this is pretty much fine. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and we will able to notice as soon as we're gonna start our game, floating text itself just gonna destroy after 1 second, 1.01 second, as we have chosen as a second condition the time or the duration. Now let's take a look on it. And indeed, after 1.01 second, it just destroy itself. And we're gonna get out of play mode, and let's make this floating text a prefab. Basically, we're gonna have a copy, and we're gonna spawn it once this enemy game object start taking damages. So I will select my floating text in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to inside this prefabs folder in order to turn it into a prefab. And now I'm gonna select my floating text in the hierarchy, and let's delete that because I don't want to have it in the start of the game, and I want to spawn it once this enemy game object start taking damage. So that's why I'm gonna select my enemy game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up our enemy script by double clicking on it, and we're gonna move over to take damage function where enemy is taking damage. So over here we want to spawn, but before we spawn we need a reference of that floating text prefab. So if I move over to my project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, so we need a reference of this floating text. As we can see, we have it over here, and this floating text itself a whole game object, so we need to type a game object type variable. So we will go to top of our class. So before we spawn we need a reference, so we're gonna go up here and let's make a public, and the thing that we're looking for is a game object, or you can simply say that floating text prefab, and that floating text prefab itself a whole game object. So that's why we need to type the variable type should be game object, and we can call this one floating text. Let's call it, sorry, floating text prefab, let's call that. And we're gonna close that off with semicolon, and now we're gonna spawn it. And in order to spawn that, we're gonna move over to this take damage function, and over here we're gonna spawn it. And in order to spawn it, we do know we need to use this instantiate function, and this instantiate function, as the first argument, it's gonna take the game object that we want to spawn. So in our case, floating text prefab, so we will pass our floating text prefab. And the second thing, it's gonna take the position from where we want to spawn. So I'm gonna pass my transform dot position, basically means enemy center position or enemy current position. And the third argument, it's gonna take the rotation, and I'm not gonna rotate like that, so I'm gonna pass simply quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation, and then close that up with semicolon. So we spawning this floating text prefab at enemy center position, basically transform dot position means current position of that enemy game object, or this center position of this enemy game object. And the third argument we pass quaternion dot identity, it's basically means no rotation. And after doing this, we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's head over to Unity. And now we need to assign the variable. Basically we need to drag our floating text prefab game object inside our floating text prefab slot, because we need because we uh, need the reference of it. So that's why, so just wait a moment, and once it's done we can just go ahead and check that out. So I'm gonna select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, and if we go over to inspector enemy script, in the bottom we can notice floating text prefab, and it says none game object. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select our floating text prefab game object inside that prefab folder, and let's drag it over here. Now we can notice we have the reference, and we're gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look. So as soon as this enemy game object just gonna start taking damage, the floating text prefab just gonna spawn from this enemy game object center position whenever it takes damage, and it's gonna be a different number, or it's gonna be a random number. So let's fire arrow on top of this enemy game object. Indeed we can notice the thing that is spawning, but the problem is that enemy center position is not over here. So if I get out of play mode and select this enemy one, we can notice that enemy center position is here or something here. So what we're gonna do, so that's why the floating text prefab just is spawning from here, not over here. So what we will do, we're going to create an empty child game object inside this enemy game object. So we will select our enemy one game object in the hierarchy or the enemy game object. Let's right click on it and let's create an empty child game object, and we can call this game object to something like a spawn point. Takes a spawn point, let's call it takes a spawn point. Let's call it takes a spawn point. Then select the move tool in the same view and let's move it over here somewhere around here. And if you want to choose any gizmos, then go over to inspector, click on this box, and I'm gonna choose this green one. Now this fine, and we're gonna select our parent game object, basically our enemy one. Then go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all if you change anything. So we need to change the position. Basically, instead of spawning from here something, we're gonna spawn it from this takes spawn point. So we need a reference of this point, and after that we can spawn it. So let's open up our enemy script one more time by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class and let's grab the reference of that point. So let's make a public, and that transform is responsible for position, so that's why we just type the variable type transform and we have to name it. So let's call it takes spawn point as we name it, or we can just name it different as well. And I'm gonna close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna move over to our instantiate function. So instead of spawning from transform dot position, basically means current position of that enemy game object, we're gonna pass text point, text spawn point dot position. Basically we're gonna spawn from this text spawn point from this point. So that's why we just, as a second argument, we just accessing the position, basically going over to that transform and then accessing the position, as you can notice. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity, and it should be fine by now. The text should be spawned from that text spawn point. And but before we do, we basically need to drag the reference in our transform slot, which is our text spawn point or text spawn position. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and assign the position. So now I'm gonna select my enemy, and we can see in the bottom text spawn point, and it says none transform. So we're gonna select our text spawn point and let's drag it into that field. Now we can see we have the floating text game object prefab as well as the position from where we want to spawn it. And now we can just go ahead and check that out. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. It should be fine by now, but let's take a look on it. So I'm gonna fire my arrow, and now this seems fine, but the problem is that we're still getting error. Basically we have done a mistake. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get out of play mode. We done the mistakes inside our prefab. Basically if I select my floating text prefab, I'm gonna drag it in the hierarchy or in the scene view. So the problem is that it's happening because we need to create the animation. Instead of creating the animation inside this floating text, we're gonna do it inside a child game object. Basically we will select our floating text and we're gonna unpack that. If you want to unpack, or you just want to delete, or you want to unpack, then select it, right click on it, then go to prefab. Over here in the middle you can see, and in the bottom we can see unpack. So just click on it and it's gonna be unpacked. Basically means it's gonna be normal game object by now. And what we will do, we basically gonna create a text game object. Basically we're gonna create a child game object inside this floating text. So for that we're gonna select our floating text first, then we're gonna move over to our inspector, and we're gonna remove this text mesh component animator as well as the floating text, because we're gonna create an empty child game object and inside that game object we're gonna do all of these things. So that's why the problem is getting. So what we will do, we will select our floating text. Let's go over to inspector. Let's right click on this text mesh and let's click on this remove component, and we're gonna do the same thing with this animator and this mesh renderer. Let's basically remove all of these things. So I'm gonna right click, remove component, animator, remove component, and then floating text, let's remove component. And also I'm gonna select my floating text prefab inside my prefab folder inside my project tab. Let's select that and let's delete it. But before you delete, make sure you just unpack it. Basically select your floating text prefab and drag it in the hierarchy, then right click on it, go to prefab in the middle, you can see, and you're gonna see a unpack. So just click on it in order to unpack that. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select our floating text. Let's right click on it and let's create an empty child game object inside that game object, and we can call this game object to something like text. So let's call it text. Let's call it text. And in this game object now we're gonna make the animation. So the problem, we getting weird problem the animation because of this. So basically we need to create an empty parent game object first, and inside that game object we need to create a child game object, and inside the child game object we need to do all of those things, basically attaching our you can simply say attaching animator component. Basically we need to do the animation thing inside our child game object, not in the parent. So that's why we're gonna select our parent and we will attach our floating text in a script inside this floating text game object instead of attaching in our child. And the animation we're gonna do inside our child game object. So that's why. So we're gonna select our floating text. Let's go over to inspector. Let's click on this add component and we're gonna attach the script called floating text. And make sure you attach this script in the parent game object, not inside the child game object. And now we're gonna select our child. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna click on this add component in the inspector and we're gonna add our text mesh. So let's add that up and we're gonna do the same thing. So firstly I'm gonna put 100, and character size we're gonna put 1, and font size I'm gonna do 50, and font style I'm gonna choose bold, and font style I'm gonna choose this monogram, and we're going to choose anchor to middle center and alignment to center. And now that's fine, and we are ready to create the animation inside this child game object. Don't do it inside your parent, instead doing inside your child game object. So select our child. Let's go over to animation tab. Let's click on this create button and we're going to create the animation. So we will go to assets, and in assets we already created a folder called animation. So we're going to open that up and we can see we created a subfolder called other animation. So I'm going to open that up by double clicking on it, and I'm gonna replace this animation. So I'm gonna select that, or you can just create a separate, or you can just name it to something else, but I just want to replace this one, so that's why. So I'm gonna click on this save, and it says do you want to replace, it's already exist, and do you want to replace it? Yes, I do want. So I'm gonna click on this yes button, and once we click on it yes, and we can see now. So we're gonna make the animation. So first let's click on this red button to record our animation, and I'm gonna move over to 60 frame or 1 second, and now I'm gonna drag it up. So make sure you select the child, not the parent. So let's select our child and let's drag it in the white a little bit up, and also I want to increase the size of it. So I'm gonna move over to my font size inside my text mesh component in the inspector, and let's make the font size 100 and something like that. And now that's fine, and if we click on this play button, it's pretty much fine by now, and we can just click on this red button to capture the animation. Now it seems fine, and I don't want this animation clip to be looped. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, animation folder, then other animations folder. Basically we need to head over to into that folder in which folder we created the animation. So inside my other animation, so I'm gonna select that clip And if I go over to my inspector, we can see loop time and its text. So I'm gonna uncheck in order to stop the looping, and now that's pretty much fine. And we need to drag our text mesh, and we do know that if we select our text game object, inside this text game object we can see the text mesh component. So that's why we need to select this text game object, and we need to drag it over to this text mesh slot. So we're going to select our, and let's drag it there, because inside this text we have the text mesh component, and we can notice that. And now we have done it, and now we can turn this into a prefab, and that animation just gonna go out. Basically by now it's not gonna be weird. So we're gonna select our floating text one more time, and let's turn it into a prefab. So let's select that in the hierarchy, and let's drag it inside this prefab folder in order to turn it into a prefab. And I'm gonna select my floating text in the hierarchy, and let's delete that, and now it's fine. And if we select our enemy, and now we need to drag the floating text prefab right over here. So I'm going to choose my floating text prefab game object, and let's drag it over to this slot. And now we have the reference. As you can see, we also have the floating text game object as well as the text spawn point. And let's click on this play button in the top. By now it should be fine. So the text just gonna spawn from our text spawn point inside this enemy game object, and it's gonna go out. Basically the animation should be fine by now. So let's have a look on it. So I'm gonna fire arrow on top of this enemy game object. So let's fire arrow, and by now we can indeed notice the text is now fine. Basically it's working fine, and we can check that out one more time. So let's get out of play mode, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So earlier we have done the mistakes, so I really apologize for it. Basically create an empty parent game object first, and then do all of those things. Basically follow the steps and you're gonna get it. And if we shoot, and this seems pretty much fine. So basically working fine. So I hope you get the idea. And now it's fine. I'm gonna get out of play mode. I have created the circle around this attack point as we have done inside this enemy game object. Basically I have done in the same way. So if I may select my enemy one game object in the hierarchy, as you can notice I just created an empty child game object, and I just name it attack point. We can notice in the hierarchy, and from that point I just created a circle from that point. And if that circle just gonna collide with our player game object, then it's gonna take damage. But before we do that, let me show you what I have done. So I'm gonna open up my anime script, and if I open up my anime script, I have created this function as you can see, which is attack, and I have used the same function, which is physics 2d dot overlap, in order to draw the circle, in order to create the circle. And if the circle collide with that game object, then what we're doing, we just printing out the name of the game object the circle collided with. Basically I have done the same thing as we have done it over here, as you can see inside our enemy game object. So we just created the circle from our enemy game object attack point, and earlier we created the circle from this enemy game object center position. So if the circle really collide with this this player game object, then this function over here, it's gonna give us a true value, and over here we checking. If it is, then we just printing out the name of the game object the circle collided with. So if this enemy game object just gonna attack on our player game object, so the circle just gonna collide with our player game object, then what we doing, we simply printing out this message says takes damage. And I have created those variables up over here. As you can see, we created the attack point as well as the attack radius, and I didn't create the layer mark since we already have it over here. As you can see, what is player, basically I want to damage my player, so that's why I just didn't create it another layer must for it, since we just want to damage our player. So that's why as a third argument I just pass what is player, and what is player we do know. We have chosen that player game object, and you need to make sure you assign your player game object as a player layer. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a take damage function inside our player game object. But before we do, we also need to call this function. So we just created this function up over here. It's just gonna create the circle around from that attack point. And now what we need to do, we need to call this function. But when we need to call it, once this enemy game object just gonna play our attack animation. So make sure you just make that function public and do the same thing as we have done it earlier inside our enemy game object once we created the circle around our enemy game object center position. And now we're gonna call the function. To call it, let's select our enemy in the hierarchy, and I'm gonna move over to my animation tab, and we're gonna choose our attack animation of this enemy game object, and we're gonna move it something over here. So as you can notice, so this time just gonna be perfect, so we can call the function here. And in order to call the function, in the left side we can see add event, so we can simply click on it, and we're gonna select the event, go over to inspector, and as you can notice it says no function. So we will go to enemy, then methods, basically function, and we created the attack function there as you can see. So we're gonna choose that. Now the attack function just gonna call it over here. So we basically going over to this enemy script, and we calling this function, and this function basically doing these things, which is creating the circle. And if the circle is really colliding with our player, then we just printing out the message says takes damage. And call info dot game object basically means the game object the circle collided with. So the circle gonna collide with that player game object. So then what we doing, so collision dot game object over here basically means that player game object, and we accessing the name, and we can see the name in the hierarchy, which is player. So the message should be pop up says player takes damage. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and we can move over to Unity, and I'm gonna select my console tab in order to see our message, and I'm gonna select my enemy in the hierarchy, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And you need to call the function once you playing the attack animation. So the message should be pop up in our console tab says player takes damage, because the name of the game object the circle just gonna collide with, it's gonna be player. So that's why the name just gonna pop up says player, and then the message should be pop up says player takes damage. And indeed, if we go over to our console tab, we can see the message just getting pop up says player takes damage whenever this enemy game object is attacking on our player, and this enemy also taking damage. And this seems pretty much great. So instead of printing out message, so we're gonna get out of play mode. We just want to damage our player. So I already done the same way. Basically, if I open up my player skip by double clicking on it, I have created the take damage function over here as you can see. And basically I have done the same way as we have done inside our anime script. So if I move over to my anime script, we can see we created the take damage function over here as you can see, and we can ignore these things from our player script. So we basically have done the same thing. We just created our take damage function as you can notice. So firstly, we have given some health amount to our player game object, and we can see in the top of our class, which is by default I have given 5, and I just created this take damage function in order to take that damage. And once we loses all of our health, then I created this die function as you can see. And for now I am just printing out the message says this dot game object, so the player just gonna be itself. So player diet message should be pop up, and when it's gonna pop up, so if I move over to my update function, as you can see I am over here, I'm just checking if the max health of our player game object, if it reaches 0 or became 0, then what we doing, we calling the die function. And what die function is doing, if we move over to our die function, then we can notice the message just gonna pop up says player diet in our console tab. And now we need to call this take damage function, else we're not gonna take any damage from our enemy game object. So player need to take damage, and in order to take damage, so instead of printing out message, we just want to call the take damage function from our player script. So what we can do, we can create a singleton pattern as we have done it with our camera shake, so we can easily get it. So let's create that. So I'm gonna move over to my player script. Let's go to top of our class and let's create singleton pattern. So we're gonna make this one public, and we will type is static because we just directly want to access any function or parameter that we would like to access. And we need to type the same name as the class name, which is player, and we can call this one instance. And let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna use this start function. So what we will do, over here in the bottom of our start function, we're gonna check if it's already instance there, then we're gonna do, else we're gonna destroy. Basically, if it's already a player skip inside our scene view, then we're gonna destroy this one. But if there if our if you can say, if it's not a player scape in our scene view, then we just want to set. So basically we're gonna type if instant, sorry, and we're doing the same thing as we have done with our camera shake script as well as with our anime script. We're just doing the same thing. So we're gonna check if it's instant equals to null. If that is the case, then we're gonna set instant equal to this. And if you little bit confused, then check out one more time the singleton chapter and you're gonna get that. Else if it's already there is a instant of it, then we're gonna destroy it. So we're gonna use this destroy function and we will destroy itself. So we're gonna pass this, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor, and now let's move over to our anime script. And over here, as you can see, we just printing out the message says player takes damage. So instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna call the take damage function inside our player script that we created. And we do know what that take damage function is really doing inside our player game object. But before we damage our player game object, we need to check if we collided with our player or not. Basically, if the game object we collided with has a script called player, then we can damage. And if we select my player game object, then move over to inspector, we can notice a player script is setting on our player game object. So we basically want to check if that the circle just collided with the game object has a call script or not, basically player. If that is the case, then we're gonna damage. If it's something else, then we don't want to damage. So that's why we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we're gonna do over here, we basically want to check. So we will use this call info parameter. So we're gonna type call info dot game object, and call info dot game object basically means the game object the circle collided with. So the circle just gonna collide with this player game object. So call info dot game object basically means player game object. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check dot get component, and we're gonna use these arrows, and inside these arrows we're gonna pass our player script. So let's pass our player script, then make this first bracket, and we will check if it's not equal to null. If it's not equal to null, what basically this means, let me explain. So firstly we're going over to player game object, and we checking basically we just getting the player script as you can see. And indeed the player script is attached to our player game object, and we're checking over here if the game object dot get component player, if it's not equal to null. Player skip get component player if it's not equal to null. It basically means this player script is attached to our player game object, and we can notice indeed the player script is setting on our player game object. Now what we need to do, we need to damage it. So that's why before we damaging our player, we just taking. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna call the take damage function, and in order to call it, we simply just gonna move over to player skip. since we just created singleton pattern, so we can directly pass the script name, which is player, and then we can access the instant, and by this instant we can call the take damage function. So let's call it, which is take damage, and let's make first bracket and close that up with semicolon. And this take damage function, it's going to take an argument as we have done inside our player script. So if you just put 5, then our player game object just gonna loses all of his health right away, and I don't want to do that. Instead, I want to damage my player by 1 unit every single time. So that's why as a damage amount, I'm gonna pass 1. And now let's close that up with semicolon, pass 1, and make sure you press down Control S on your keyboard. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as our enemy game object just gonna attack on our player game object, basically means if that circle collide with this player game object, then this player game object just gonna start taking damage by 1 unit, or every single time 1 unit. So once our max health just gonna reach 0 of this player game object, you will able to notice the message should be pop up in our console tab, says player died, because once we losing our all of our health, we just calling that function. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy in order to see, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look. So as soon as we're gonna take damage from this enemy game object, this max health just gonna go down by 1 unit, and once it reaches 0, then this player game object, the message should be pop up, says dies, as we have done inside our enemy game object. And we can indeed see it's became 3, then 2, then 1, and if it's became 0, now we can notice if we move over to our console tab, we can see the message just getting pop up, says player died. So instead of printing out message, what we really want to do, we basically want to destroy our player game object. And before we destroy, we just want to show up a explosion effect, but we will get into that later. So let's get out of play mode. So I'm gonna destroy my player game object. To destroy it, let's open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's go move over to our die function, so where we're printing out message over here. And I'm gonna leave this message, so player died, and after printing out the message, I want to destroy my player. So to destroy that, we're gonna use destroy function, and this destroy function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. So we're gonna pass this dot game object, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. And if you want to destroy your player after some period of time, then as a second comma, you can pass the second argument. Since I want to destroy my player game object right away, so I'm just gonna pass this dot game object only one argument. But before we destroy, I also want to shake my camera. To do that, we will go to our camera shake script. So let's go that, and let's access the instant, and by this instant we're gonna call the shake function. So let's call it, and this shake function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the intensity, and now the intensity should be a little bit higher than once we taking damage. So I'm gonna choose 4F, and duration I'm gonna choose a little bit higher, something like 0.18f, something like that, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as this player game object just gonna loses all of his health, then it's gonna destroy itself, and once it's destroy itself, the camera just gonna shake a little more with more higher intensity. You will able to notice that. So just wait a minute and you will see. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So as soon as our player game object just gonna loses all of his health, it will destroy itself right away. And after destroying it, basically it's gonna shake our camera, because we calling the shake function. So let's have a look on it. And let's see that. And we can see, and we also playing the heart animation clip, as you can see. Once we taking damage and once we loses all of our health, we can notice that our player game object died, but the problem is that our enemy game object is still playing the attack animation clip instead of the working one. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get out of play mode and we will move over to our enemy script. And over here, let's open up our enemy script, and what we will do, we just gonna move over to our update function, and over here we're gonna check if our player game object died or not. So what we will do over here, we will check. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if there is a no player game object in our scene view. If that is the case, that means this enemy need to play the, you can simply say, the work animation clip instead of attacking. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna check our player. So we created a variable up over here, as you can notice, which is player transform, and it says player. So over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna check if player is equals to null. Basically means that we don't have player transform, or you can simply say we don't have transform, means we don't have our player position, means that we don't have our player game object as well. So now what this enemy need to do, it's need to play the work animation clip instead of the attack. So if I select my enemy, then move over to my animator tab. So firstly I'm gonna close this tab, so we're getting a little bit weird. So I'm gonna right click on this animator tab, let's click on this close tab, and to get it one more time, we basically need to move over to window in the top bar, then scroll down to animation, and you can see the animator tab underneath our animation tab. So I'm gonna click on it in order to bring that up, and I'm gonna move it over here. So now if I choose the transition between walk and attack, so if I choose back transition from this attack to our walk, and then this parameter, and then go over to inspector, so we need to set this attack parameter to false of this enemy game object. So it's gonna play the walk animation clip. Why? Because we have chosen that condition. If we move over to inspector and scroll down, we can notice that if we set our attack parameter to false, means uncheck, it's gonna play the work animation clip because we have chosen. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to our script, and over here we will check if player is equals to null. Basically means we don't have our player by now in the scene view. Now what this enemy game object need to do, it's need to play that work animation clip. So basically we need to set this attack parameter to false. So we do know that we also have the reference of our animator component inside enemy game object, as you can notice. So make sure you just grab the reference, and after grabbing the reference we will go to animator, and now we're gonna use this set bool function, because that attack parameter is a bool parameter. And now this set bool function has a first argument, it's gonna take the parameter name, so in our case attack, and the second thing, it's gonna take the value, so we're gonna pass false. Basically means uncheck, or we setting that parameter to false. And we do know that once we're gonna set that, it's gonna play the work animation clip, and we can press down Ctrl S on our keyboard in order to save our project. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as this player game object just gonna loses all of his health, then it's gonna destroy itself, and this enemy by now it's gonna play the work animation clip instead of attack animation clip over again and again, since our player game object is no more in the scene view or in the game. So that's why. And let's take a look on it. So I'm gonna see that, let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and we're gonna check that out. And we have done the same thing, basically take damage function inside our player game object, or you can simply copy from your enemy game object, or you can just follow the same steps we have done inside our player game object when it comes to taking damage and die. And now we can see it takes damage, and the camera just shaking, and we gonna able to see. And now indeed, once our player game object destroyed itself, by now we can see this enemy is now playing the working animation clip instead of the attack over again and again. Why? Because we just set this attack parameter to false, basically means uncheck, and if we set it to true, basically means check. you will able to notice this enemy just gonna play the attack animation clip over again and again. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And we also need to show a effect like, so if I just get out of play mode, so once our player game object loses all of his health, it's need to play the explosion effects, and I have it over here as you can notice. So if I move over to my project tab, then assets folder, and if I move over to my explosion folder, basically I will head over to my sprites folder, then explosion folder, and I'm gonna choose one of these. I'm gonna choose the P1, we can choose the A1 as well. I'm gonna choose the perfect one, so this one seems perfect. So we have the spreadsheet, so we're gonna select that. Let's go over to inspector, let's click on this open sprite editor. So as you can notice, as soon as we click, it just pop up. So we just want to show this effect once our player game object dies. So before our player game object dies, we just want to show this effect, but before we show that, we basically need to create this. I'm gonna give a link in the description of this explosion effect. You can go and check that out. So let's select the sprite sheet. So in my case, I'm gonna choose the one, then D, and let's select that. Let's go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor, and make sure you choose a sprite mode to multiple. Why? Because we can see we have more than one sprite, so that's why. And pixel per unit, I'm gonna choose something around 16, a little bit lower number. And to get rid of blurry, we're gonna choose filter mode to point of filter in the inspector, and after doing that, let's click on this apply button. And now it's done, and we're gonna move over to a sprite editor tab, and let's slice it individually instead of slicing automatically. So let's click on this slice button in the top left side in our sprite editor tab, and let's click on select from this automatic to create by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So we can see 8 columns, so 12 columns we have. So we will put 12 columns and one row, and let's click on this slice, and then let's click on this apply button in the top right in our sprite editor tab. And I'm gonna select my game view once again, and let's go over to that spreadsheet, and let's click on this arrow in order to see the individual. So I'm gonna select the first one, let's drag it over to this scene view or into this hierarchy, and now we can see this seems pretty much fine. And we can call this one explosion effect, or let's call it explosion. So let's select that, let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna call this one explosion effect, or let's call it simply explosion. And now we need to make the animation, which is, and we do know in order to make the animation, we're gonna select all of the individual sprite by holding down shift, and then drag it over to top of this explosion game object in the hierarchy, and it's gonna make the animation it's gonna make the animation right away. And now we need to place the animation, and I'm gonna place it inside my other animation folder subfolder. So I'm gonna move over to top left assets, and we have the animation folder. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and I'm gonna move over to other underscore animation subfolder, and I'm gonna call this folder to I'm gonna call this animation clip to explosion. So let's call it explosion, and after doing that, let's click on this save button in the bottom right side we can see. And now if I select my explosion, then go over to animation tab, and then click on this play button, we can see the explosion is playing. But the problem is that it seems too much big, so we need to make it a little bit less. Basically means we need to make our pixel per unit a higher number in order to make these sprites small. To do so, I'm gonna select my sprite sheet, let's go over to inspector, and I'm gonna choose pixel per unit to something around 32, a higher level, and let's click on this apply button. And now if I choose that and then move it over here, so it seems fine, but I guess we're gonna choose a little bit more higher. So let's go ahead with 36, and let's click on this apply. And now this 36 now seems pretty much great. And once we are satisfied, then we can just make this one a prefab. So let's turn it into a prefab, so we will have the copy of it, and whenever need, we're gonna spawn it. So I'm gonna select my explosion game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it inside my prefab folder in my project tab. And also I don't want this animation clip to be low, so if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see as soon as we're gonna start our game, this explosion game object just gonna play that explosion animation clip over again and again, and I don't want that to be happen. So we need to uncheck the loop time, and we basically find the explosion animation clip, and we need to uncheck the loop time. So just wait a moment, and once we are done, we can check that out. So just wait a moment, and we can notice indeed the explosion just playing over again and again. So we need to stop doing this. So let's get out of play mode, and for that I'm going to move over to my project tab, assets, and then animation folder, then other animation folder, and we can notice the animation clip is over here, which is explosion. So we're gonna select that. Let's go over to inspector in the top right, and we're gonna uncheck the loop time. And also I don't want this animation clip to be in the scene view in the start of the game. Instead I want to spawn it once our player game object dies. So that's why we're gonna select our explosion, and let's delete from the scene view or in the hierarchy. And now we're gonna open up our player scape, and we're gonna spawn it. And also I'm gonna create a spawn point in order to uh, uh, spawn my explosion effect. So let's do that. So I'm gonna select my player. Let's right click on it. Let's create an empty child game object, and we can call this game object to something like spawn point, or let's call it explosion spawn point or spawn position. Let's call it explosion spawn point, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here, and we need to match that, and we can choose an gizmos for it. So let's go, let's click on this box, and I'm gonna choose this purple one, and I'm gonna go over to my project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and I'm gonna select my explosion. Let's drag it in this scene view, and we need to match that up. So basically we need to move a little bit so we can match up. So this seems perfect. So basically what we need to do, we need to drag a little bit down our explosion point. So I'm gonna drag it a little bit down to just match up. So make sure you select your explosion prefab and then drag it into the scene view in order to match the position. So I hope you get the idea, and once you're done, then you can just delete your explosion prefab game object. And I'm gonna select my player. Let's go over to overrides and then apply all. And now what we need to do, we basically need a reference of this explosion game object, then we can spawn it. And in order to do that, we're gonna open up our player skip, and let's move over to dive function. So before we dive, we just want to spawn it, and before we spawn it, we need those variable. So let's go to top of our class, and first thing we need a reference of that game object, which is our explosion prefab game object. So let's make a public game object, and we're gonna call this one explosion. Let's call it explosion game object, or let's call it explosion prefab, and close that up with semicolon. And the second thing we need, so just wait a moment, and the second thing we need the position, or basically this point reference. So we can spawn it from here. So in our case, which is explosion spawn point, so let's grab the reference of it. So public transform, and we're looking for our explosion. Let's call it explosion spawn point, as we name it there. You can just name it whatever you just would like to go with. It's basically up to you. And now we need to we need to assign this variable. So make sure you just save your script, and then go over to inspector, and underneath your player script just assign this variable. So now I'm gonna move over to my dive function, and over here, as you can see, so before we dive, we're gonna spawn it. And in order to spawn that, we're gonna use this instantiate function, and we do know that this instantiate function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object that we want to spawn. So in our case, which will be explosion prefab, so we're gonna pass that explosion prefab. And the second thing, comma, it's gonna take the position from where we want to spawn, so we're gonna pass our explosion point. explosion point dot position, and the third argument it's going to take the rotation. So we don't want to play around rotation, so that's why we're going to pass quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're going to press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as this player game object just gonna die, you will able to notice that explosion effect or that explosion game object just gonna spawn from this explosion point, spawn point. But we need to assign those variables, so just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can check that out. So just wait a moment, and underneath our player script we will able to notice those field, and we can just assign one by one. So first thing, we need to assign our explosion game object, basically the prefab. So now our script almost complete the completion, basically almost basically the script gets compiled. And now we can see underneath our player script we have two field. We have the explosion prefab. So now we're gonna take from our prefabs folder, let's select this explosion effect game object and let's drag it over to that field. And the second thing, we have the position, so we're going to take our explosion spawn point underneath our player game object and drag it over to that field. Now we can notice we have the game object, basically the explosion, as well as the position. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will able to notice as soon as our player game object just gonna die, it's gonna spawn our explosion game object from our explosion spawn point position, and you will able to notice that. So just wait a moment, and let's start taking damages from this enemy game object. So I'm gonna start taking damages from this enemy game object. So let's check that out. We already take damages, and we can see now, as you can see, indeed once our player game object dies, it just showed up our explosion effect or explosion prefab, it just spawned. And the problem is that if we move over to our hierarchy, we can still see our explosion clone, and in the scene view we can notice that. So we also need to destroy this after some period of time, or else our game just gonna hold too many game objects. So over time our frame rate just gonna go down. So that's why after some period of time, if anything doesn't need, then we just do if anything is doesn't need at all, or doesn't need basically it's need doesn't need at all, I really apologize, then we're gonna destroy it. So now we're gonna get out of play mode, and we need to destroy the explosion effect prefab game object as well, but after some period of time when it's complete the animation clip. So for that, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and I will double click on this explosion prefab game object in order to open it up in prefab mode. So now if we select our explosion, then go over to animation tab, and we can see that the animation is completing like 0.9 second. So 1 second is over here, so something like 0.9 second is just completing the whole animation clip. So after this amount of time, we also need to destroy this explosion itself. To destroy that, and in order to go back in the scene view in your hierarchy, you can see the back arrow, so just click there in order to go back. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna destroy it. So let's move over to our player script, and now we need to destroy it. So we're spawning this explosion prefab at this point with no rotation, and after it's spawning it, now we're gonna store it into a game object. Since this explosion prefab game object, this explosion prefab itself a whole game object, so that's why we need to put it in a container or a variable game object type, because this itself a game object. So we're gonna create a container or a variable, or you can see a where basically you just want to store, and that will be game object type, and we can call it something like temp explosion or temporary explosion. Let's set equal to this. So what we simply doing, Firstly, we spawning this explosion prefab at this position with no rotation, and after that we just taking that we spawn it. So in our case we spawned this explosion prefab, and we just taking that and we storing into this same explosion container or in this variable. And now what we need to do, so wherever we stored it, we need to destroy that. But when we need to destroy, after something like zero point 0.9, as we have seen in our animation tab. So after something zero point 0.9 second, we just want to destroy the team explosion, basically the container where we store it. And to destroy, we're gonna use this destroy function, and this function we do know as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. So in our case, team explosion, and the second thing comma, you can pass the time, or you can specify the time, after which amount of time, after how much amount of time you just want to destroy where you store it. So I want to destroy the whole container, basically the game object in which game object I store it. So after something like zero point 0.9, so I'm gonna pass zero point 0.9 something like 0.90 f second, a smaller number, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So after 0.90 f1, basically after 0.9 second, that explosion prefab game object itself just gonna destroy, basically firstly spawning it, and after spawning we just storing that explosion prefab into our text tame explosion container. So just wait a moment, and once it's done we can just go ahead and check that out. So just a little moment, and we're gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So just wait a moment. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done we can check that out. And just wait a moment, and we can notice one, we takes damage. Now we have damage 2 1 and died. Now we can see the explosion game object also get destroyed. And if we move over to our hierarchy, we're not able to notice our explosion prefab clone because it destroyed itself after 0.9 second, 0.9 second, and we not able to notice in the scene view as well. So I hope you get the idea that how you can spawn a game object wherever you want. And I'm gonna get out of play mode. Before I basically make those collectible items, I just want you to show this. Basically I just created this skeleton enemy as we have done with this ninja. So I have created this skeleton and also other enemy. As you can notice, we have some enemies which just gonna shoot out arrow, as like we have done inside our player game object. So this this enemy game object just gonna stay at one place, and it's gonna shoot out our arrow on top of this player game object. Once our player game object gets attack range of this enemy, and I basically created a enemy to script. Let me show you that. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then in script folder, and I'm gonna open up my enemy to script by double clicking on it. So let's double clicking on it. As you can see, I just created this enemy to script as we created our enemy, but I have only changed some settings. Basically I don't want this enemy clip sorry this I don't want this enemy game object to patrol around this ground. So that's why I just removed those line of code, as you can notice. And instead what we're doing, we basically doing this: if our player comes in attack range, then it's gonna play the attack animation clip, and it's gonna shoot out, or it's gonna fire arrow. And also I duplicated that arrow sprites. Basically move over to your project tab, assets, and then a sprites folder, and you can choose the arrow over here, and you can press down Ctrl D in order to duplicate and name that one to something like arrow enemy. So because we have two arrows, one for our player game object and one for our enemy game object. And enemy arrow, if I select my enemy arrow prefab, so I have it over here, then go over to inspector. As you can notice, I just tag it as a arrow underscore enemy, which sorting out. And I have done the same thing with this enemy as well, which is the red one, and as well as this yellow, I guess, or golden type color, I don't know but I really apologize for it. So I just created in the same way. Basically I just attach the same script to all of this enemy game object, and let's suppose you just getting a weird this enemy or this enemy game object, it's not just shooting on our player game object or not chasing towards our player game object. Then what you can do, you can just move over to your script and use this line of code player. Basically use this game object dot find game object with tag, and make sure you select your player in the hierarchy in Unity editor, then go over to inspector and assign with player. Now we assigned player as a player tag, as you can notice in the inspector. And what we doing over here, we basically finding the game object by typing game object with tag, and we typing, and make sure inside this quotation you basically need to type the name, which is in my case player, as you can notice, and we assigned that player as a player tag. So basically you can just copy this line of code, and we basically taking that player game object transform component, or you can simply say this player game object this transform or position, and we storing that position into this player transform as we created up over here. Let me show you. I have it over here, which is player transform. If you get, and make sure you just do it in the top, but make sure you just do it underneath a player is equals to null. Basically where we just checking if we assign it or not. So underneath you can just do that. If you getting error, basically this enemy skeleton enemy or this ninja enemy is not chasing our player game object, then you can just do that thing. So I hope you get the idea. And I just place all the enemies. As you can see, we have skeleton here, red, and I just place all over to my level, as you can notice. So this seems pretty much great, as you can notice, and we can check that out by playing our game. So I'm going to click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and let's take a look on it. Basically we have done the same thing. I just created a enemy 2 script, and I just attached that enemy 2 script to my all of that enemy game object, that red one and that white one, all of those enemies, except our skeleton and the ninja, because these are enemy which just gonna patrol our ground. So that's why I just created a separate enemy script for that those enemy which is just gonna stand at one point and it's gonna fire arrow. And I just have done the same thing inside our player game object as we have done when we firing our arrow. And let me show you, and it's gonna be a little bit task you to do that, so that's why I'm not gonna show you over here. But we just our game just lagging a little bit, I really apologize. And we can, sorry, we can notice that we can fire arrow, and once this enemy game object loses all of his health, it's died. And if we get closer to this one, we can shoot out arrow, and this seems pretty much great. Basically it's working. As you can notice, this white enemy is just shooting arrow on top of this player game object, and we can shoot on top in this enemy game object as well. And we can take a look around, or like basically take a look around our level. So basically it's working fine, but the problem is that we're not taking damages from our enemy game object, so we need to do that. So I hope you get the idea, and we can just kill these enemies as well. And as you can see, indeed it seems fine. And after some period of time, this enemy game object also get destroyed, And if we move over to my scene view, we can just take a look around of all of these enemy game object. Some of them just patrolling around ground, and some of them just standing at one point, and it's shooting out arrow on our player game object. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And now what we're gonna do, I'm gonna get out of play mode, and if I open up my player scape, we already created a take damage function, as you can see over here, as we have done inside our enemy script. So now we need to call this take damage function once we're gonna trigger with that enemy game object arrow prefab. Basically, if I move over to Unity editor, then go over to project tab, assets, and then prefab folder, and open up this arrow enemy by double clicking on it, and then go over to inspector, we can notice that we attach a rigid body 2D, and I just set the kinematic body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And also I attach a box collider 2D to this arrow enemy game object in order to check collision. And I just take this is trigger to true, as you can see, and I just assigned it this arrow as a arrow enemy, as you can notice in the inspector arrow underscore enemy tag. Now we need to basically check if we taking basically triggering this with this arrow enemy game object, then we need to take damage. So I'm gonna go over to my scene view, and I will open up my player script by double clicking on it, and we're gonna call the function when we're gonna trigger with something. And let's do it somewhere over here, and for that we need to use this on trigger enter sorry we need to use this on trigger enter 2D function, and this function get called when we trigger with something. And why we using this function, because we have seen that arrow we just take that is box collider 2D is triggered to true, so that's why we're gonna use this on trigger enter 2D function in order to check with what we trigger it with. And we can extract information what we trigger it with by going over to this collision. We can extract information about like the game object that we trigger it with, anything like that. And instead of calling collision, I'm gonna say something like call, or short for collision. And over here what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna check if, so we will use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if call in I'm gonna check if call dot game object dot tag, if it's equals, sorry for this tag, if it's equals to arrow underscore enemy. If that is the case, then we need to take damage. So this function get called when we trigger when we gonna trigger with enemy, basically once we gonna trigger with that arrow prefabs. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on it. And I'm gonna drag a enemy over here. I'm gonna drag a standing enemy. So for that I'm gonna move over to my assets, and then prefabs enemies folder, and I'm gonna select any of this. So let's select this one, so this one over here. So once we're gonna get inside this attack range, then this enemy just gonna start firing our arrow. And if we collide with that arrow, basically the enemy game that arrow which shoot out or fire from this enemy game object, then we want to take damage. Basically it's shooting out arrow underscore enemy, or that arrow enemy, you can simply call it. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna move over to our script, and what we're doing, we're just taking if call dot game object, and call dot game object basically means the game object we trigger it with. So we definitely gonna trigger with that arrow enemy prefab game object, and we accessing the tag as you can see, and we checking the tag if it's equals to arrow enemy, basically means we just trigger it with that arrow enemy. Now what we need to do, we need to take damage. So basically we need to call this take damage function from our player script, inside this player script. So we're gonna call this take damage function, and it's basically doing these things as you can see, as we have done inside our enemy game object. So now we're gonna call the take damage function over here, So let's call it take damage, and then make this first bracket, close that up with semicolon. And this take damage function, as an argument, it's gonna take that damage amount. So since I want to damage by 1 unit, so I'm gonna pass 1, and that's it. And after taking damage, we need to destroy our arrow enemy, because we trigger it with that. So that's why we need to destroy that. To destroy it, we're gonna use this we're gonna use this destroy function. And destroy function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. And second thing, we gonna specify the time, but we don't need to specify the time, because we want to damage our enemy, we want to destroy our arrow enemy as soon as it's trigger or collide with our player game object. So that's why we're not gonna pass a second argument. So we will pass our call.game object. And call.game object, we do know it's basically means the game object that we trigger it with. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity, and you will able to notice that. So as soon as we're gonna trigger with that that arrow enemy just gonna destroy right away. And before it destroyed, our player game object just gonna take damage, or its damage just gonna go down by 1 unit. And let me show you, so just wait a little moment. So now it's done. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And let's get inside attack range of this enemy game object. And once we're gonna trigger with that enemy game object, arrow enemy, that just gonna destroy right away. And before it destroyed, we're gonna see our player game object health just gonna go down by 1 unit, since we pass as a take damage argument 1. So now if I select my player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, we can see underneath our player skip max health is 1000. And now if we get inside, sorry if we get inside, we can notice it's 99. So it's shooting out arrow, and as soon as this arrow just colliding or triggering with this player game object, it destroying itself. And also we can notice max health of our player game object, it's going down by 1 unit every single time this enemy game object fires arrow, as you can see. So basically it's working fine. And if we put a 0 right away, we can see our player game object get destroyed. And now this enemy are not shooting out arrow on top of our player game object. So I hope you get the idea. But the problem is that we getting some error inside our console tab. So we can just do that, or we can ignore it. So let's ignore that, and let's get out of play mode. Basically it's fine. It's fine. And basically if I just give some health amount to my player game object, so let's select this player, let's go over to inspector, player skip, and I'm gonna give something around 5. And if I just go ahead and then click on this play button, and once our player game object just gonna destroy, it should be fine. So just wait a moment. If we get some errors, then we need to fix it. If we get some error messages in our console tab, so let's get in attack range first. So we should see after 5 times we just gonna destroy, and indeed it destroyed. But we getting a error, so we're gonna get out of play mode. And we over here we doing, so I'm gonna go up, and let's double click on this message. To fix the error messages, what we basically need to do, we're gonna open up our enemy script. Basically we need to use this. Firstly, check if player is not equal to null. Basically means that if we select our enemy 2 game object or enemy 1, we and then go over to enemy script, and we can see right over here player, and it says player transform. And let's suppose this one is says something like means empty, and we checking over here if it's not equal to null, basically that it's not empty. Then what we doing, we just finding our player game object with tag which is player, and then we just getting the position, and then we storing into this player transform. And you can use the curly brackets as well, or you can just type like this, it's also basically the same thing. and it's gonna find work. So before you just find your player position with the tag with our player, make sure make sure you check out if player is not equal to null. Basically means that you just take your player game object in the hierarchy and you drag it over to this player transform, and player transform we can notice, and it's not none, basically it's not empty. So that's why then what we're doing, we just getting we basically taking our player position, and now we storing into this player transform or player position, and by now the error should be gone. And if I move over to my enemy to script, and I have done the same thing. So before we find our player game object with the tag, basically player position with our player tag, we just taking if player is not equal to null, means we just assign it our player transform. Then what we doing, we just finding our player with the tag player, and then we just taking transform in position, and we storing into this player. Basically we just going over to this player game object with the tag, and we can notice in the inspector we assign it this player as a player tag. I means we just taking the transform of it, and or basically the position, and we storing into this player transform as we created up over here, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. And now if I move over to Unity, and by default I'm gonna give max health 5 for testing purposes, and let's click on this play button in the top. So by now the error should be gone. Error should be gone by now, because before we taking our player transform, basically the position, we just taking if we assign it our player transform or not. And if the player game object totally get destroyed in our scene view, basically in the game, the error should not be pop up. So let's take that out, and we're gonna take damage from our enemy game object. So let's take damage 1 2 3 and 2 1 and 0. And as soon as player game object get destroyed, and if we move over to console tab, by now we're not able to see those error messages. Basically it's now fixed, and we're gonna get out of play mode. And now we will make our, you can simply say, collectible items. To do so, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, and then a script folder, then a sprites folder, then an items folder, and let's select the diamond. Of course I will give a link in the description, you can go and check that out. But if you just want to get all of this directly, then you can purchase this game source code. So I'm gonna select my diamond. Let's go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor, and as we can notice we have our diamond shining. So now what we need to do, we're going to move over to inspector, and pixel per unit we're going to choose something like 16, 16 pixel per unit. And sprite mode we're going to choose multiples, since we have more than one sprite and we need to slice individually. And filter mode to point no filter we're gonna choose, because if we scroll, basically zoom in, we can see blur, it seems blurry. So that's why we need to choose point no filter. And after doing that, let's click on this apply button in the bottom right, and now we need to slice individually. So let's click on this slice in the top left side in our sprite editor tab. Let's select automatic to grid by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So 4 8 9 10. So we're gonna put 10 columns and one row, and then click on slice, and then click on this apply. And I'm gonna select my game view, and let's go over to that spreadsheet, and let's click on this arrow in order to see the individual. So I'm gonna select any of them. Let's select the first one, and let's drag it into the scene view or into hierarchy. So I'm gonna drag it into my scene view, and I'm gonna collapse this one, and let's select the sprite sheet, basically the game object, and I'm gonna drag it in the top in my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And we can call this one something like gems or diamond. Let's call it diamond, but before I do, I'm gonna take my player and let's move it somewhere around here, and this is our diamond. But as you can notice, it seems too much small, so we just need to make it a little bit bigger. To do so, I'm gonna select that, and what I'm gonna make this pixel per unit a less number, something like 12. And let's click on this apply button now, and now it seems a little bit bigger. And let's rename this to something like diamond. So let's call it diamond, diamond. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna attach some script, but before we do, let's make the animation. And in order to make the animation, we're gonna click on this arrow to see the individual, and we will select all of them by holding down shift, and let's drag it top of this diamond game object in the hierarchy in order to make the animation right away. And we will go to assets in the top left, animation, other animation, and this will be a diamond shining, so we can call this one diamond underscore shining, something like that, diamond underscore shining. And if I'm misspelling this, I really apologize, I don't know the real spelling of it, so I'm just gonna do these things, or diamond spinning or diamond shining, just like that. And let's click on the save button in the bottom right. And now if we select our diamond, then go over to animation tab and then click on this play button. As you can see, it's playing the shining animation clip over again and again. So I hope you get the idea by now. And now what we're gonna do, basically it's basically fine. And we can make the center position, basically the pivot point of this diamond game object, somewhere over here. So basically what we need to do in order to make it, as you can notice, it's not in center, we just want to move it somewhere around here. So basically we need to select the sprite sheet, then click on this open sprite editor in the inspector, and you can change the pivot point, and we can just move it over here. And we can notice as soon as we just move this ring into the center, we can use custom pivot in the bottom. We can see 0.6 and 0.5 in the, you can simply say, we can move it somewhere around here. So 0.62 and 0.54, so remember those numbers. So we're going to click on this slice in the top left one more time, and we're going to change the pivot point. So instead of center, as you can see it says center, we're going to click on this custom in the bottom. And now what we're going to do, we're going to choose in the x, which is 0.62 as we remember it, and in the y we're going to we're going to pass 0.54. And after doing that, make sure you click on this slice and then click on this apply button one more time. And now we're gonna see the pivot point just changes in the center. And if I select my diamond game object in the hierarchy, as you can notice by now, we have the pivot point in the center, basically means it's fine. And we can make the animation right now. So let's click on this arrow, and let's select all of them by holding down shift, and then drag it over to top of this diamond game object in the hierarchy. And we will go to assets. Sorry, we already made the animation, I guess, I really apologize. So if I select my diamond, go over to animation tab. Oh sorry, we didn't make the animation. So when I select one more time, let's drag it over to top of this diamond game object. Let's go to assets, animation, other animation, and let's call this one diamond shining. Sorry, we already created, we basically need to replace that. And if we move over to animation tab and then click on this play button, it seems pretty much fine by now, as you can notice. And we will add some components to this diamond game object. First thing, we're gonna add a rigid body 2D, and we will set it to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So let's click on this add component, and let's attach rigid body 2D. And we're gonna set dynamic body type to kinematic, collision detection to continuous, and interpolate to interpolate for making smooth. And we're gonna add second component, which will be a collider 2D, and we need to attach a polygon collider 2D because it's gonna be perfect, since it's gonna fit perfectly. So let's select our diamond, let's click on this add component, and we're gonna add polygon collider 2D. And now we need to adjust the collider 2D as the size of our diamond sprite. So let's click on this edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our diamond sprite, and make sure you just fit it perfectly, and it's gonna be fine. And I guess this seems pretty much great by now. And we're gonna move this up here, and this seems now fine. And once you're done, make sure you just check this is triggered to true, so it's not gonna register our player to pass through it, but it's gonna check with trigger. So make sure you just do that. And we're gonna assign this diamond as a diamond tag, so we will able to know that this is our diamond game object and we need to collect that. So let's click on this untag in the top in our inspector. Let's click on this add tag and let's create a new tag. So let's click on this plus icon and we're gonna call this one diamond. So let's call this one diamond, sorry, we're gonna call this one diamond and we're gonna select our diamond game object one more time in the hierarchy and let's assign with our diamond. Now we assigned this diamond game object as a diamond tag, as you can notice. So this seems pretty much fine by now, and let's make this one a prefab so we will have the copy of it. So I'm going to select my diamond game object in the hierarchy and let's turn it into a prefab. So let's select that and let's drag it inside our prefabs folder in our project tab in order to turn it into a prefab. So now this seems pretty much cool, and what we're gonna do now, we're gonna create a diamond script, basically to destroy that, or we can just do inside our player game object, but it would be much better if we basically create a diamond script. But I'm not gonna do it since I just want to do it inside my player game object. So we can create a player collectible script and we can attach to this player game object in order to just make it, or we can do inside our player script. So let's do it inside our player script. So I'm gonna open that up by double clicking on it and let's go to top of our class, and we're going to create a variable to just keep track of how many diamonds we collected so far. So I'm going to make it somewhere in the bottom and let's make this one public. We can make it private instead, so let's make it private, it doesn't need to be public. So I'm going to make a private and that will be int, basically whole numbers like 0 1 2 3 4, and we can call this one something like diamonds diamonds, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're going to move over to our start function, and in the start of the game or start function we're going to set current diamonds equal to 0, because when we gonna start our game we're gonna have 0 diamonds, so that's why. And now what we will do, we're going to move over to our on trigger enter 2d function as we created up here. So we're going to use this function because since we just check that is triggered, so that's why. So we're going to check with trigger and over here in the bottom, so let's do it in the bottom or in the top. You can do it anywhere you like. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we're gonna do over here, we just gonna check if call dot game object, and we do know that call dot game object basically means the game object that we trigger it with, and we're gonna access the tag of it, and we will check if it's tag if the tag is equals to our diamond, and we do know that we assign it that diamond game object as a diamond tag. So if I move over to my project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder and select this diamond, go over to inspector, as you can notice that we can notice that we assigned this diamond as a diamond tag. So we definitely gonna trigger with this diamond, and now what we need to do, we basically need to collect that. Collect that, basically we need to increase our current diamonds by 1 unit. So what we will do, we will set current diamonds plus plus and close that up with semicolon. It basically means that we just adding 1. So in the start of the game, current diamond we have 0, but as soon as we're gonna trigger with that diamond game object, then we just adding 1. Current diamond plus plus, it basically means adding 1. So 0 plus 1 just gonna be 1, means current diamond will increase by 1 unit. And after collecting the diamond, we want to destroy this diamond game object right away because we just collected that. So that's why we're gonna destroy that. So to destroy, we're gonna use this destroy function, and the game object that we want to destroy is the diamond. So we will pass call dot game object, basically means the game object that we trigger it with, and we definitely gonna trigger with that diamond game object. So call dot game object over here basically means that diamond game object, means we just destroying our diamond once we collected that. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and we're gonna move over to Unity, and it should be fine. So as soon as we're gonna basically collect that diamond, firstly our current diamond's gonna be 1, and after that we just destroying that time and game object right away. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done we can check that out. So just wait a moment and we you will see that. But the problem is that if I select my player script, player script, then go over to inspector, we're not able to see our current dimensions parameter. Why? Because we made it private. But let's suppose you still want to see that. So in order to see that, in the inspector top right you can see three dots. So just click there and then click on this debug, and as soon as you're gonna choose the debug you will able to notice those private parameters. And if I scroll down to the bottom I can see current dimensions and it says 0. And now if I click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, you will able to notice that as soon as we're gonna click basically collect that diamond, you will able to notice current diamond just gonna be one after collecting that. And as soon as we're gonna collect, it's just gonna destroy right away. So now current diamonds, we can notice underneath player skip we have 0, and if we collect this we can notice now as soon as we collect it, it destroyed, and current diamond just increased by 1 unit. So before it destroyed we just wanna show some effect in basically collectible effect. To do so we're gonna get out of play mode, and I also want to go back in debug sorry in inspector mode. To do that, move over to inspector in the top right, basically click on it one more time. So we are in debug mode, so we need to go back in inspector mode. To do that, in the top right you can see three dots, so just click there and then click on this normal. And as soon as you're gonna click on it normal, you will move over to your inspector tab. And now what we just want to do, we just want to show a effect, and in order to show that I have a sprite for it. So I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then a sprites folder, and I will move over to my items folder, and I have it over here, basically here. So if I select that, then go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor. As you can notice we have the effect. So I'm going to choose pixel per unit to something like 32 in order to make it bigger, and filter to mode to 0.0 filter. Let's click on this apply, and let's slice it individually. So we have 5 columns and 1 row. Let's put 5 columns and 1 row. Let's click on slice and then apply. Sorry, we have 6 columns, so we're gonna put 6 columns and 1 row. Let's click a slice and then apply, and now it's done. And we can just go over to that sprite sheet. Let's click on this arrow, we're gonna select the first one. Let's drag it into the scene view or into this hierarchy. So we need to make it a little bit bigger, but before we do, and let's call it effect, like collect effect. So let's rename this to something like I'm gonna call it collect effect, collect underscore effect. Let's call it collect underscore effect, something like that. And we're gonna make the animation. So let's select all of them, drag it over to collect effect game object. Top of this collect effect go a game object in the hierarchy. Then assets, we will move over to assets, animation, other animation, and I'm gonna call this one collect effect, collect underscore effect. And let's click on save or hit enter. And now if we move over to animation tab and then click on this play button, we can notice our animation clip. So basically what we need to do, we just need to make it a little bit bigger to just feed this out, to basically feed it. So to do that, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, and let's select the sprite sheet, and let's make this pixel per unit a little bit less number, something like 25. And if we click apply, now we can see we can make it a little bit bigger. So let's go ahead with 22, and let's click on this apply. And now this seems pretty much great, as you can see. So this seems pretty much great, and once we are satisfied we can just go ahead and we can turn it into a prefab. But before I turn it into a prefab, I don't want this animation clip to be looped. So basically I don't want this animation clip to be looped. To just uncheck the loop time, so we will move over to project tab, assets, and then animation folder, other animation. And I'm gonna find the collect, and I have it over here, the clip. And we're gonna move over to inspector and we're gonna uncheck. And now we're gonna select our collect effect, and let's turn it into a prefab. collect effect game object in the hierarchy, and let's turn it into a prefabs, and that's fine. And now I'm going to choose my collect effect in the hierarchy, and let's delete that, and we're gonna show it once we collect this time in game object. So we're gonna open up our player script. Basically we just gonna move over to that line of code, in which line of code we just collecting. So over here, so before we collect, we just want to spawn, and in order to spawn we just need a reference of this collect effect game object, as well as where a position from where we want to spawn. So we can just skip the position, because we just want to spawn from this diamond game object as center position, which is transform dot position. So basically we don't need a reference of our position. So let's go to top of our class, and let's grab the reference of our game object first. So we're gonna grab the reference, which is so we're gonna make public game object, because that collect effect game object itself a whole game object, and we can call this one collect effect prefab. So let's call it collect underscore effect prefab, something like that, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna move over to our that script over here. So before we spawn, basically destroy that, we're gonna use this instantiate function in order to spawn. And as a first argument, it's going to take the game object that we want to spawn. So we will pass our collect effect prefab, and the second thing, it's going to take the position. So we will pass transform dot position, and third argument, it's going to take the rotation. So we will pass quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation. And after that, let's close that up with semicolon. And now we also need to destroy that collect effect that we spawn it. So we just spawning from this center position of this diamond. So we also need to destroy that diamond, basically collect effect, as we have done with our explosion game object with this player game object. We already have done it, so we're gonna approach the same way as we have done explosion effect. So I'm gonna choose my collect effect by double clicking on it and move over to animation tab. We can see, I guess, after something like 0.3 second, it just completing the whole animation clip, as you can notice. So after this amount of time, we also need to destroy our collect effect. So let's go over to script. So after spawning that collect effect, we're gonna store it into another container, or into another game object container or parameter, or you can simply say variable, and we can call this one temp collect effect. So let's call it temp collect underscore effect prefab, or let's call it effect, and let's set equal to this. So firstly, we spawning this collect prefab at this position, basically diamond game object center position with no rotation. And after spawning that, we just taking that collect effect prefab, and we storing into this temp collect effect prefab effect game object, as you can see. And now we also need to destroy where we store it, or where we just put it. Now we're gonna destroy that. To destroy, we're gonna use this destroy function, and we do know this destroy function as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. So we're gonna destroy our temp collect effect, basically where we store it. So we're gonna pass our temp collect effect. Second thing, comma, we can specify the time, after how much amount of time we just want to destroy. So as we saw that after something like zero point 0.4 or 0.3 second, it's just completing the whole animation clip. So that's why I'm gonna put 0.4f or 0.301, or let's put it 0.401, basically a smaller number. And we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna collect that diamond game object, the effect just gonna spawn, and after something like 0.401 second, it's just gonna complete whole animation clip. So after that amount of time, we also destroying that collect effect in the hierarchy, or in the scene view, or you can simply say in the game. So we're gonna go back. So let's go back, and now if we select our player, then go over to inspector and move over to our player script. In the bottom, we can see collect effect prefab, and it says none. So we basically need to drag our collect effect over here. So I'm gonna move over to my project tab, and let's select this collect effect and let's drag it over to this collect effect prefab slot. And now we can see we have the collect effect game object. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button, and you will notice as soon as we're gonna collect that diamond game object, that effect just gonna spawn right away, which is our collect effect. And we can do the same thing with our heart as well. So just wait a moment and you will see. And now if I collect that, as you can see, as soon as we collect it, we have seen. So basically I didn't notice that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna basically duplicate this diamond couple of times. So I'm gonna select in the hierarchy, let's press down Control D to duplicate, Control D to duplicate, and let's move it here, and let's move this one here, and let's click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on it. We should able to notice our effect, and that effect should be in front of our player game object. So basically we need to add sorting layer, but before we do, let's have a look if we able to notice that or not. So we can notice, so the position, as you can see, it's kind of bit weird, the center position of that effect. So we basically need to change the position. Basically if we get out of play mode and then go over to inspector, over here as you can notice we just pass transform dot position, which is really apologize. Instead of passing that, basically transform dot position over here basically means the player position, player current position. So we need to pass the center position of the diamond, not the player position. So basically what we have to do, as a second argument we're gonna pass, so we will pass call dot game object, and call dot game object basically means that diamond game object. And now we're gonna access the position, so we're gonna pass dot transform. So instead of passing, sorry, we need to pass the position, so we're gonna type this dot position. So call dot game object basically means the diamond, and we just going over to diamond transform and we accessing the position of it. So instead of passing our player game object current position, we just pass current position of that diamond game object. So make sure you just do that, and I really apologize for it. I just passed transform dot position, which is basically means our player current position. So instead of passing that, we need to pass that basically center position of that diamond game object. So now let's have a look on it, and we should able to notice it's gonna be fine. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So just wait a moment. And now if I collect this diamond, by now I can notice that effect, as you can see, and I want that effect in front of my player game object. So basically we need to assign sorting layer. So we will get out of play mode, and what we will do, we will select our diamond collect, basically the prefab game object, then go over to inspector, then a sprite renderer component, and let's click on this sorting layer, and let's click on this add sorting layer, and we're gonna create a new sorting layer, for our diamond. So let's click on this plus icon, a plus icon, and let's call this one something like collect effect, and collect a effect, and I want this to be in front of my player game object. I want that effect in front of all of this. So that's why I'm gonna take this collect effect, and I'm gonna drag it top of my crown, top of my crush, and all of these things. And now what we need to do, we need to assign our sorting layer. So that's why I just leave in front of all of this layer. So I'm gonna select my collect effect one more time from that prefab folder, which is time in collect, basically the collect effect. Let's go over to inspector, sprite renderer component, and now we're gonna assign with our collect effect, and now we assign it, and the effect will be shown in front of all of these layers. Basically it's just top of our player and these grasses and all of those things. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and it's gonna be fine, and you will able to notice that effect. And we're gonna do the same thing with our heart game object as well, and we need to show that up. But before we do, let's take a look on it. And if I just collect this, as you can notice, as soon as we collect it, we can notice the diamond is collecting and the effect just being shown. And that seems pretty much cool. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and also make sure you select your player, and just then go over to inspector overrides and then apply all. If you change anything, make sure you just do that. And also I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project. So let me show you what I have done. I just created this heart game object as we have created with this diamond, basically this diamond game object. If I select my heart, as you can see in the inspector, we can notice I have attached a rigid body 2D, polygon collider 2D, and also I have animation of this heart game object as like this diamond game object, and I tag it as a heart, as you can notice in the top in our inspector mode. Basically I'm just selecting heart, and if I just go ahead and then click on this play button, you will see as soon as we're gonna trigger with this heart game object, it will be collected. And I also increasing by 1 unit as soon as we're gonna collect that heart. I'm gonna show you that script, but before I do, let's have a look on this. So now, firstly, I'm going to select my player game object in the hierarchy. And if I move over to inspector player skip, as you can see, max health is 5. And now, if I just collect that, basically the first one, as you can see, the max health became 6. And if I collect the second one, we can see max health become 7. And as soon as we collecting, we just basically showing the collect effect as you seen. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let me explain. Basically I'm gonna open up my player scape, and if I move over to on trigger enter 2D function, as you can see right over here, if we collide with that hard game object, then what I'm doing, I'm just increasing the max health by 1 unit, as you can see. And after that we just basically doing the same thing, showing the effect and destroying it, also destroying the hard game object right away after just triggering with that. As you can see over here, basically doing the same thing with this diamond and this heart, but I have only changed one thing, which is I'm just for this heart I'm just increasing my max health by 1 unit. As you can see, max health is plus plus as soon as we're gonna collect that heart. And now what we basically need to do, we basically need to show up in the UI how many diamonds and how much health this player game object currently have. So we need to show up in the UI. But before I do, if I move over to my hierarchy, and as you can see, it has lot of collectible items. To keep our hierarchy clean, we're gonna create an empty parent game object first. So let's right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty parent game object, and let's call this game object to something like, or basically the game object, or you can simply call it empty parent game object or empty child game object. Basically it's up to you. And I'm gonna call this game object to something like collectibles. So let's call it collectibles. Let's go over to inspector transform. Let's right click on it and then reset. So it's gonna reset. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select all of these collectible items, basically these diamond hearts, and I'm gonna drag it top of this top of that collectible game object in the hierarchy, to just keep our hierarchy clean. And I'm gonna click over here to just collapse at once. As you can see now, our hierarchy seems a lot more clean, and I just dragged my collectibles in the top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And now what we need to do, we need to create our UI. But before we do, we need to create our canvas, and into that canvas we need to place all of the UI elements like diamond icon, heart icon, and all of those things. So we're gonna create our canvas first. To do that, let's move over to hierarchy, or hit this plus icon or right click, and then go to UI, and in the bottom we can notice the canvas. So just click on it in order to in order to create our canvas. And I'm going to select my canvas. Let's drag it in the top so we can see all the time. And we need to do some settings inside our canvas, so we will select our canvas game object, then go over to inspector, canvas scalar component, and over there UI scale mode to choose scale with screen size. So from this constant pixel size, choose this scale with screen size, and make sure you just do that, else the UI just gonna be look weird. So that's why. And in the X, or basically in the width, I'm gonna put 1920, and in the height or in the Y axis I'm gonna put 1080, since our game in landscape mode, so that's why. And if your game in portrait mode, then make sure you just swipe these values and it's gonna work fine. And once we are done, we can now create our UI elements. But before I create, I'm gonna create an empty parent game object first inside this canvas game object, and I'm gonna drag all of the game object inside that game object. So firstly, we're gonna create an empty parent game object first. So let's right click on this canvas, let's create an empty game object, and we can call this game object to something like UI elements. So let's call it UI underscore elements, something like that. And after doing that, let's move over to inspector, and you can select your canvas and you can press down F on your keyboard in order to focus on it. As you can see, we created and we are ready to place all of the UI elements. So firstly, I'm gonna select my UI underscore elements game object, then go over to inspector, rect transform. Let's click over here, and we're gonna hold down alt on our keyboard, and we'll select this bottom right one. And as soon as we have chosen, we can notice this UI underscore elements game object just get as the size of our canvas, as you can notice. And now we're gonna create, and later on I'm gonna explain why I just created this empty parent game object instead of just putting our UI elements right away. And now I'm gonna select my UI elements. Let's right click on it, let's go to UI and click on this image in the top, and we can call this image to something like heart icon. So firstly, we're gonna create the diamond one, so I'm gonna call it diamond underscore icon, something like that. And after naming it, we just want to put it in the top left side, but I want to replace this source image. So if I move over to my image component, as you can see source image and it says none, so I'm gonna drag my diamond sprite over here. We need to drag that. To do so, I'm gonna move over to my project tab one more time, then assets, and then I'm gonna move over to my sprites folder, items folder, and we're gonna select our big diamond. Let's click on this arrow, and we will select our diamond underscore icon, and image component, we're gonna drag the first sprite, or we can choose any of them, and we can just drag it over to this source image field. So I'm gonna select this one, let's drag it over there, and as soon as we drag it, we can see, or we can notice, it just get replaced with our diamond sprite or diamond icon. And after doing that, make sure you just scroll down a bit and then click on this set native size in your image component. And as soon as we clicked on it, now that seems pretty much fine. And I want this diamond icon to always to the left side, so I'm gonna move over to my inspector, then rig transform, then click over here. Make sure you select your diamond underscore diamond icon. Make sure you just do that underneath your canvas and underneath your UI elements, or underneath the game object that you created. And we're gonna hold down alt and we will select this top left one. And as soon as we select it, we can notice that it just gets in the top left side. And if we try to scale down or scale up our game screen, we can notice this diamond icon just getting resized according to our screen size, and it's always in the top left side. So that's why we have chosen the top left anchor. So you can do that. And let's suppose you just want to make it a little bit bigger, So you can just play around with the width and height in the inspector, basically rect transform. Or simply what key you can do, you can just hold down shift key on your keyboard and you can just make it resize like this, and it's just gonna resize in the width as well as in the height with same ratio as you can notice. So make sure you just hold down shift on your keyboard in order to do it like this. And now this is fine, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. So this seems pretty much good now, and we can duplicate this one to create our hard one. So let's select that, and we're gonna press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's drag it a little bit in the bottom direction. And I'm gonna replace the icon with our heart icon, but before we do, let's call this one to something like heart underscore icon, something like that. And after doing that, we just want to replace our source image. To do that, I'm gonna move over to my that items folder, and I have the hard sprite over here. So I'm gonna select the first one or any of them. Let's drag it over to this source image field in the inspector, and as soon as we drag it, we can notice by now. So this seems pretty much fine. Or I'm gonna drag this heart up, and this diamond I want it in the bottom. So I'm gonna select my diamond icon, let's drag it in the bottom, and I'm gonna select my heart icon, let's drag it in the up. So now this seems pretty much great, and we can just create the text. Let's do that. So we're gonna right click on this diamond, sorry, we're gonna right click on this UI underscore element. Let's go to UI and legacy in the bottom, and we're gonna choose this text, and we can call this text to something like current diamond text, or current hard icon, or whatever. So I'm gonna call this one current diamond text, something like that, diamond text. Or let's, sorry, I just spell it wrong, it should be current current diamond current diamond current diamond underscore text, something like that. And we if we press down F in order to focus on it. So I also want this to the top left side. So I'm gonna select that. Let's go over to inspector, rake transform, click over here, and we're gonna choose this top left one. So as soon as we have chosen, we can see it just gets in the top left side. And I'm gonna increase the size a little bit, and let's move it somewhere around here. And we not able to see our text because the font size of it's lot more small. To increase that, let's go over to inspector, text component, and font style we're gonna choose bold, and font size we're gonna choose something around 80. And as soon as we put 80, by now we can see that. And alignment, I'm gonna choose both of these center, but alignment for the first, I just want to start from the left side. So that's why alignment, I'm gonna choose this one, and I want to be middle. So that's why as a second alignment, I just chosen the middle one, and I'm gonna increase like this. So make sure you just do that as I have done it over here. And I want to change the color. To change the color, we can just go over to color fill, and we can change the color that we would like to go with. So I'm going to choose this color, and you can choose any color you like. And instead of saying new text, we're gonna set it to 0 by default, something like that. And if you do have a font, then you can just drag it over here, or you can simply click in the right side and you can choose the font. So I'm going to choose this monogram, and I need to scale up my text a little bit up. So I'm going to choose something around 150, and let's drag it over here. And now we can just duplicate this one. So this is the current diamond. So we can just move this in the bottom, and let's create our heart. So let's select this, and let's press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and we can call this one. So I'm gonna move this up, and we can call this one to something like current heart text. So let's call it current current heart underscore text, something like that. And now that seems pretty much cool, and we can just move it a little bit further away, something like this. I guess this much, and this seems pretty much fine. And let's move this one as well, and I'm gonna drag it a little bit up, and we can see by now this seems pretty much great. And also I want X type text right over here, a multiplication, something like that. To do that, we're gonna select our text, any of them, and let's press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and we can call this one to something like X. So let's call it X. And also I want to change the text inside of it. To do so, let's go over to text component, and let's call it something like X, something like that. And I want alignment to both of this center, so we will go to text component and alignment. We're gonna choose both of this center, and we're gonna move it somewhere over here, and we can just make it a little bit less, the font size. So we can just go over to font size, and let's make it something around 100, something like that. And I'm gonna shrink down this one, and let's move it over here. Sorry. And now this seems pretty much great in the middle, and we're gonna duplicate this one, and we're gonna do it with this current diamond text as well, or after this next to our current diamond icon. So let's press down Ctrl D one more time, and let's move it over here. And now this seems pretty much great, as you can notice in the game view as well as in the scene view. And what we can do now, we can simply just select our UI underscore elements game object, and we can just turn it into a prefab, so we will have the copy of it. And so we don't need to work from scratch. So that's why I just created an parent game object first. And make sure once you've done it, basically right click on your canvas, then create an empty game object, and you can call this game object to something like UI elements, as I have it name it over here, as you can notice. Then make sure you go over to inspector rect transform, then click over here and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one. So the UI elements game object just gonna be size as the size of our canvas. So make sure you just do that, and don't forget that. And now we're gonna turn this UI underscore elements into a prefab, so we will have the copy of it. So now let's select our UI underscore elements underneath our hierarchy in the underneath our canvas in the hierarchy, and let's drag it inside our prefabs folder in order to turn it a prefab. And now if we select our UI elements and then delete that, as you can see it's gone. But we do know that we have the prefab of it, basically the copy of it, so we can select directly from that prefabs folder, and we can just drag it top of this canvas game object in the hierarchy. And as soon as we drag it, we can notice our this diamond icon as well as heart icon. And now what we basically need to do, if we select our current diamond underscore text, then go over to inspector, then text component, and we can change the value over here. As you can see, we can put it to 2, we can put it to 3, we can put it 4, and I'm gonna set back to 0. So basically what we need a reference of this text component, and then we can just access this text, and we can set the text equal to our current diamond. Basically means how many diamonds we collected so far. So we need a reference of this text, as well as we need a reference of this hard text. So let's grab those reference. So for that we can create a separate script, but I want to do inside my player script. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and let's create those variable. So I'm gonna do it in the bottom. So the first thing we need our heart icon text, so sorry, current heart text, as well as that current diamond text. So before we create the text, if I just type the text, basically the component that we're looking for, as you can notice we're not able to get it. So to get that, we basically need to move over to top of our class, and we need to include a namespace called using unity engine.ui. So just go to top of your class and include this namespace. It's called using unity engine.ui. So make sure you just include that, and this gonna allow us to get the component. So whenever we working with UI, make sure you just go to top of your class and include this namespace called using Unity engine.ui. And now I'm gonna move over to that field. So the component that we're looking for is a text type. So we're gonna type this text and we can call this one to something like current hard text. So let's call it current hard underscore text, as we just name it in the inspector. In the inspector, basically it's up to you whatever you want to call it. And we need one more, so we're gonna create our public. The component we're looking for is text, and now we're looking for our current diamond text. So we're gonna type something like current diamond underscore text, something like that. And let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So underneath our player script, we will able to notice those fields. So firstly, just gonna pop up our current hard text. So we basically need to choose our current hard text underneath our UI element scheme object inside our canvas, and we need to drag it over to that slot. And so we will have the reference, and after that we can just link with up our current diamond, means how many diamonds we collected so far. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and we can assign it. So just wait a moment, and we need to assign. So make sure you just drag one by one into that slot. So we will have the reference, and after that we can just go ahead and do that. Just wait a moment, and now it's almost done. And if I so underneath my player script, as you can see, current hard text. So let's go over to hierarchy, canvas, UI elements, and we're gonna select our current hard text game object, sorry, and let's drag it over to that field. Really apologize for it. So let's drag it over to our current hard text, and we will select our current diamond text. Let's drag it over to this current diamond text. Now we can notice we have the text component reference. So basically, if I choose my current diamond text, we now have a reference of this text component, and we are ready to link that up with our current diamond. So let's go over to our script, and we need to move over to that line of code, in which line of code we just increasing our current diamond. So in my case over here, as you can see, we just increasing. So after increasing that, we basically need to show up in the UI, and we have the reference of that text. Basically you can say this text, and we are ready to link that up. So what we will do, we will go over to our current diamond underscore text, and now we're gonna access the text by typing dot text, and we will set equal to our current diamonds, current diamond current diamonds. And let's close that up with semicolon. But the problem is that this over here is a integer value. If I move over to my top of my class, basically over here we have created, as you can see, this is a integer value, and this over here current diamond underscore text is a string value, this one. So we need to convert this current diamonds into a string value. To convert that, we basically need to type this dot to string, and then make this first bracket. So basically what we're doing, we're just going over to current diamond text. Basically we're just going over to this current diamond text game object, and then we accessing this text, as you can notice in the inspector, and we setting equal to our current diamonds. Let's suppose this current diamond is something like 5. So this current diamond underscore text dot text, it's gonna be 5, because we directly setting it, as you can see, or you can simply say we just updating that. So basically this over here, it's gonna be 5. So let me show you. So firstly we're gonna press down Control S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna collect our first diamond, it will be 1, and if we collect the second diamond, then it's gonna be 2, and if we collect the third diamond, then it's gonna be 3. So just wait a moment, because we just sending directly, or we just updating in the UI, you can simply say. So just wait a moment, and once it's done, we can just go ahead and we can take a look at this. And once our completion is almost done, and now we can check that out. Let's have a look on it. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So as soon as we're gonna collect the first diamond, it's gonna be 1, and if we collect the second diamond, then it's gonna be 2, and if we collect the third one, then it's gonna be 3. And we're gonna do the same thing with this heart. So just wait a moment, and if we start collecting our collectible items, so now if we collect the first diamond, as you can see, as soon as we collect it first, we can see in our scene view as well as in the game view, it's now 1. And if we collect the second one, now we can notice it's become 2, as well as it's become 2 in the UI. And if we already collect the third one, so that's why this text, basically we can notice the diamond is now 3, the text. And we're gonna do the same thing with our heart. So let's get out of play mode, and let's go over to our script, and let's do the same thing. So after collecting our heart, so we need to update. So we will go to our current heart underscore text, and we're gonna access the text, and let's set equal to our max health. And this max health is a integer value, so we're gonna convert into a string. So we're gonna type do a dot to string in order to convert that, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna collect our first heart, our max health just gonna increase by 1, and by default we have given 5. So if we collect the first one, then it's gonna be 6, and if we collect the second one, then it's gonna be 7, and if we collect the third one, then it's gonna be 8. So basically it's gonna update in the UI, as like we have done with our current diamond underscore text. So it's gonna do the same thing. So now it's almost done, and we can just go ahead and check that out. So now I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So I hope that how you can work with UI, and that's basically pretty much cool to see. And just wait a moment. So now if we collect, we can see it's 6, 7, and then it's 8, and we can notice. So basically it's working fine, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just link up your current diamonds with your current diamond text, as well as with the hard one. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and if you change anything inside this UI underscore elements game object, then make sure you just go over to inspector overrides and then apply all if you change it anything like that. And I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard in order to save my project.